Okay. Had a good break. Had dinner. And stuff seems to be heating up pretty good. But Mr. Medicare has a stream that seems like it'd be good to watch about the entire situation.
The way it's working.
Can I get a whip? Trust me.
Oops. Where does he start?
There is a toxicity the way. It is actually, it feels.
Can you start now?
Well, let's start it off right. Can I get a whistle bitch roll call up in here?
Why you all in my ear talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear? Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that.
I thought Mr. Medicare died, honestly.
I ain't playing around, make one buck move, I take you down. Get back, motherfucker, you don't know me like that.
Oh, our boy Will is out there. He is currently out there fighting the good fight in his mom's Fiat with his little metal whistle. It's sub 30-degree weather and it's glued to his lips, but he doesn't care. The pain from his dilation wound is keeping him awake. That, a ton of soy milk, and almond lattes. Our boy is amped up. He's ready to start some shit. All right, he's out there. He's keeping the peace. When Whistle and Well comes around, shit gets done. I hope you're ready, Chad. He doesn't take crap from anybody. It do be like that. It do very much be like that. If you've been watching the news, and how could you not? Little Snowgadishu, also known as Minnesota to those foreigners who come to the United
Snowgadishu.
States, is turning into a hellhole. This is, of course, our custom.
I can fix that.
Our custom in this glorious state. Why wouldn't it be?
Probably right there.
Every few years, there's got to be a riot. Something's got to get burned to
seems
the
good.
ground. Going all the way back to twerking for justice into the Floyd riots. Of course, you had the elections of Trump twice, and now we've got this bullshit. And leftists, communists, the little weasels that they are, just can't let it lay.
Oh, of
They've
course I
gotta
got
just
fucking removed.
amplify and escalate and intensify nonstop until everybody's got a fucking problem. So we did a stream 2 weeks ago talking about how stupid it already gotten with Renee Good parking herself in the middle of the roadway, part of an ICE monitoring group using ICE apps with her lesbian lover who told her to gun it at law enforcement, and then she got shot for doing that. And here we are once again. So we've got a bit of a run-up. Before we get to that shooting that just happened today, there's so much shit. There's so much goddamn shit. Communists just can't calm the fuck down. They've got to create so much content that you could stream for hours a day if you wanted to.
Yeah, you absolutely
This
could.
state is a hellhole. It is a hellhole because the DFL, that stands for dumb fucking liberals, have allowed itself to become so corrupt and inept, so willing to accommodate and acquiesce to criminal elements because they enrich themselves through it. They buy votes through it. Fucking over the taxpayer is the grand strategy of the DFL. They're going to have you pay for votes. They're going to import anybody they can, any group they can, that's going to make your life worse. Anarcho-tyranny. The citizen gets hassled for following the law, and the lawbreaker gets lauded and protected. That has been the fucking playbook in this state for 30 or 40 years now. And so we last left off with Tim Walz not knowing what the fuck he's doing because he's inept, saying he's not going to run for a third term. Amy Klobuchar saying she was going to come in and do a third term. But of course, Amy's just as dirty, co-sponsored a bill to give millions of dollars to NGOs and companies that are affiliated with the fraud that's taking place. And now we've got another shooting. And even before that, there were numerous events of violence and theft and assault, the day-by-day playbook of the left. So let me just kind of lay it out for you a little bit. You know, let's start out. What are our government officials? What are the city officials and state officials doing to really address what's going on in Minnesota? Are they de-escalating? Boy, leftists sure love that term. They love to psychologically use all these
No,
terms
it's not worth it
combined
for
into
that.
therapy. They like to use therapy words.
Unless you have
De-escalation.
really thin pants.
Let's send a therapist out to a
Like
gunman.
those
Somebody who's robbing a bank. Send somebody
thin,
like
like
a life
summer
coach.
Gore-Tex
That'll do.
pants. That'd be good for that.
They like to use these terms,
But
but
jeans
boy, they
fucking
never
suck.
practice it. It's all lip service. So what do we get from the city of Minnesota? Well, let's take a look. The city of Minneapolis again demands that ICE leaves the city and state immediately. We stand by our immigrant and refugee communities. Know that you have our full support. God, of course they have their full support. They're part of the fraud. How could you be involved in a $9 to $20 billion fraud and then actually go out of your way to thank the people that everybody's looking at who
Let's
are
turn WoW
guilty as
down.
fuck? How many daycares and medical assistant programs and transportation programs have they infiltrated and robbed? And you're giving
God
them
damn
a
it.
little nod of the hat, a little
God
tip of
damn
the
it.
hat to them. That's brilliant. And of course, right on the heels of this, when they're talking about all this massive amounts of money, what do we get? TSA. TSA flagged nearly $700 million of U.S. dollars being
God
transported out of
damn.
Minneapolis airport by Somalis in just the past 2 years.
Holy shit, that's a
They're
lot of
stealing
money.
our money to enrich Somalia with all the Democrats' approval. I can't get through the fucking airport with a tube of toothpaste. You bring mouthwash that's the wrong amount of alcohol in it, you're going to get a fucking very personal exam from the security. All right, they're going to be right up your ass crack. Yet somehow light bulb heads are walking through the airport with hundreds of millions of
Light bulb
dollars and
heads.
never being stopped. They're going to bring it to warlords and terrorists in their shithole country that they fled because it was so terrible. They're going to bring all that money back. The remittance of all that money going to sources that are going to use it for illegal shit. Somehow getting through the airport without any issue in the world.
Yeah, I
Welcome
don't
to
know how
Minnesota.
you're sneaking.
So in the face of all this,
They had pictures of fucking briefcases just fucking loaded to the brim, full of fucking stacks of money. And I don't know how those were fucking even getting through
Enormous
to
fraud.
begin with.
ridiculous amount of programs that have been subverted, ridiculous amount of government assistance programs that are so fraudulent that makes people say, why am I paying taxes? What is the fucking point in paying taxes?
Yeah.
All
There's
these different
absolutely no point.
investigations through independent journalists like Nick Shirley or Cam Hensby, from news sources like Alpha News or Fox, all these different groups that are looking to all these different things, uncovering it nonstop. You've got Minneapolis tweeting they love the criminals, and nobody wants to really, open more investigations into how you're facilitating the exportation of billions of dollars to a third world shithole. So is it any surprise Trump goes up and says, no more, your money's cut off? Oh boy, they love that. You tell tantruming leftists that they're not going to get their way, they sure take it well.
We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back because no country can afford to do it? No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals.
We can
You just
somehow.
Can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other
Is that really
problems that
happening,
come. So
though,
we're
or are
making
they
any
gonna fucking
payment
talk to you on the phone
anybody
after?
that supports sanctuary cities.
No more money. You're fucking cut off. Daddy's not giving you your welfare anymore. No more allowance for youth or throwing your fucking toddler level tantrums. It just took $20 billion in fraud for somebody to finally say, you know what, maybe we're not going to just give you money without any oversight. Maybe you're not reliable enough to be trusted. This is like giving a kid going to college a credit card and then finding charges for hundreds and thousands of dollars for useless shit. And then they're like, no, you can trust me. Give me another credit card. Fuck that. I think you've already shown that you're not responsible enough. Why the fuck would I give you more money? Oh, but these are the future scientists, right? The fucking rocketry engineers, the
They'll solve
brain
cancer.
surgeons of the future United States. These are the people with the IQs that are just topping the chart. They've blown the bell curve away. Our Somali brothers and sisters are some of the most intelligent people. Sometimes I just sit in awe as I listen to them pontificate on the greater mysteries of life.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali.
I did watch this.
To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but
What the
that's
fuck
what
are
it's
you
like
talking
to be
about?
Somali and American. It's like that combination of banana and rice, but you're gonna get what I mean.
Hey, guess what? Your grandmother doesn't have medical insurance because of this bitch. Hey, you know that family down the street that couldn't make rent? Yeah, they're living in the gutter because of this bitch. Hey, you know those people that don't make enough money on their lower to middle class incomes and they can't feed their entire family? They've got to sell assets to try to survive. They're getting by hand to mouth, week by week. Yeah, that's happening because of this bitch. Little bananas and rice. Did she mention? Bananas and rice. I don't know if you've caught that. As she was talking about the delicacies of her homeland. I think we all know the texture of banana and rice is it's delicious. It stimulates your neurons. That's how they get so smart. They eat baby food. They eat baby food that has little rat shit in it. Delicious. And then they eat it with their hands. They don't even use utensils.
With
They're
their
too intelligent
foo-foo.
for that. That's something dumb fucking white
Eat it
people.
with their
You know,
foo-foo?
white people who don't season their food, they do that. Use utensils? What are you, 120 IQ? No, I'm Somali. All right, I'm Einstein level. I just pour it on the floor and eat it like a fucking pig, like an animal in a trough. I get down there on my hands and knees and I let my brain direct my mouth. It's what high-level intelligence people do. It's delicious. Tastes like bird shit. Goes down like rabbit crap. Yummy. That's high IQ Somali shit. Oh, is your grandmother, mother, brother, sister, and neighbor and people in your community, are they suffering? Are they in poverty? Are they having hardships? Well, bananas and rice, though. I need to send $700 million in remittance to Somalia for delicious banana and rice. Now, you might say, wait a minute, Jim. She got her head caved in for being a goofy bitch. Maybe this is some form of concussion. Maybe we're watching a person turn retarded in real time. I hate to inform you, but that is the default state of Somalians. Maybe you didn't leer enough. It's a famous Somalian saying, live, laugh, leer. Right? They're known for it. They're kind of fucking stupid. This is what we import into the United States. Do you know after World War II, we took all the genius Germans? That's how we expanded our rocketry program. Do you think we're going to go to Mars with these motherfuckers? They're going to fly us into a mountain. Their attempt to get us to another
Our rocket
planet
ships
is
would
going
be
to end in
used
a
to
nuclear disaster.
shoot at some other
Cincinnati's
Somali
going to be
tribe.
wiped off the map if we put a Somalian in charge of NASA. Live, laugh, leer. These fucking bananas and rice. What culture on earth eats that? Who have you ever heard that eats bananas and fucking rice as a combination? That's retard tier. That's water-brained. All right, that is a level of retarded that even the tarded kid in school would be like, God damn, somebody get my tard wrangler over here. You're never going to believe what the Somali kids are eating. Fucking bananas and rice. And of course, who leads these sorts of people? Who is their representative? Well, of course it comes
You
from
know who.
Minnesota. We've got to talk about Ilhan Omar. Now, Ilhan Omar gets very fucking angry when you bring up the fact that her husband brother, come on!
Cousin, uncle.
You have a retarded group of people committing fraud at an unbelievable rate. And they fuck their family members, and they marry their family members, and this is acceptable. This is the point that politics in this country has reached, where you're told this is normal. And if you don't like it, there's something wrong with you. How about no? How about a husband brother is a problem to begin with? Eating bananas and rice is a problem to begin with. $20 billion in fraud is a problem to begin with.
Who cares about who
But of
eats,
course,
but still.
Ilhan Omar is not just married to a husband brother. He's also a homosexual husband brother. This is Andy No's Twitter account. Andy is a gay man. Should I talk about the time I saw Ilhan Omar's ex-husband brother on the gay section of a dating app. Yeah, I'd love if you did that. I want to know about Ilhan Omar's homosexual husband brother. I think that's a story that we'd all enjoy. What do you mean you found her husband brother on a gay? He's on Grindr? Oh, I hope. Is he in the gift giver section? The bug chasers? I guarantee he's riddled with AIDS.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
Didn't
know if
even
you
have
know
to be
the
gay to begin
prevalence of STDs in Somalia, but guess what? It's catastrophically high like the rest of Africa. Do you know in Africa that it's a folk belief that if you rape a baby, you get rid of AIDS? Have you
Nice.
ever thought the sort of brain power it takes to think you need to fuck a toddler to get rid of HIV? That's the level of IQ. No wonder they eat bananas and rice. Homosexual husband brothers. And of course, you know, this Somali community, it's out there everywhere. It's not just the people with concussions talking about their dietary choices. It's not just the politicians talking about their incest relationships with homosexual men. No, it's Somali students as well, out there showing everybody diversity is our strength, you know, showing how peaceful they are. Because Minnesota's known for peaceful minorities.
Yeah, that was just a high school. That was a high school getting out. Oh, high school walkout for the fucking ice thing. It just erupted into a fucking brawl.
You know, the children are our future. Welcome to Minnesota, a sea of black faces punching you in the head. Welcome to Minnesota, minorities kicking you in the teeth. Oh, the Somali community, they really enrich us all so much. I mean, that's just what happens every time. Every time we let an immigrant community come in. You know, very strange that when the Hmong community came to Minnesota, they weren't committing $20 billion of fraud and telling everybody to eat bananas and rice and throwing giant riots everywhere. So strange. I wonder what the difference between those two groups is. Maybe the Hmong aren't intelligent enough. Maybe they're not on the same IQ level as the Somalians. Now, interestingly, last stream, when we were talking, there was a portion of the stream where I brought up education, what it's like to be educated in America, what it's like to go through the educational system. Academia is captured.
Oh, shit.
It is a fully taken over left-leaning institution. At any level that you attend, whether it's elementary school, junior high, high school, college, or a doctorate level, you are going to have to bend the knee, keep your head down, and kiss ass for ideologues who are going to regurgitate their propaganda to you and expect that you're going to put it in papers and recite it back to them verbatim. Now, what happened after that stream? Well, here's an interesting thing. Had somebody post this about the stream. A not insignificant
Had a
number of
backup tank.
middle-aged American men should have been sent off to, I don't know, War of the Coal Mines maybe, but went to liberal arts college instead, where female professors
cool as
forced them
shit to have a
engage with
Hmong
ideas they
community.
disliked, traumatizing them permanently and debilitatingly. Oh,
I bet it's not fucking horrible.
you know, they had a video in there. What did I say on that last stream? Of course, you're going to have to put up with the shrieking cackles and clucking of fat fucking leftist white women. I know it is grating. And I know a lot of you in chat right now, if you're in your 20s, 30s, or 40s, are probably experiencing a form of PTSD, having flashbacks of those good old college days where you had to, you know, keep your head down because the liberal professor would screech at you like that if you didn't repeat their talking points. God, I'm having heart palpitations. I don't think it's related to the heart attacks or the stents. I think the heart palpitations are quite literally flashback memories from hearing that voice and equating it to about 20 different professors I had to put up with. Oh, no, you're right, ma'am. I love unfettered immigration. You know, so strange that this particular person had put out there that they just didn't get it. You know, as they went on to have further conversation. Oh my God, that's not what it's like in education. There aren't fat white liberal women that just harangue students with their propaganda bullshit. We don't have students being inspired to actions that are violent because of a teacher's ideological viewpoints that they think that they can, you know, inflict upon a captive audience of students that can't leave or go home. You know, that doesn't exist. Oh, except, you know, I don't know. It does wholeheartedly.
It's funny, then why are you laughing? Because that is what has happened.
Jesus. Going to
And if
college
you do
is
not
such a fucking
process
scam.
that, you need to process that right now. It is fine. If you don't like the fact
this
that
was
she
a high
was
school.
warning people about ICE being in the neighborhood, that's fine. It is okay for you to not have liked that she was doing that. That's okay. But what you need to understand is that she was told to leave the area. And so she was turning her vehicle away. She waved two other vehicles and they were leaving. And she was turning
Shut
away.
up.
And the officer stepped in front of her vehicle, raised his gun, and fired a shot at point blank range.
That's right, Timmy. I know this is math class, and you're here to try to learn some linear equations, but instead, I'm going to be a fat, dumb white bitch and inflict liberal politics on you until you cry. Timmy, you're going to need to write me an essay that's at least 5 pages long, explaining to me why Renee Good was actually a saint that descended from heaven, and the ICE officer raped and murdered her in front of an audience that was in tears.
It was her vehicle of
That's
peace.
right. That ICE officer beat her with a billy stick and then fucked her ass. He raped that corpse. And then all his buddies applauded before they Nazi marched down the street, Timmy. Welcome to math class.
Into her vehicle. And then as she drove away, he
In what
turned
world
and fired 2 more shots at
is this
point blank
appropriate to
range
say
and
in
shot her
fucking
in the head.
school?
And that could have been you. You think it's funny? Because that could be you,
It is funny.
or it could be
You're in here making jokes, Timmy? You're in here making jokes about Renee Good getting shot. You think that's funny?
You laughed
I
at
can
Charlie
smell
Kirk.
the cat piss through the screen. I can guess the label of wine this lady drinks just listening to this audio clip.
you, it could be anybody in this room. Any of you. And the moment you think it's okay to shoot a citizen of the United States,
Who do you think? This is a thing I keep hearing. You think it's okay to shoot a citizen of the United States? Who do you think gets shot in police shootings? They're all citizens of the United States, regardless if they're criminal or not criminal. Doesn't fucking matter who or what citizen they are. Fucking hate that stupid justification.
because they wanted to leave a scene. And keep in mind, she had broken no law.
She quite
She-
literally
she
had parked herself
did.
in the middle of the road.
She did break a law.
To literally stop an enforcement action.
Obstructing
And she wasn't trying to
police's
leave a scene. The officers,
against the law.
the ICE officers, had come up and asked her to get out of the car. That's called fleeing. The reality these people live in is so detached from the one that everybody else inhabits. It's kind of stunning. But she will take these students. They're a captive audience. They can't leave. They're in this school. They can't just walk out. So they're a captive audience that has to listen to this shit for minutes on. And I have no idea. What is this, a 40, 50-minute long class? She's going to dedicate 10% of it to haranguing them about how Renee Good was a freedom fighter and the ICE officer was the Gestapo? Really interesting. It's almost like this does have... There's more to this. I'll let the rest of this play out. There's more instances of teachers doing this to their students repeatedly after the Renee Good thing. And after all the different events that have happened over the last 3 to 4 weeks, just in Minnesota.
She was simply following orders to leave a scene. The moment you say it is okay to shoot someone for leaving a scene as ordered by law enforcement, then that makes it okay for anybody here to be murdered by law enforcement. That is what you are endorsing.
Jesus,
Anybody
shut
here.
up, you
The
stupid
Manson
bitch.
Police Department can shoot you. Are you okay with that?
Well, are you, Timmy? Are you okay with the Manson Police Department executing you? Colombian drug cartel style, right in the cafeteria, Timmy? I'm going to have your parents watch. They're going to be sitting in the auditorium, up on the bleachers, Timmy, as Chavez comes in and blows your little head off. God, fucking mighty. Here's another example. Again, the exact same thing. Students held captive, having to listen to this propaganda bullshit. What does this have to do with science class? What is this? See, this is part of the trick that they pulled off to be able to do this, is they created this crap called intersectionality, where they tried to justify the idea that their social propaganda is interrelated to every other subject that gets taught. So, math and science, English, literature, it doesn't matter what health
I didn't know
class,
this
it
was a
doesn't
thing.
matter. It's all intersectional. And because it's intersectional, they can infuse into it all their retarded liberal propaganda, holding kids hostage in classes
Holy
that
shit.
have nothing to do about this, and having to listen to this be
Good
vomited up to
God.
them. But just, yeah, here's another example.
His move should have been to go like this if he was really afraid. Your job as a police officer is to de-escalate.
A split second.
No, he had, no,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
She was not, I'm not gonna argue with you.
You're literally arguing right now. What are you doing? You're arguing right now.
Because watch the video, he was not in
Just
danger.
because you're yelling doesn't mean you're winning an argument.
Oh,
You're yelling
damn.
doesn't mean you're winning.
You don't own that classroom no more, bitch.
Yeah, just because you're alive doesn't mean you are
It
intelligent.
sucks that she got shot, but it's a split. You have a split second.
Yeah.
And they're not thinking about it. You're gonna take that? She's fucking stupid.
Hey, just say she's fucking stupid. Dumb broad over here talking about her goofy politics. Fuck you, lady. Go roll around and go,
Fucking Tony Soprano speaking up. Just admit she's fucking stupid.
litterbox, you crazy nutter bitch. Go eat some bananas and rice, you loony bitch. I don't know who that kid was, but he's probably expelled now. Rippin' pepperoni. Rippin' pepperoni. So this is kind of like the vibe that's going on in Minnesota. This is to kind of give you the attitude, the feeling of what's happening. Kids held hostage in their class, violent students roaming the street, inept and corrupt politicians, money being basically exfiltrated out of the country to nefarious means, violence left and right. And so we'd left off with Agent Ross, the ICE agent that had been involved in the Renee Good shooting. And what happened to him in the last 2 weeks? Well, we of course got, Krasenstein, if you remember him, decided, hey, I'm going to go and fuck with this guy's Give, Send, Go. People who decided to donate because they knew what the left was going to do. They were going to come after him. They were going to come after his family. They were going to come after his kids. And so they tried to set up a Give, Send, Go for this officer so that didn't affect him, so that he and his family would be fine. So, of course, what happens? Here comes Brian. Important. I just reported the GoFundMe for ICE agent Jonathan Ross as it appears to be breaking their terms of service. Please
Oh
do
my
the same.
God.
And share. Here's how. Also, here is the
What a
violation.
little bitch.
So this guy sat there, looked up something. This is, again, a classic and favorite tactic of the left. Also, it's very funny that they get upset when this is turned around on them. They have used this as a cudgel for the last 15 to 20 years, at least the last 10 years online. Deplatform, demonetize, debank, make sure people don't have a voice, make sure they can't make money, do whatever you can to, just snatch it away from them. And if you've noticed, now that they've lost power, now that that has slipped through their little fingers, they are fucking big mad about it. And they'll write these diatribes talking about, what about our principles? We don't share principles, you communist fuck. I don't give a shit, Brian, about what you think. You're a slimy little fucker that was involved in some kind of real estate scam. Every time somebody is talking about this dude, they always bring up some judgment against him for quite a lot of money, quite a large amount of money. What do you know? Why really clears it up as to why he would be so, motivated to defend Somalian fraud.
Yeah.
But, it's not enough, right? It's not enough that they try to take away any charitable money given to the ICE agent for this entire situation. Nope, they want to go after his family. They want to get his family and teach him a really good fucking lesson.
Hi, everyone. This is a PSA. Jonathan Ross lives in my town, Chaska, Minnesota. There are 2 police squad cars sitting in front of his home. Earlier this morning, I passed just to see what kind of action was there. Saw the police officers there this morning. I did a U-turn by them, turned out, and then went to go do an errand. I came back because I wanted to ask if they were protecting him or if they're protecting the general public. And the police officers basically said, "We're here to protect the community."
You're such a dumb bitch.
Looked at me like I was.
Yes, Jen. I see people in chat saying,
Such
"What's
a
wrong
dumb
with this bitch's nose?"
bitch.
I noticed it too. Something about that right nostril didn't heal after the nose job. After they took a hammer to her fucking face
Dumb
and
fucking
tried to
bitch.
reattach it, they did their little Play-Doh bit. Something went catastrophically wrong. I don't know what it is, but you can't not notice it. It looks like a Halloween costume.
Some idiots, and it is what it is, but I don't really believe them. I think they're protecting him. I think he's hiding out in his house, and I'd love for everyone who doesn't like him circle around in his neighborhood. I won't say exactly what road, if it's Courts or if it's Drive. You can figure that out, but I will just say that the numbers look a lot like a 1 and a 1, 2, 0.
This bitch needs to go to fucking prison.
I know.
Absolutely needs to go to prison.
Go circle around, make him uncomfortable, everybody.
Needs to go to prison.
Go terrorize his family, everybody. I'm just a vapid white girl. I'm a leftist liberal chick, and I always am excused for doing this shit. Yeah, terrorize his children. I am a completely retarded vapid whore, and I want you to scare his family. Now, as you might imagine, this didn't work out great for her, allegedly. A woman who allegedly doxed Jonathan Ross has been fired from her job and arrested.
Good.
Woman, Sarah Larson, who
Good.
allegedly doxed Jonathan, has been fired from her job and arrested for publicly posting the home address of the agent. I have no idea if that's true, but I can confirm that she did take down the TikTok video because, being a complete fucking brain-dead retard, this basically put a giant target on where she lived.
Holy shit.
By saying, "Oh, he lives in my neighborhood, and I
Yeah.
drove to where he lives, and I interacted with him." Very stupid.
Fucking
Go fuck with his family.
retard.
Go screw with his kids and his wife. Make them
Absolute
uncomfortable and
fucking
afraid. Stalk his
retard.
property. Walk around there. Really scare
Oh
the
my
shit out of him.
God.
And she has no problems doing this, because the left has been so coddled after the past 20 fucking years. The internet, politics, the media has provided a shield for their most disgusting behaviors. They never got blowback for it. There was never pushback for it. It was always swept away and considered okay. You could get some dumb suburban left-wing woman who could get away with this shit. Except now people are kind of getting fucking tired of it. They've kind of just, reached their limit a little bit, and they don't want to deal with it anymore.
Shit.
And of course in Minnesota, Minnesota has a really unique relationship with violent leftists. This state is fucking crazy. And it's been crazy for about 8 or 9 years, which coincides with how long Tim Walz has been governor. How long, the DFL has always really held power in the state, but Tim Walz in particular has allowed some pretty egregious shit to happen. I mean, I don't need to remind you of what it was like during
The Summer of Love.
the Floyd shit. Or even, partially a year or two before that with Justice for Jamal and twerking for justice, which you'd think is a joke, but it's not. They actually were twerking for justice, shaking their little asses because some other criminal got into trouble. This state seems to love it. These particularly Caucasian, liberal, 30 to 60-year-old DFLers love having minorities and foreigners burn shit to the ground and destroy infrastructure. And they pass it away and they hand wave it away by saying that insurance will cover it and businesses will recover. And everybody's actually
Which
really
never
okay
do.
with this, because that's what
I don't even know how many businesses from the Summer of Love never fucking came back. I can guarantee you only a handful of the businesses came back. All the others fled.
everybody really wants, but it's not the case. So what do you think happens when these people repeatedly say things like go after their family, scare them, fuck with their kids, here are their addresses, get out there, get violent? What, you start getting shit like this. Now, Nick Sorter is one of the people that's on the ground. There are a lot of people in Minnesota right now filming all this shit. Nick Sorter, Nick Shirley, Cam Higsby. Breaking. A group of Somali thugs just robbed me of my $1,000 camera in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood of Minneapolis. They then dragged me down the street as my hand got trapped in their door handle. Nobody bothered helping. DHS must raid this place. So what is he talking about? Well, here's a footage.
Hey, get what did she just do? She fucking...
Oh, shit. Okay, it's okay.
It's okay. No, I don't think so.
She took Nick's camera. She just stole Nick's camera. Let's get her.
No, give him the camera!
Just tell her to give him the camera back.
Give him the camera!
What happened, Nick?
They just stole my camera.
Right out of your hand while you were in the car?
Why, Nick, what happened there? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Some zookeeper's gonna get fired because an exhibit just stole my camera. Somebody's getting fired at the zoo. All right, that's a direct quote from Nick Sorter. I'm not saying that. That's what he said. I'm just translating. Maybe you didn't hear it. The audio is a bit low.
That's the fuck you wanted, right? That's the fuck you wanted, right? That's what you did. Man, listen, motherfucker, you better get the fuck up out of here.
Oh, shut up.
Coward. What the fuck are you, a coward, bitch?
You have to leave.
They just need to allow you. No laws apply anymore. Just start punching the shit out of these people. They get in your face, just fucking hit them in the goddamn mouth. Who cares if you lose? At least you fucking stand up for yourself. Jesus.
Bitch! You fucking coward! You a fucking coward, motherfucker! Nobody motherfucker, you trying to incite that shit! Nobody stepped in. Get the fuck up out of here, bro! $1,000 from the big.
Okay, can I just point out for 1 second the guy trying desperately to be intimidating, the Latino guy, the Hispanic guy, and the baklava, whatever the fuck it is.
Baklava.
You know the guy I'm talking about with the glasses, and he's wearing flannel like he stepped out of a time warp. Somebody didn't tell him this isn't fucking, Compton in 1992 or something. That is the most prison gay guy I've ever seen in my life.
His style is pretty cool.
That dude would absolutely suck your dick for a pack of cigarettes. I'm just putting that out there.
Did you call 911? Did anybody call 911? Have Kevin do it.
Of course they didn't call it in. Nothing's gonna happen.
We got it all on video. We're not Nazis. Hey, you fucking Nazi. We're not Nazis and we're not racist. I condemn Hitler completely. I'm not racist.
What does it matter if you say that or
I condemn all
not, you
racism.
fucking loser?
I
They
condemn
don't
all
care.
racism except for against you. You banana and rice-eating motherfucker.
They don't care.
Nick gets robbed. They steal his shit, and he gets roughed up. You can see in one of the follow-up tweets, you can look at his hand. He got stuck in the fucking door as they dragged him down the street. Not a single one of these fucking people helped. Not a single bystander stepped in and said, hey, that's wrong. Hey, you shouldn't get robbed and roughed up. Somebody shouldn't drag you by their fucking car down this. Do you know what would happen if a white dude drug a minority behind his car or on the side of it down the street? They'd say that he was a grand dragon in the KKK and was trying to lynch people. But it's cool if a Somalian does it. By the way, I don't have the screen cap, but guess who was responsible for doing this? Somebody that ended up being found to have a relationship with one of these fraudulent Somali businesses.
Oh,
So somebody who's working for an organization that's already connected to the $10 billion fraud in the Somali community stole his fucking phone and then drug him on their car down the fucking street.
big surprise. Holy
Is
shit.
it any wonder, with the escalation that's been happening in Minnesota, you've got people like Tom Homan going out and giving interviews like this?
There are already 2,000 or so federal agents in Minneapolis for this massive crackdown that's tied in part to this ongoing probe of alleged Somali fraud. Fox is told that about 1,000 more Border Patrol agents are going to be heading there to assist, basically free up HSI officers. There's also this growing network of local residents who are tracking ICE movements and warning people about them. And schools in the area are being given the option of remote learning for the next month because of how hot the environment is getting. Yeah, are you concerned about what we're heading toward? And what do you say to those officials like Mayor Frey, who's accused the administration of just looking for an excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act?
It's ridiculous. Bottom line is they don't have to shut schools down. They can't give me one example where ISIS walked into an elementary school or a church or hospital. It's ridiculous. And all this false narrative that they're pushing, it's just going to double down on hate against ICE. For instance, calling it a murder, the mayor calling it a murder. The hateful rhetoric has caused a lot of this violence. I said way back in March, if the hateful rhetoric doesn't decrease, there will be bloodshed. Unfortunately, I was right, and it's not over. There will be more bloodshed unless we decrease the hateful rhetoric. To compare this officer to a murder, are you kidding me? Threats against ICE officers, actual attacks are up 1,300%. A lot of it's based on the hateful rhetoric from people who don't understand what's going on and don't want to face the facts.
1,300% increase in violence. Now, you may hear that and think, oh, that's got to be hyperbole. That can't be true. That's just him making shit up. I really want to try to lay this as like a foundational groundwork, as a latest to build upon, right? So you understand what we're dealing with in this state. We've talked about the goofiness and the fraud, all right? God bless our Somali brothers and sisters. They're light bulb heads because they have the brightest idea in the room, right? Am I right? We all love them. Give them their nanners and rice. Delicious. All right? But the undercurrent that is being put forth on these private networks and social media systems that nobody uses, like Blue Sky, is unhinged as fuck. Leftists on Blue Sky are urging comrades to take up firearms and use them to hunt and kill federal agents. Let's take a look at, let's do a temperature check over on Blue Sky. From Lady Rain, she, her, respect the pronouns. Literally just organize and shoot ICE on site. They're literally Gestapo agents.
Just like it. Just like
I've seen way too many vids of ICE Nazis brutalizing and murdering us. It would not surprise me to see Americans shoot them randomly in an effort of self-protection, survival. I'm so sorry, Alliance Against Gun Violence, but with the recent ICE murder and shootings, I think police organizations across the country should have every officer shoot ICE agents on site. A car is turned into a lethal weapon, approach with care and shoot on site. ICE management has gone crazy. You know, when they talk about this stuff, they act like ICE is coming up here, you know, and working for the fucking God Emperor. Like they just showed up with a fleet in orbit.
We have arrived, and it is now that we perform our charge.
That'd be cool if they were, though.
In fealty of the God Emperor, our undying Lord, and by the grace of the Golden Throne, I declare exterminatus upon the imperial world of Typhon Primaris. I hereby sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 million souls to oblivion. May imperial justice account in all balance. The Emperor protects.
Oh, the Emperor protects. That's ICE. They've shown up and they're exterminatus. Everybody's gone. Everybody's been wiped out. And of course, it's not just people on Blue Sky, though. It's the politicians that are backing the shit. When you've got Frey up on stage saying shit like this.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
This guy
Your
needs to
stated
fuck
reason
off.
for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. Somebody is dead. That's on you. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying. To the family, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get.
Yeah, justice. I'm sure, you know, Frey is really interested in justice. He's made his whole career about that. So what is this attitude really kind of built up to? It's not just interfering with ICE operations. It's not just anti-law enforcement sentiment. That's always been prevalent with communists and the leftists. It's fucking with anybody in general. Starting to go after people in public. And I know you've seen clips of this, and we're going to talk about it. But let's just kind of, again, going with this theme of what you're seeing on Blue Sky, what you're seeing politicians say, what you're seeing on mainstream media.
Where you going? Huh? Are you ICE? No. Do you like ICE? Say f*** ICE! Say it! Say it, bitch! You're a bitch! Your mom's a bitch! Say it! Fuck you! Fuck you, Nazi! Fuck you, Nazi! Fuck you, Nazi!
This is what I'm saying. These people are way too comfortable just being totally antagonistic to fucking everybody. Like, something needs to happen. You can't just be walking around screaming at people in the fucking street. You need to get your fucking teeth knocked in. God.
Just screeching with their little fucking faggy bullhorn, screaming at the top of their lungs. You know, I think part of leftist mentality is really just them interacting with the general public like they do with their parents. You wonder why they're jobless, live-at-home fucks that have no lives in their 30s? It's because they throw a tantrum when mom and dad try to kick them out. And that's been so successful, that has worked so well for them, that they think they can do that with the general public, strangers they've never met. If I act like I do with mom and dad, I'm going to get a bigger allowance. Mom and dad aren't going to ask for rent, I just got to scream loud enough. Now I'm going to go do it to some random motherfucker on the street. And it's not just calling people Nazi. They're out here talking about an armed insurrection now.
My name is Kyle, I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out.
What are you
They
gonna
fucked
do?
up, okay? Go watch my other videos, doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up, you've missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground, Nicollet and fucking 26th.
What are you gonna do?
My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet, show up, ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am talking specifically to my fucking followers. This is everything I have fucking talked about, and this is exactly what I said was gonna happen. This is exactly what I said was gonna fucking come when we didn't fucking go and march on fucking Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's gonna keep you fucking protected from literal fucking Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people.
While I disagree with their message, at least they're getting the point now of why it exists. At least they're finally fucking getting it. Thank God. I don't know why I had to take this, but at least they're getting the fucking point now.
People in the street with impunity. This is not a fucking joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your fucking guns and stop these fucking people.
Arm up, go in the street, start killing people. They've talked about it with law enforcement. They cost anybody that just is a white person. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of the left rhetoric, a lot of the commie talking points, these fifth columnists, is a visceral hatred of white people. Usually that's self-loathing as well, but outwardly they want to take those negative feelings they have about themselves and project them onto everybody else. So that's why they'll just randomly follow some white guy who hasn't said or done anything and start accusing them of being a Nazi. That's also why they love to go and fuck with just anybody on the road. They love to fuck with law enforcement. They like to fuck with just regular people trying to get home from a long... Imagine you're coming back, you've gotten through rush hour, you've had a fucking horrible day at work. It's been like 9-10 hours long. You just want to fucking go home. You just want to go home, man. Eat some food, hang out with your family, and you've got these obnoxious little fucks blocking the road and screeching at you.
I'm surprised she's not in the crowd. I'm surprised both of them aren't in the crowd.
Just the most entitled little assholes you've ever met in your entire life.
I saw what
Blocking
happened
off
at the
road. They don't
church.
give a shit. Fuck you. fuck you if you work and you have a life and you've got things to do.
Hopefully Don
You could be
Lemon
driving
catches all
grandma
those
to
charges.
the ER. You could be getting back from an 8-hour shift, picking your kid up from school. They don't give a shit. They're just gonna fuck you. You're white. Fuck you. You're in the middle class. Fuck you. You're in the the suburbs. Fuck you. You went to church. I hate you. I hate you. I'm gonna throw a tantrum. Everything's got to be dog shit. I'm some disgusting, smelly, fucking Birkenstock-wearing hippie asshole. Some throwback to the 1960s, fifth columnist, communist asshole with shitty unkempt hair. I smell like fucking patchouli. And I'm going to sit here and block you from going home after a long, arduous day. Because I don't have to get up. Mommy and Daddy pay my rent. I don't have to pay for food. I don't have to pay for anything. Mommy and Daddy take care of everything for me. I can dedicate 20 hours a day to being an obnoxious cunt because I don't work or go to school, have a social life, I'm not married, I have no friends. I'm your typical leftist communist faggot. And I'm just going to do this to everybody.
Hey, now.
And of course, these dumb motherfuckers
Don't be saying
somehow
that.
inspire stupid-ass, middle-aged, white leftist women.
Rip her the fuck out. I'm disabled. I'm disabled.
I play with twins. I play with twins. Can't put me out of jail. I play with twins. I like Legos. I play with twins. And I can't go to jail. I'm gonna look at camera. I'm so sad right now. I'm looking at the camera. I play with twins. Sorry, bitch. Into the back of the paddy wagon you go.
I'm just a
you're gonna get
girl.
blackballed. Nobody's gonna see you again. You're going to get
just a girl.
They're gonna load you up in the orbital cannon for the exterminatus. I'm sorry. You're gonna get fired out with a shell. You're gonna go right into the fucking landscape. Nobody's gonna know. We have a Somalian NASA scientist who's gonna calculate the trajectory we need to slam you into a mountaintop. I'm so sorry.
I'm an autistic, disabled person. I can't go to jail. Tell that to Chris Chan.
Do you hear these hippie fucks in the... Yeah, man, like, you can't do that, okay? Like, she's got a vagina, so she can do anything she wants, guy. Okay, I'm holding my Starbucks over here. I rub patchouli on my balls, so I've got that scent everybody loves. You know, the hippie scent, patchouli balls? Man. These people are fucking insufferable. And, eventually tensions are just going to keep rising. They're going to get more violent. The rhetoric's going to get more extreme. They're going to keep doing this over and over and escalating nonstop. Not just with law enforcement, with everybody in general, blocking off streets, fucking with pedestrians, walking down the sidewalk. What do you think is going to happen? I'll give you a basic example of what's going to happen.
Nothing good. Oh, I did see this. This is good. Oh, shit.
Oh, right in the face. Let's rewind that.
Never gets old.
This goes back to my point. It's like dealing with a toddler. It's a kid. It's a kid that's used to dealing with just their parents. They have no social interaction beyond that. They think those tactics work outside of the family home. So he's literally doing something you'd see an 8-year-old doing. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. What do you think the decibel level of a bullhorn put against somebody's ear is as he's blasting it at full volume? And then he's totally shocked when he gets punched right in his stupid communist face.
Bam! Come back, motherfucker! Boom! Knocks him out
Look at this
again.
guy right like Deadwood. Watch his ass.
Hits him again.
Oh, and he's down. And here comes another guy.
Hey, guys.
Oh!
Hey guys, let's break it up. Why is this? It left us just like World Star Hip Hop videos. Have you ever noticed somebody starts shit once they get their ass handed to them, they're getting beaten into the pavement. All of a sudden, that's when the crowd wants to get involved. Hey guys,
Yeah.
hey, let's back off. I know these 42 people jumped you, but you're winning now, so we need to back off. Oh, you need to stop. Do a little breathe. Let's de-escalate. You can't be winning. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to win. De-escalate a little bit. Hey guys, back off a little bit. You knocked out all these assholes one by one. Yeah, that's not allowed. Mega.
Holy
you can't
shit.
do that. God, these fuckers are out in the streets hunting for people. You're going to see numerous examples of that. Like, I have numerous examples of the shit they've just been up to. But before we, it's been about an hour. We're going to do a quick break. Before we get to that, let's talk about a little more regional news, a little more local for me. Where I'm at. There's a tweet put up by Aaron Rupert. I shut down the oldest Mexican restaurant in my hometown of Forest Lake, Minnesota. A city that voted overwhelmingly for Trump and Pete Hegseth's hometown, too. Feel safer yet? Well, I'd like to tell you a story, chat, and this is a true story. Both Aaron Rupert and Pete Hegseth are my age. And I happen to know both of them when they're children. Now, Pete Hegseth was involved in many after-school programs. He was in sports. Aaron was a loner. And Aaron doesn't like to talk about this, and I think it's time that I come forward and explain it to everybody. And this isn't to besmirch the name of Pete Hegseth.
How old is Pete Hegseth?
But Pete used...
45. Damn, Mr. Middaker's
to
old.
bully Aaron personally. He used to call him bitch titties, and he'd smack him right in the chest. He used to hold him on the ground and scream, "Hey everybody, it's bitch titties," and he'd just punch him in the chest mercilessly. He'd do it
I wish
every
this was
day
true.
at the bus stop, to and from school. for
Absolutely
years.
wish this was
It got
true.
so bad, Aaron had a breakdown, a literal breakdown, in tears, refused to ever go to school again. So anytime you see Aaron Rupert talking about Pete Hegseth or right-wingers or politics in general, or he brings up Pete Hegseth, please remember, Pete Hegseth made this guy his personal bitch. He was a pet. He used to treat him like a pet poodle. He used to treat him like a little pet poodle. Also, Don Julio's being shut down in Forest Lake. God, I wonder who lives in Forest Lake that got this place shut down. I wonder who pulled that off. I wonder who got Don Julio shut down. Who did that? It's a mystery, folks. It's a mystery. Up on the store, if you go over to Medicare.myshopify. Oh my God, I didn't even have a picture for it. There's new merch up there. Bananas and rice. It's a great shirt. Live, laugh, leer. New shirts, hoodies, and mugs available right now. I'm going to put up a little commercial. We're going to take a very small break, just like 5 minutes. We're going to come back. There is a fuck ton of shit to get to.
Oh shit, I'm
We
gonna
got
die.
the FBI gun theft, the shovel attack. What happened?
All right. We'll skip through the break. Come on now. Load, bitch. Okay. I think we're
Come on,
there.
we better go buy those hats, Chad. That's how we fight against the communists. Oh. All right, let's see. Where were we here? We just get, let me get caught up. Let me do a little vibe check. How are you doing, Chad? How's your weekend going? I see we've got one of Brian Dunn's little gay Discord boyfriends in the chat. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Hope Brian's doing well. The whole homosexual cabal, is he still giving handjobs with his mouth? Hopefully that's working out well for him. I'm sure he loves the taste. A little bit of grit between his teeth. He's a chewer. He likes to really savor that flavor. I remember once I talked to Brian. He was talking about one of the boys he was dating, and he said that he just loved his smelly ass. He wanted to get down there and sniff the stink. he really enjoyed it quite a bit. He acted like a trained dog. It's like a bloodhound, really.
Okay.
He could tell me what flavor of corn he ate. Was it sweet? Was it normal? Was it candy corn, Brian? Just huffing it in. How's your weekend treating you? You all having a good time? Are we doing well, chat? Is it going well? Brian, no. Oh, it's just somebody's taking strays. That's just not... Poor Brian. Can't be giving him strays like that. That's mean, Jim. He's having a tough time right now. You know, Brian Dunn might be one of the dumbest motherfuckers. Do you know he has... Again, I love... You know, sometimes people have a criticism of you that reveals how just naive they are of how the world works. So you can tell Brian Dunn is a renter for life. He will never own a house, never come close to it. One of his criticisms for me was, Jim's going to be homeless soon, don't you understand? The valuation of his house rose, so now he has to pay more in his mortgage. And no, he's not talking about property taxes. He thought the way a mortgage worked is that if your mortgage, you know, if the valuation of your house goes up $50,000, $100,000, now you need to pay more in your monthly mortgage payment. If it goes down, you pay less. So he was convinced, because my house had accumulated money, that suddenly I was going to pay, I think it was like $4,000 a month or something. And it's just so naive. It's such like a kindergarten level understanding of economics that you can tell this motherfucker rents. He's never not going to rent. His poor wife. He's banging trannies and he's a renter. Disgusting. So we've seen the epidemic of leftist violence really spreading around everywhere. You've seen the rhetoric. You've seen how the behavior is just prevalent throughout the community in Minnesota. So what does that lead to? Well, you've got good old shovel attacks. Just moments ago, or moments after Tim Walz called ICE racist, they were attacked by a man wielding a shovel in Minneapolis, forcing agents to shoot in self-defense. This is on you, Tim Walz. And that's not...
Oh yeah, nobody talks about that one.
Walz
Nobody's
has given
talking about that
numerous
shooting.
press conferences over the last 3-4 weeks and months before it, where he talked about how ICE and immigration and different branches of the government were Gestapo, they were secret police, they were just plain Nazis. He's been fomenting the rage on the left.
DHS says at 6:50 p.m. Central Time tonight, quote, federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. The subject then fled on foot. The law enforcement officer caught up to the subject on foot and attempted to apprehend him when the subject began to resist and violently assault the officer. While the subject and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, 2 subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and broom handle. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked by the 2 individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or broomstick. Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by 3 individuals, the officer fired defensive shots to defend his life. The initial subject...
I mean, do you understand what's happening in Minneapolis? It's illegal immigrants, criminals, and just retarded communists are fomenting violence on a scale I don't think people really are grasping just yet. And right now it's primarily
this is
focused
far
on
more
law
violent
enforcement,
than...
but it is going to escalate outwards, and we'll see an example of that.
Far more
pretty soon.
violent than...
But this is another law enforcement
George
officer.
Floyd.
You know,
They were burning down city blocks, and sometimes they would beat people, but this is now crazy levels of violence.
Ambushed by 3 people, assaulted by 3 people, had to shoot. And who were our shovel suspects, by the way? Maybe you're curious. Who did they turn out to be? The 3 men who have ambushed and attacked ICE agents in Minneapolis last night have been identified as Venezuelans in our country illegally. All 3 entered illegally during the Biden administration. Julio Cesar Sosa Celis, prior arrest for driving without a license and giving false names, was released back onto the streets by Minnesota authorities who don't honor detainer requests. Alfredo Alejandro Ajorna was issued a final order for removal by an immigration judge in 2023. And finally,
Nice.
Gabriel Alejandro Hernandez Ledesma was marked by the Biden admin as a non-enforcement priority in 2023. What do you know?
Nice.
3 illegal immigrants who've done shit they shouldn't have done who weren't apprehended when they should have been apprehended, decided to attack somebody with a fucking shovel and broken broomsticks. Lovely. Of course this is happening in Minnesota. It's being encouraged. It's being, wink, wink, nod, nod. And it makes it even funnier when you see people like Governor Walz going out calling everybody a Nazi, saying that people should violently resist, and then up on social media post shit like this. I'm just making a direct appeal to the president. Let's turn down the temperature. Stop this campaign of retribution. This is not who we are, and an appeal to Minnesotans. I know this is scary. We must speak out loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. We cannot fan the flames of chaos. That's what he wants. He who shall not be named. Acting like he's fucking Voldemort. Oh, we can't name who he is because it's too dangerous to do that. So, besides blocking off traffic, trying to hit people with their cars, hitting people with shovels and broomsticks, what else are the left up to? What are the commies really up to in Minneapolis? Well, let's talk about the gun theft. Because why not break into a law enforcement vehicle and just start stealing shit?
Hey, listen, I'll tell y'all nothing. They on the Snapchat, so they gonna be on y'all ass if y'all recording this. They gonna be on your ass. They gonna be on your ass. Your ass is a wiggle. Hey, don't hit them.
Now, do you notice anything about the start of this clip? It's not that long. We're gonna watch it. Not a single one of these motherfuckers is worried about getting arrested. They are jubilant about it. They know they're being filmed. They know there are people fucking everywhere that are streaming right now. That is how indemnified and protected from damage these people are. They know Minnesota's government is so fucking corrupt, so dirty, that they can do whatever they want and there will be no repercussions for it. They burn this state to the fucking ground. They destroyed business. In Minneapolis and St. Paul, the rental rates for business properties have dropped 40 to 50% in both the Twin Cities. Numerous businesses have folded. There are small business owners suing the state for the damage done during the Floyd riots, which nobody has recovered from.
Yeah.
And they feel
just
bulletproof.
what I said.
So bulletproof that they will go to undercover law enforcement vehicles and steal the fucking gun box and steal the documents and film themselves doing it because they know that Tim Walz and Jacob Frey will never hold them accountable for a fucking thing.
Nobody's even saying, hey, probably shouldn't do that. Not one person's saying, hey, maybe shouldn't do that.
Like, put yourself in this mindset. Do you know how many people get paranoid at like self-checkout at fucking Walmart because they're worried the dumb machine's not going to scan something right? They don't want to get, busted for quote-unquote stealing fucking, I don't know, a pack of bubblegum or some shit. Like, they're calling help over. They don't want the fucking hassle. These assholes are stealing guns from law enforcement. And they're acting more nonchalant about it than some asshole buying a stick of gum at a Walmart. It's fucking astonishing. You see this motherfucker out here hulking this shit? Just lifting it, fireman carrying that motherfucker right across the street. Doesn't give a shit. Gonna put more potholes in the road because MnDOT never does any fucking work anyway. Who gives a fuck? Just bashing the shit out of a gun safe. No care in the world. Oh, fuck it. Nobody's gonna do anything. Interestingly enough, there's a reason they're not afraid of the police, and there's a reason they're not afraid of Tim Walz and his administration in particular. That's for the end of the stream. Boy, that's the cherry on top. But let's just continue with the criminality. The unabided, just nonchalant, unconcerned criminality.
That kid sounds empty, man. Dude, there's nothing in there. There could be coins in there.
There could be coins in there.
It's all fun and games. Oh, we love stealing guns from law enforcement. What could go wrong? And of course, they actually did steal the guns. They're not just banging around on the safe and shit. Later on, while this is going on in the evening, well, I'll show you.
Almost there. Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
And that guy has super identifiable face tattoos. Completely identifiable face tattoos. Fucking moron.
Tourniquet there.
Just stole the fucking shit. Stole all the firearms, ripped all the shit out the safe. And of course, it's not just the weapons either. They didn't just stop there. This is where it gets even more interesting. If you remember the TikTok we watched earlier where they wanted to go after Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent involved in the Renee Good shooting, how they talked about harassing his family, going after his children, terrorizing them, making them uncomfortable and scared. Well, in this law enforcement vehicle, along with the weapons that they stole, they found documents related to operational planning, which included agent names, locations, plans of attack coordination, dates and times. What do you think they did with that?
Oh, that's what those were?
They broadcast it. And listen really carefully to the start of this clip. The journalist, quote unquote, is the one that already possessed the stolen documents. They actually say, hand it back to me, because they don't think that they're transmitting audio at the time. But they intentionally use stolen materials and try to make it look like somebody else gave it to them. That's the press for you. That's the leftist journalists on the scene for you.
Thank you, you too.
Will you hold it for the light and give it back to me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear that? Will you hold it for the light and then give it back to me?
Will you hold it for the light and give it back to me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So just let me hold the microphone. You go through the paperwork. And you kind of describe.
At least he takes his mask off.
Of course, I should also say it's been blurred out. So all the information that originally was on these pages it doesn't matter anymore because this was like a week or two ago, and I'm sure they've switched things up. But it still had agent names, addresses, phone numbers, address.
Okay, I'll be right back. We are back.
Addresses for, I think, the location they were in Minnesota, not their actual home address. Names, addresses, email accounts, phone numbers, that kind of shit.
Got me a whiskey and Coke.
Is it live? In the original shooting that happened here tonight, the ICE agent vehicles that were parked on the street in the shooting, they had to leave their cars behind because they got surrounded by protesters. One of the ICE agent vehicles got broken into, and I found this paperwork. It has a list with FBI operation info. It's got full names of FBI agents, phone numbers, emails. There's maps on where they're staying, where they're holding immigrants. There's hotel names in there. There's judge names. This paperwork has people's full names and their emails. Operation posture. Operational posture. This is how they're supposed to stand and how they're supposed to handle
Oh, they're supposed to
protesters.
stand?
This is the
That's not what
transports
operational
of
posture
immigration targets. This is a map showing you where they're taking immigration targets and instructions on how to get into the building, on what they're supposed to do on booking.
So that's your journalist, your intrepid reporter out there, making sure to transmit as much of the information as possible. So, people can then daisy chain it out through their Discord groups, through Signal chat, through different means. So they can target agents or potentially their families like they were doing to Jonathan Ross. For the stated goal of scaring them or being violent with them. Just fucking with them in general, which is always a smart idea. It's genius. It's a good idea. What could go wrong? So what happened to our brilliant gun thieves and doxers? Well,
That I'm eager to
steal
know.
a firearm from a federal vehicle and you will face serious consequences.
Alright, that's the target building up there.
And of course, that wasn't the only arrest, right? They went out and they got other people. Man accused of stealing assault
Yep,
rifle
there you go.
suppressor from FBI car now are facing federal charges. What do you think, Chad? What do you think? Who do you think this winner is? If we were to have to sum up who this particular person was, what are your guesses on what, I don't know, what biographical data would be associated with them? Just take a wild guess. I'm going to give you 1 second to guess. What do you think this news
I
article
don't
is
know.
going to
What
say
would
in
he
relation
be?
to this winner?
It's probably already out on parole.
Are you ready? Did you lock your fucking answers in, chat? Let's take a look. Federal prosecutors have brought criminal charges against the man accused of stealing weaponry from an FBI vehicle amid the chaos that unfolded Wednesday night in North Minneapolis after an immigration
Oh
investigation.
yeah, that's past convictions of burglary. Well, I'm so surprised. So surprised.
Charged with counts of felon in possession of a firearm and theft of public property. Charging documents allege Gutierrez was among the vandals who broke into an FBI vehicle that federal agents left behind as they retreated from protesters who had converged on the shooting scene. Gutierrez has a past felony conviction of
Gutierrez.
burglary, reckless discharge of a firearm, and domestic assault by strangulation, and is ineligible to carry a firearm. Again, this is a sort of winner, or this is the champion that all these stupid white liberal women are willing to die for, that they're throwing themselves in front of law enforcement for. Assault by strangulation, domestic assault by strangulation. Oh, that's a good man.
They like
Gotta-
it. They
gotta
don't
get
mind
up
it.
there and get me some of that.
They don't care about crimes or anything.
Need me some of that. Oh, that sounds good. Now, here we go. For some of you earlier on, before the stream had started, and even kind of at the
Reminds me of when Steven Crowder had that whole beef with his wife, and everybody's like, I wouldn't be surprised if he beat her. He needs to get charged for talking to his wife like that. These are the same people that will hand wave domestic violence charges.
brought up.
Same
You
fucking
want to
people.
talk about somebody in particular? Cyrax. We want to talk about Cyrax. Let's talk about Cyrax.
Yes! He's bringing this up. Hell yeah.
Hey, FBI.
Fuck
this dude
yeah.
from Akron, Ohio is threatening to shoot
Cyrax.
He thinks they are terrorists. Well, this is your
This poor
quintessential
guy.
leftist. This is what, when I think of a communist, this is exactly what comes to mind. Oh, I'm sorry.
Poor Cyrax.
He makes this threat, and we're going to take a look at it towards Libs of TikTok. Of course he does. Of course. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Always jumping ahead. Cyrax got me, boys. Hold on. I'm waiting to reestablish. Are we back? Did we press R to return? Are we back? Are we doing good, boys? Hold on one sec. Let me alert everyone. I think we're good. I think we're okay. I'll give everybody a moment here. You put Cyrax on stream and suddenly everything goes to shit. The communists have made their move. They're coming after us. Or are we the proletariat? Oh, no, we're the
Come on, dude.
They're coming after the bourgeoisie.
Get the show on the road.
Throwing a tantrum.
Okay.
It's a goodie.
Any ICE agent that thinks they're gonna come into my home and terrorize me and my family, you will be met with.
Look at this peacocking sexy bitch. Oh my god. My pussy is dripping right now. Chad, are you horny? I am actually erect right now. What a sexy motherfucker.
Dude, Cyrax can
can
scream longer than Chester Bennington. You gotta give him fucking respect.
Destiny, bend a knee to your better. He should be the one talking about, is it morally right to fuck your own son? This is the thought leader of the left. What a sexy individual.
Lethal force.
I don't know if he's
I
even
will
in
kill on sight, and
on
I
the
will
left
shoot to
spectrum.
kill if need be. ICE agents are not allowed in my home. If you come into my home to terrorize my family, I will see you as a threat, and I will kill you.
You gotta be careful.
No, Cyrax is that's oh fuck. I know who you're talking about, but it's not Cyrax. Cyrax is some attic dwelling Smeagol creature that has gained notoriety because of just, first of all, how he looks, and secondly, for the longest time he wanted to be like a music artist, but he would do like what's the stupid Apple like DAW? It's Bandcamp, I think. He would do all these shitty Bandcamp songs and then sing over it, and then he would LARP like he was an actual fucking artist and producer, and so then people would fuck with him and say that they work with like off-road, what is it, off-road records or something, all these record label companies, and fuck with him and say they want to sign a deal. So then he would get it in his head that he was signing a deal with all these large record companies and that he was making it big. And then what else? Oh, he wanted to be a streamer, all sorts of stuff. There's the Cyrax lore is just fucking hilarious.
I've seen him use those hands before.
He's another one that pulled his wiener out on camera to own everybody, own all the small dick dudes. And the reason he looks like this is because his house is infested with bed bugs, and so he just looks totally fucking ruined all the time.
I don't want to see his mastery of weapons. He's a deadly force to be reckoned with. He looks like what are those god awful like Chinese fairy dolls, Lulubellas or some shit like that? Whatever the fuck. He looks like a troll doll. I mean, I can't really critique his physique too much because he's been bounced around the internet so much. I think everybody's really done that quite enough already. But he is one hideous fucking just abomination. And of course, You know, he puts this out, lives at TikTok, tweets it out. He gets fucking assered about it. Very mad. Typical retard commie shit. Very upset about it.
That's just
So what
typical
does he do?
Cyrax, though.
Does he
That's what
apologize?
Cyrax
Does he play
does.
low? Does he play it smart? Nope. He exercises some of that well-known wit. You'd almost think he was a Somalian. Real high IQ shit.
That's just
and
who he
down.
is.
Cyrax doubles down after being called out by libs of TikTok. And what a beautiful video he put up.
This video what up, y'all? This is Chance. This video is for libs of TikTok who felt like selling chopped up fucking shit from news and posts is more fucking valuable than actually real fucking work. So listen here, you got this shit all motherfucking twisted. I'm about to untwist it for you. See, I'm Chance.
Oh, some people might be complaining the video's not synced up perfectly. That's actually how he uploaded it. You've got to understand, when an Adonis like this descends to the earth, and his sexiness reaches towards a camera lens, it distorts reality itself. Okay, because if it didn't, if you were to, you know, behold his visage in its entirety without it being a little bit altered, your eyes would melt, and your wife would spontaneously orgasm. She would come so hard that you would never be able to sexually satisfy her again. So Cyrax, in his infinite benevolent wisdom, has decided to obscure this by desyncing his own video. Peace be upon him.
I'm the motherfucker that was in that red fucking tank top in that fucking video.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah, that's me. I was that dude that was in that tank top that you fucking posted about over on Twitter. And I am going to clear the fucking air for you right now. And if you want the original video, you're more than welcome to message me here on Facebook. I'll even download it and email it to you. I have no fucking problem downloading this video and emailing it to you.
Just downloading those emails on Facebook like all the kids are doing. God, he's ancient. How does somebody... And not only are his looks busted, not only does he look like some decrepit crypt keeper motherfucker.
He's not that old. He's just
rather than Cyrax. How does
retarded.
somebody not only physically look like this, but have the mentality of it as well? I'm going to download some emails on Facebook. Okay, Grandpa. What, are you going to jump on the bulletin board system next? Like, what are we talking? You going to have me join the news group? You decrepit old fuck? Download some emails. Then I'm going to talk about some of them funny memes those kids are passing around. Could you imagine this Oompa Loompa-sized motherfucker coming after you? I mean, I know Lips of TikTok is a female, right? So her height should be, what, 5'1", 5'2", somewhere around there. She's still got 3 feet on him. He's leprechaun-sized. You could kick his ass into oncoming traffic and you'd be safe. This man represents... Look at his shoulders. His shoulders, his biology looks like how a child draws a mountain. There is a slope on each side and it makes no sense. This is what I expect a 4-year-old to draw. This is my Cyrax mountain. That mouth with its one tooth is like a little mine. It's a little mine that you go in and you mine things out of it. Shit rocks. Not diamonds, not coal, shit rocks. That's what it smells like, shit rocks.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, you need to take that fucking bullshit fucking post on Twitter right the fuck down right now. And here's why, man. Because when I said what I said about ICE, that was in defense of my fucking family. What I said was...
Could you imagine getting raped by this guy? Could you imagine his little T-Rex
Good
arms
God.
holding you down as he violated you? Oh, God. I would probably kill myself by drinking Lysol. I'd do a bathtub Ross right out of this reality. I'd eat myself so hard there'd be no memory of the event.
Did that guy kill himself? Bathtub Ross?
God, his grimy little fucking T-Rex arms. How much did
Oh,
this guy...
shit.
You know, there's a certain brand of isekai, if you ever read manga, where, you know, like somebody pisses God off. Like, look at Tanya the Evil, right? You know, piss off God and you get fucked with a little bit. What did this guy do? Was he isekai'd out of some other reality and brought into this one? What cursed thing did he do to God? What did he say to the creator of all things to be given this biology? How much did he piss God off? Because you must have really done something.
Incest.
This is pretty
That's how it
spectacular.
This, if ICE were to engage my family, and that ICE agents are actually considered a fucking terrorist group. They have literally taken innocent people, innocent families, and thrown them into fucking camps. Wake the fuck up. You take shit way out of fucking context. And when I
The context argument.
I love his cross. He's not even cross-eyed. It's gecko-eyed. He's got a lazy eye. Both his eyes are lazy. How does that happen to you? Oh, he did get beat up. Was it with a baseball bat? Like, what kind of head trauma causes that? Yo, what's up? It's your boy Cyrax. I got one eye on the chat and one on the
born
street.
like that.
As I'm looking at the corner of the room. God. What did you do? What kind of curse is this?
At least nobody
Were
could
you the
sneak up
morning
on him.
Star? Did Lucifer descend? What did you do to God to get this kind of body, boy? What did you pull off, man?
said was this: when it comes to ICE, you are legally not required if you are a U.S. citizen. And they are terrorizing your family.
Is it like the Toxic Avenger? Did he fall in a vat of
Toxic
radioactive
Avenger.
material? He didn't really get superpowers, but didn't die, so he just kind of persists in this state? Does he beat up local thugs that are terrorizing the cheerleaders? Like, what does he do in his days off?
You do not have to let them into your fucking house if they are threatening or terrorizing your fucking family, dude.
Unless they have a warrant.
I can't get over it. You know, some people have features that they're embarrassed about. Like, maybe you're fat, or maybe you've got bad hair, or a scraggly beard. Maybe you've got bad teeth, or a fucked up eye, or you've got weak shoulders, or
All
a
right.
weak jaw. Maybe you've got bad posture.
Let's move on, dude.
Everybody will focus on. And usually you use your other features to kind of mask it, right? You use them to make up for it. But what do you do when you're Cyrax and there are no good features? Where everything is in itself a disaster. And the culmination of which makes you look like some kind of genetic experiment that's gone wrong. Like you've escaped a lab. There's some gain of function research. Like he just wandered out of Wuhan. Is this where COVID came from? Is this ground zero? Are we looking at ground zero?
It's called freedom. It's called having human rights. Chopped up for a video that I made in defense of my fucking family. I have pure fucking defense for my family, and you want to sit there and go, oh, look, FBI, this guy's...
Look at it. It's trying to use its little human hands. I bet he thinks that's how hands are used. That's adorable. Look at me. I'm human. See my little digits are wiggling? That's what humans do.
We get it. It looks weird.
You're gonna be like, oh, the fuck I ain't. Listen, I'm not one of your little fucking followers. I'm not just gonna sit there and fucking roll over for you like a little dog. Nah. See, the lesson that your piece of owner lives of TikTok is that you don't get away with shit. Like, seriously. Because the lesson that
Yeah,
you
Boss
need to
Man
learn
Jack,
with
that's
me
who it was.
is this. I don't take shit from nobody. Especially not some fucking wannabe fucking on the fucking internet, bro. Like, seriously.
He's deciding what pet he wants to eat tonight. That's why he's looking off to the side. Am I going to eat a cat? Is it going to be the dog? My neighbor's gerbil? The guy across the street in his fish tank? I might just eat one of those. There's an Oscar fish over there. It looks delicious. It's very big and slow, and I can get it with my little T-Rex arms. Nobody can stop me. I'm voracious hunger. I'm so hungry. What pet will I devour today?
And I was raised old school, alright? I was raised to defend the fucking family no matter fucking what. Family over everything.
Good God.
It's about the family.
He wants to be part of. He wants to be a part of a family so bad too. He pretended like he was a juggalo, and so he started getting into these juggalo groups, and all of them would purity test him on how big of a juggalo he is, And when he couldn't name one ICP song, they kicked him out, and then he whined about it. And, it's not about the music, it's about the family.
No matter where you are, whether it's a quarter mile away or halfway across the world, you'll always be family.
It's about family. I'm out here fighting the government for my family. I'm eating pets and scaring kids from my family. I'm using Taekwondo with my little T-Rex arms for my family. What a dysfunctional looking individual. But how very representative,
He's incredibly dysfunctional.
representative of commies in Fifth Columnist. I think that is the perfect depiction of a modern day leftist. It fits into a T. A T-Rex, that is. Of course, they didn't just, keep this to online threats or out in the streets or on the sidewalks. Nope, they've decided, hey, you know what? We're terrorizing people everywhere. We're going after law enforcement. We're going after the random guy walking down the fucking street. I know it's a good idea. Let's go fuck with people in church because that's going to look really. That's amazing optics.
Good God.
Renee good! Renee good! Renee good!
Could you imagine? You're in fucking church. What does this have to do with this religious
Trying
service?
to
Now,
escape
their
all the bullshit
justification
going
was
on,
what they told
and it just
everybody
follows you.
Was the pastor was part of ICE or he was a former ICE agent? I don't know. You know, in between doing baptisms and giving communion, he was out there single-handedly using his crucifix to strangle immigrants. He was drowning them in the baptismal fount. He was dragging Mexicans into the church and drowning them in the baptismal fount. That's what he was up to.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes.
This
but
guy got arrested
What
too.
do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? You have no comment. Exactly.
Oh, I can tell you what I do for the Somali community. I have all
Thank
the
God that
tax dollars
fucking piece of shit
stolen
got
by me.
arrested.
I think I've contributed well enough to the Somali community, which has stolen, an enormous amount, $9 to $20 billion of tax money for a population of 100,000, and billions of it going overseas through remittance by illegal flights. I think I've done enough. I don't think I need to be out the Whipple Federal Building getting maced for my Somali brothers and sisters.
Exactly. Renee good. Renee good.
Renee, good target.
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish.
See, there's that key word again. Like I had said earlier, they have this self-loathing for being Caucasian. A lot of them. A lot of these really extreme communist leftists. And they love to go out. And what's the first thing he brings up? All these comfortable white people. Like it's some condemnation that they're white, that they're Caucasian. But that's been the rhetoric. They've been allowed to get away with it for 20, 30 fucking years. That white people are default bad and evil. There's something wrong with being Caucasian. That if you're white, that's inherently bad by default and that you should be harangued for it. So here he is with his Simpoku eyes, looking like a fucking lunatic, screaming at people in church who have no idea what the fuck this guy's going on about.
Comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters.
Oh my
You come
God.
here to a man wearing a suit as a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would die with immigrants. Do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens. You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino
Touch me
community?
again and see
Why
what
do I
happens.
not
What are
see
you
you out
gonna
at
do?
Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving.
What medication do you think he's on? What antipsychotic? What mixture of meds is our boy here on? You know, he's got a skeletal frame, his scraggly beard, his crazy eyes where you can see the whites of them, regardless of the angle of viewing. There's some heavy medication going on. He's probably off meds at the moment, probably talking to the walls like a schizo. There are mics in the walls. I'm sure he was yelling at the brickwork on his way out. But just accosting anybody, just screaming at them, deriding them, you know, they're white, so they must be awful by default.
Shame! Out now! Out now!
And of course, you know, he's there with people that were co-founders and the top of organizations like Black Lives Matter. And one of the interesting things to remember about them is they took a bunch of the money they got that they said they were going to use for black issues and black communities and bought multiple mansions and fancy cars and jewelry.
Holy shit, hold on. I gotta go fucking turn this other TV off. It's loud. Fuck.
Furs. It's all a big it's a grift built on a grift, built on a grift, built on graft because politicians are involved. It's just a giant money laundering operation at every single level. Even this psychopath is probably paid money under the table to do this. Because otherwise, how's he supporting himself? He ain't at work. And he wasn't just in Minnesota for the church service on a Sunday. He was there the day before, and the day before that, and the day after that.
Living real comfortable while the people starve. Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're all living real comfortable.
Concentration camps, huh?
Shame on you. Do something. Stand with the Somalis. Stand with the Latinos. Quit ignoring this injustice. He wears a suit and tie, and he hangs out with Kristi Noem. How is that a Christian?
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here.
Here comes our boy, Don Lemon. You know, one interesting thing to remember about Don is he had a recent court case against him. It was a civil litigation against him. The man had said, and this is, you know, quoting what was in the article, that Don Lemon had approached him in a bar, rubbed his fingers in his genitals, and then forced the man to sniff them. Because that's what Don Lemon apparently does. This man alleged that he was known for it, that he'd go around making people literally smell his fingers. So just keep that in mind as he talks.
When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the Civil Rights Movement was about, the Civil Rights Movement was about these very kinds of protests.
Well, I mean, Don's right about that. This kind of does sum up a lot of the shit that was going on in the civil rights movement. You know, fucking with innocent people for no reason. I don't know if he meant it like that, but maybe he's just a little lightheaded from smelling his own genitals. What's that acidic smell? Oh, it's a little bit of lemon. He's got a little lemon on his fingers.
There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing.
See, there's that word again. Just like that lady on TikTok. They want to make everybody uncomfortable, which is a nice coded phrase for make their life hell. Make them terrified. In fact, you'll see what I mean in a moment, but let's keep playing.
And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these times. If you see how uncomfortable people uncomfortably...
This Christian here that wants to praise the Lord.
So how's that going to
son,
turn him
and now I
towards
gotta
you
go home.
in any way?
I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just...
I actually kind of, this guy I kind of like, because his approach to dealing with Don and these protesters actually fucked them up a little bit. I'm sorry you're so angry. And then just watch how he talks to him, and you can see like Don starts to get angrier as time goes on, because he's not getting the reaction he wants. Again, it's a childhood dynamic. their interactions are based on how they behave with their parents, and throwing tantrums and throwing fits and being overly emotional always worked, always made mom and dad do what they want. But when strangers don't, reciprocate, either they escalate to violence or they do what this guy does. It throws them through a loop. It breaks their programming.
Chronicling, I'm not with the group.
Oh, what do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. So this is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus, and that's not something that we have to run away from. So this is kind of a bad day for us. But, we're going to heaven, so that's the best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't understand, because right now I'm so upset right now. I don't really have I'm thirsty, and I can't think very clearly. So what I want to do is just say, we love you.
Yeah.
My son and I love you guys.
Yeah.
And
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing we can say is that we love you guys.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, whoever's here in this house.
Okay.
We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone, and we want everyone to come to heaven.
Yeah.
We want people to go to heaven.
Yeah.
Did you see how fucked up that made Don? He was all like, hey, what do you think of all these protesters?
Totally fucked him up.
Does that fuck you up? And the guy's like, I love you, Don. I want you to go to heaven. Because you're going to get spit roasted in hell, Don. I know what you do to those gay men in bars, Don, making them smell your fingers. But I love you. You can be saved, Don. And he's just, it broke him. It absolutely boggled his little mind.
Wearing the uniform now, you think they're patriots?
I don't think so, especially those ICE agents.
That's
No,
what I'm talking
hell no.
about. Yeah.
Well, no, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your service.
Don says that he's not there with the protesters. He says that he's an independent journalist who has no stake in this, that he's just some impartial party that just so happened to be at this random church when these group of goofball fucks showed up. And what does he say to the psychopath? Thank you for your service?
Thank you for your service.
Do you know how many
Thank you for your cervix, buddy.
Shit, where they talk about government welfare queens and all of this and being thanked for their service. And Don is it's not military, he's not police, he didn't, take a bullet for the country. He's some smelly fucking psychopath that's screwed with church. Go, thank you for your service. Thank you so much for making children cry. If you hadn't have done that, who was going to? And, they did make kids cry. Like, you could see the stunned face. Like, people, how do you react to this? What is your reaction to this crazy shit? You need to keep in mind that Sam Hyde quote, because it really does fit. When we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. And they do. That is desperately what
Absolutely
they want.
True.
So what's the outcome of this? Well, at first it sounded great. We started getting arrest photos. Crazy ass, the BLM members, they started getting taken away in handcuffs.
Good.
I think I've got another one here. Here we go. These three individuals, the guy in the middle was heavily involved. The two on the left and the right were people that kind of organized this happening, right? So they get arrested, and then what happens? Well, it's something that's happened pretty much in any case of anything that's happened in the last fucking year. Judges stepped in and started fucking with it. Outrage is erupting after leftist Biden judge releases two of the Minnesota church stormers, Nikema Levy Armstrong and Chantel Allen, impeach the judge. A magistrate judge found no probable cause to support arrest warrants for 5 more people involved in the St. Paul church protest. Breaking. A federal magistrate declined to sign off on charges against Don Lemon, who was reporting from a protest that disrupted a church service in Minnesota over the weekend. The president of El Salvador might have a fucking point. If you don't impeach the corrupt judges, you cannot fix the country.
Yep.
They will form a cartel of judicial dictatorship and block all reforms protecting the systematic corruption that put them in their seats. Every time something has happened, there is some fucking...
It doesn't even matter where. You just have lazy judges, corrupt judges that allow crime back into your community and nothing gets fucking solved. Never gets fucking solved. So then you're right back to the beginning, and then you have to wait until somebody gets fucking murdered. And then, even then, maybe they'll get a deserving sentence, but maybe. It's not even likely.
Judge.
I fucking hate
Someone
judges are the
that
worst.
intercedes
They
and
need to be
just
put down.
completely fucking
Everybody.
tamps down on it.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't be saying that.
It's fucking crazy town.
All of them need to be
All right, so
impeached.
that all leads us up to
We'll just
today
say that. They
with
just need to
another
be
fucking
impeached.
shooting, which is, again, they're desperate to have a martyr. This is how they operate. They put people into a situation where they're in danger of getting injured, or they injure somebody
I
else.
had a
They make
Hassan
that person
moment.
a martyr, and then use it as justification to take violent action, because if they tantrum loud enough, they're going to get their way. So they've been trying to set this up repeatedly, over and over and over again, and it hasn't worked. And today, they're hoping it's going to succeed. That it's going to allow them to go out and burn a city down again, to target people again. And, you know, we're going to take a look at that. We're going to look at the shooting. And we're going to look at who's involved.
They just need to wall off these cities and let them do what they want to do. Just wall it off. Don't touch it. Let it happen.
The anti-ICE measures in Minnesota, and its connections to the Walls administration, and its connections to the local police department that's under the control of both Tim Walz and Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis. Before we do that, we'll take one last break here. I'll put up the merch.
Fuck! Do all these people go to that Ko-fi thing because they're banned from Patreon, or?
Oh, sorry there, Chad. Apparently there's a little bit of an update. Let me find the video here. Oh, where is he? Okay, hold on one sec. Oh, where was it? There's so many seething fucking leftist clips. I think it was this one. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I'm pretty sure it was this one.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times.
Okay, so this dude, this Antifa general, Communist Supreme of the Minnesota Party, this guy that's advocating going and marching in the streets with semi-automatic weaponry, apparently he likes to wear pretty dresses. It's every fucking time. Of course it's a truth. Of course it's a fucking truth. Why would it not be? Why would it not be a truth?
I don't care.
Just, imagine my shock. What a surprise. What a surprise. So, this all leads up to today. You've seen how it keeps escalating in Minnesota. It's not going to cool down. Because they don't want it to cool down. As long as there's a distraction, violence, shit burning, people getting hurt, it distracts people from the massive amount of fraud and irresponsibility and aptitude and collusion that took part by these politicians in the DFL. So they want to let this keep running. They want to keep churning it out because it gives them an excuse. It gives people something else to focus on other than how horribly corrupt they are. And this all leads up to today, where once again, we've got protesters out in the street. This time it's a guy, he's got a gun on him, a couple of clips on him. I'm going to let you, just like with the Renee thing, I'm going to just play without commentary.
I totally disagree with this one. I don't think this was a good shooting.
Videos I could where like the resolution's okay and the angle's good, and you can watch, and then we'll go through it. So let me play that, and here we go.
I don't think this was a good shooting. I don't care what he says. I still don't think it's a good shooting. Oh, dude, fuck Hank Green. Yeah. I'll never use Patreon, man. I hate both of the Greens. Fuck both of the Greens. Oh, I didn't see this side though. can't see what happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
But it makes me suspicious. Why am I seeing every perspective on the other side of the street behind all the ICE officers? It's my first time seeing this perspective. Was this the more incriminating perspective?
Oh my god! Oh my god! The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do? Yes! Liz, somebody call the ambulance! Somebody call the ambulance!
Somebody get the ambulance. I need me an ambulance. So that's a clip. That's what happened. Guy had a gun on him, had a couple of clips on him. There's debate. Did he do something? Did he not? I can tell you what you can observe from the video. So let's walk through it, shall we?
He's so fucking quiet. I can't hear him.
Let me turn the volume off so I don't have to hear the nonstop fucking Will
I'm gonna have to
Stencil
turn the
whistle
effects off of this
that's
so I
going
could
on
hear him.
here. So this is a group that's in the middle of. I don't know if these are like people that are following ICE, if they're using the app, and we're going to get to that later with the app and what people are doing with it in Minnesota. But he's with these two ladies. Law enforcement starts pulling the ladies off. He starts getting involved. He's got a gun on him. One of the important key things of this entire shoot that happened is right around the 50-second mark. Like you can see, he's having a back and forth with the cops. He's covering this lady because the cops are pushing her out of the way. But it's around the 40-50-second mark. Let me pull the volume back on. You hear all the cops start screaming, he's got a gun, 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 gun.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Yeah, here you can hear it right here.
Yeah, but this guy right here, you can see it in the video where he has the gun right now. He has the gun. Now, I don't know if he has another gun. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he has another gun. But he just stripped a gun off of him already. You can see it from the other perspective. He stripped a gun off of him already. So, I don't know if he has one on the inside of his waistband, like in front of him. Because they took this one from his back. Now, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe they got tunnel vision and that guy didn't say, I have the gun or some shit. But I don't know. This one's hard to defend here. I don't know if I could defend this one.
And that's it. He gets lit up. So I'm not giving any benefit of the doubt to this. I'm done doing that. I've dealt with violent bullshit like this that will lie through their teeth and manipulate anything they can. That will go out and instigate.
Well, and this is the other thing. This just happened like 12 hours ago. And so we don't have any fucking details, but people have already just come to the conclusion. And, you know, it's hard to say which is right and which is wrong right now, 12 hours after this shit fucking happened. Like, give it a few days, you know, at least before we start jumping to conclusions. But that's what people love, is immediately this is a partisan issue and we need to take a side. There's no thought into it whatsoever.
Trouble as much as they can. This guy could turn out to be the most American as apple pie guy that just somehow got in the middle of something and did something stupid. I don't give a shit. He was at this ICE operation with a fucking gun and he got lit up for it. I don't know. Chances are tomorrow, the day after, we're going to get some bullshit with this guy that's going to make it much more apparent what's going on. But
Well,
I'd
and
like to remind
it was already discovered that he was posting shit on Twitter about kill ICE and stuff like that, but I don't think ICE was there scanning his fucking Twitter to make the determination to fucking shoot him or not. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see in the next coming days whether this was justified or not. But right now, I'm highly on the fence, and mostly on the fence of on his side, to be honest.
what happens every time one of these things happens. Every time something like this comes up. Hold on, let me pull this video down for a second. and just show you what went on, just how they operate, how the leftist mindset operates. Here's the post. Another horrifying image out of Minneapolis. Look at the terror on this man's face as federal agents point a gun at his face and threaten his life. Enough is enough. Our government is committing war crimes abroad and murdering and terrorizing citizens at home. We need a revolution.
We need a
Read that and you
revolution.
think, oh my God, ICE is out there acting like Gestapo. They're Stasi. They're rounding people up and putting them in camps. But then you see more of what was going on. And what was it? The guy grabbed his fucking gun. The guy
Oh, I
tried
didn't see it. I gotta see it. No, I gotta see it again.
what's going on.
Hell yeah.
And what was it? The guy grabbed his fucking gun. The guy tried to grab his gun. You can actually see his hands on the shit. You can see him grabbing it.
I wonder how bad those hurt. People say the 40 millimeter chalk rounds, like, you could maybe take that. Like, it'll hurt like a bitch. Like, you best not take it into any soft places. But how do these work? Or is it like super soft?
And he gets lit up for it.
You just took that to the
This
fucking
happens for every
face.
fucking incident. Like I said, they're desperate for a martyr. This is entirely the point. They want to set up a situation where they have somebody to rally behind so they can go out and do shit. I'm just fucking tired of it. I'm tired of communists. I'm tired of leftists. I don't fucking care anymore. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
And you know,
I'm
when
right
it
there,
comes to
but
this ICE app and following them around and screwing with people, let's take a look at what's going on. This is from Cam Higby. This is another person that's been in Minnesota, just like Nick Sorter and others have been for the past week and a half to 2 weeks. Minneapolis Signal infiltrated. I've infiltrated organizational signal groups all around Minneapolis with the sole intention of tracking down federal agents and impeding, assaulting, and obstructing them. Each area of the city has a signal or several signals. Let's start with screen recordings of all members in the Southside News chat. Finds a signal group where they literally organize hundreds of them on how to fuck with ICE and screw with them. And who's involved in this? Minneapolis Signal infiltrated. They are everywhere, and local police are cooperating. Here's an observer calls out a possible agent but says she's just out walking your dog so she can't continue on. Dispatch called for backup. Also below is a message indicating that the local PD may get involved if ICE hinders public safety. Now, why would the police possibly coordinate with Antifa and commies when it comes to fucking with federal law enforcement? Probably because Tim Walz's administration is involved in it. Minnesota Signal Group leader identified as Amanda Kohler, a protest organizer and campaign strategist for Tim Walz. This isn't the first time Tim Walz and his administration has been linked to some kind of criminal activity. There was a man that went around killing Democrats in this state, and when they arrested him, what he told the FBI was that Tim Walz had instructed him to do it, which on its face you'd say he's a schizo and it's crazy and why would you ever believe him? But then you find out he used to work with Tim Walz, and his wife used to work with Tim Walz. And now, once again, what do we find out? People in the DFL and the Walz administration, people that worked on his election campaign committee, are involved in an Antifa signal chat to fuck with law enforcement. And not just them. Even as I was getting the stream ready to do
not
this,
even in the slightest bit.
Hey, let me see if I can find this. Because they started one after the other. It wasn't just one person, it was multiple people. Let me see if I can find the names here. Because it just kept coming, one after the other. Because, of course, why wouldn't it? You can't just have a little corruption, a little graft, a little bit of weirdness. So let's see. We had Amanda Kohler, another Minnesota State Senate candidate, Anita Smithson, was identified as a dispatcher in the anti-signal group. Local Minneapolis politician Dave Snyder identified as an admin in the anti-ICE signal group. So multiple DFL politicians are inside a signal chat group to coordinate against federal law enforcement, while politicians publicly say...
So if this shit is so obvious, why is nothing being done about it? They're caught. They're caught fucking red-handed. Why is the federal government... We own the federal government. Why are we not fucking doing anything about it? This shit is so fucking dumb. I'm so tired of the right too. It's we own the government and we're gonna be all talk. We're gonna prosecute. The same thing in Trump's first term. We're gonna prosecute Hillary. We're gonna prosecute everybody that was involved. We're gonna drain the swamp. We had 4 years of fucking nothing. Now here it's blatantly obvious and proven. Well, maybe not proven. But here it's blatantly obvious. And nothing is getting done about it. So what? We're going to just sit here and acknowledge it? Yeah, okay. Or we'll charge them and they got to pay a fine of fucking $100,000, which is not even a tenth of what they fucking probably grift out of all the fraud going on in that state. Like, okay, we'll just let it happen. We'll let it happen. We'll pretend like we care and we don't want to let it happen, but we'll just let it happen. Fuck that, dude. This shit's so fucking tiring.
Oh no, we want to cooperate, or we don't agree with you, but we're not going to hinder you. It's so fucking dirty. This state is so dirty. This state is so fucking dirty.
Who does the state answer to?
They will continue this. One of two things is going to happen. They will use this guy as a justification to riot, or they will continue to persist in escalating to find somebody else they can martyr to riot for. The question is, when are you going to have enough of it? When are you going to say, I just don't fucking care anymore? I just don't give a shit anymore about upset communists and leftists trying to use principles against us. I'm done with you. I want to go to fucking Mars, have a robot waifu, have AI, and have AR and VR. I don't care about your fraudulent third world bullshit and your cult of white hate and your weird financial system that's never worked anywhere, and your idolization of socialists that wipe out tens of millions of people. You know, how you love Mao Zedong and Stalin, and they're some of the biggest butchers in history. I'm just fucking done with you. Because you have no grasp of what reality is. You have no skin in the game. You don't work, you don't have social connections, you're not involved in a neighborhood, you don't have bills that need to be paid in a timely manner. You don't pay rent or mortgage. You have no responsibilities. So you live in this fictionalized, childlike view of what the world should be. And then you get violent and try to enforce it upon everybody else. And you think that if you don't get your way, you can throw violent tantrums and say that, well, I'm right and I'm on the right side of history, and you disagree with me and you're white, so you're wrong by default. I'm just fucking tired of it. I can see what that post-scarcity society looks like. I can see what it could be in 20 or 30 years. I can see that, you know, golden utopia over the fucking hillside.
No, you can't.
I'm just asking myself, do I want...
No, you can't, because it'll be fucking invaded again. You're never going to have it. This whole idea of a utopia is never going to exist because you're going to have people in there that are fucking communist that will fucking ruin it. Sure, you can have it for maybe, 100 years. But soon enough, that shit is going to just collapse because you're going to have fucking people like that beg for the collapse because they want their fucking stupid ideology to reign power. You'll never have this golden utopia. Never, ever.
Columnist communists getting in the way of it? Fuck no. No, I don't. And I would urge people, when they have a moment to themselves, not listening to other people or discussing it.
It's not even communists that you're going to have ruin it. You're going to have other righties fucking ruin it.
Ask yourself,
you're going to have fucking righties that say, oh yeah, we need to import more people because that's what Jesus would do. And fucking destroy it all. You're never going to have a fucking utopia.
What do you want from life? What do you imagine a good life to be for you, for your family, your kids, your friends, your community? And who aligns with getting that, and who is in the way of that? And more often than not, these crazy fucking leftists are directly in the way of it.
I got removed from the group.
How many times do you see them out marching for criminals, out marching for people that do heinous, horrible shit and hurt society on the whole, but never lift a fucking finger for any decent person in need? How many times do you see them champion programs being fraudulently abused that go to criminals while sneering at the people that pay those bills and say, you need to? What do you mean I can't get my sugary drink on my SNAP benefits? You're a racist white piece of shit, and I hope you die. Let's, you know, how many times have they killed something you love? How much of art and entertainment and hobbies?
You're gonna have that forever, though. You're gonna have that forever. You're gonna have white people that say that this is another sort of ism. This is ableism, transgenderism, all this other kind of stuff. It doesn't even matter if it's a fucking minority. You're forever gonna be emboldened to give these people benefits because of their isms. Unless you say absolutely not. But then when you have people who actually need it, then you're going to have people who don't need it but will pretend like they need it and take advantage of it. It's just fucking human nature. I don't see any society that's ever going to outlive this. At least any Western society. I feel like a lot of the Eastern societies have curbed this quite a bit.
Subverted, has their tourist mentality taken over, and absolutely torpedoed and sunk for you. What aspect of your life and the life you live and the things you like have they actually made a benefit or added to in any meaningful fucking way? Because I honestly can't think of any, if at all. And I'm noticing that there's a paradigm shift happening outside of even this event today or the last week or so, that people are sort of deprogramming themselves and coming out of this slumber where they just sort of allowed it and live and let live, and if I keep my head down, things will be fine. And they're just not okay with that anymore. That they're just not okay with letting these fucking tantruming children get away with this shit anymore. So I
don't know about that.
That this desperate fucking attempt that the left is doing like they've always done to get a martyr to start a riot does not benefit or happen for them. I am hoping that the federal government drops a knee on these fuckers, that Walz ends up in handcuffs, that Jacob Fry ends up in handcuffs.
They never will. They never will.
Displaced population of $100,000 banana or 100,000 banana and rice eating bajillion IQ Somalians don't take all the money that should have been given to the 560,000 Minnesotans that needed them through whatever various programs they needed aid from, whether that was rent or SNAP or medical or whatever.
They never will.
Just enough is enough. It's got to stop somewhere. And I had said in the earlier stream, the one that I had done a few weeks ago, that if you think Minnesota's bad, other states are worse. And already you can see stories creeping out about what it's like in California, what it's like in New York, what it's like in Vermont or New Hampshire.
Maine is the other big one now they just found.
Bad, man. There are politicians that just don't care. They just want to get rich. Why do you think so many career politicians go into a job that pays hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and walk away with tens of to hundreds of millions of dollars? Because it's dirty as fuck. And they're never held to account. And they will sell out their countrymen for their own personal profit. And they will help to stabilize a system that absolutely crushes citizens while upholding and promoting the activities of criminals and illegals. It's just, it has to stop. It cannot persist.
It does have to stop, but it's not going to.
So I hope Minnesota goes down in the history books when it's looked back upon as being the point where people said, nah, you know what, I'm good. Enough of this fucking shit. I think this is where we just say enough. That's my hope. What the fuck, man? That is the past week and a half? I mean, that was a 2-hour show, a 2-hour stream for just a week and a half.
Shit, it has been 2 hours already.
Week and a half, or 2 weeks or 3 weeks is going to be like. You know, originally, I was thinking, you know, maybe I'm feeling a little better. Maybe I'll do a stream. I was actually putting something together with, what was it? Leaping Lemur and Turkey Tom and Lakari.
Oh, shit.
Adam 22.
Oh, shit.
There's so much shit going on with so many communities with just goofy shit. Right? And that was what I was working on. And you can't not notice this shit.
Like I was saying, there's so much shit going on all the time.
Every day it escalating. Every day it getting worse. And they won't change. They won't alter course. It's like they just can't compute. They can't understand. They can't comprehend that
there's so many things snowballing all at once.
Grow the fuck up. You can't tantrum in front of the entire country and expect to get away with it. So, as far as like the the stuff I talked about, maybe I'll do a stream next week or a couple of weeks from now. I don't know, covering that. Be a more weird internet people thing. But this is my backyard. I have to talk about it. I mean, this is shit that is happening in the state I live in. And it happens every couple of fucking years, and it has for a decade now. And it just, I want it to stop. Make it stop. Send in the tanks, Trump. Put an end to
He
it.
fucking never will. He said 2 weeks ago that he might enact the Patriot Act. Or not the... Is it the Patriot Act? No, the Insurrection Act. Jesus, Patriot Act. The Insurrection Act. He said it 2 weeks ago. Threatened. And the threat was to make them fucking do something. They're not doing something. Now you have it escalating, getting even more violent. You have people going into churches where people are worshiping and fucking just totally being a fucking nuisance. They're starting to get even more and more violent. They're calling to kill all these people, especially after today. They're calling to kill all fucking ICE agents that you see. Even before that, they were calling to shoot them down and in the streets and shit like that. Why isn't Trump doing the Insurrection Act? Fucking Waltz said that he has the National Guard on standby, and I think he said that he was going to send them in today. But the National Guard is answering to fucking Tim Waltz. They're going to do whatever Tim Waltz says, just like the police are doing whatever the mayor of Minneapolis says, which is fucking nothing. So, yeah, the time for the Insurrection Act has been 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. It needs to fucking happen already.
Can't you pull a Venezuela on walls? Can't you Black Hawk helicopter him out after discombobulating him? Discombobulation? Really? You couldn't have come up with a better code name for it? You know, I made a off-the-cuff
It was a fact.
After
Did happen.
reports came out about sound weapons being used against the security that was guarding Maduro. And I had said, boy, it sure sounds a lot like Havana syndrome, where all the intelligent assets and politicians were getting horrifically sick all throughout that region, talking about unexplained illness and mysterious vans parked nearby, and not sure if it was like some kind of a radiation weapon or what was going on.
That'd be cool to get
People were
declassified.
Like, oh, no, man, that can't be possible. That's not possible. And then what do you got? You got the government coming out and saying, I have a discombobulation ray? I've got a discombobulation ray that I'm just pointing at motherfuckers' heads?
What happened with Turkey Tom?
That's some, like, black budget shit.
I like Turkey Tom a lot, too. I don't know what's going on. Hang on, I gotta pee real quick. But I'll read the message if you type it out. Oh. was eager to find out about the Turkey Tom stuff when I came back.
That's like the military saying, "Hey, let's send the
Unless it's
politicians
covered in this video.
in this region and then zap them with our fucking weapons, because they got to report the results to us anyway." What a perfect test subject. They've got nowhere to run. They're gonna come and report it to us, and we're gonna get all the data we need for our discombobulation weapon. So I don't know, Trump. You know, load it up on an AWAC, fly it over Minnesota, and discombobulate Tim Walz, and drag him out of the fucking governor's mansion.
It's
And,
not gonna
let's
happen.
call it a day. Just discombobulate.
It's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
Not a prop at all. I don't think anybody's gonna have an issue with that. Lex Luthor, somebody in chat. Lex Luthor's favorite gun. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Why would it not be? You know, hold on. Let me double check, because shit pops off so much. Let me see if there are any updates. If I've missed anything at all that would have popped up. Oh, rumors say Mark Ruffalo has been fired by Disney for his comments about the government.
Good. Fuck Mark Ruffalo.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mark Ruffalo's such a raging piece of shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of breaking news right now of leftists seizing the streets in Minneapolis and doing the shit. Do you remember they set up Chaz and Chop? We talked about that last stream.
Oh man, I forgot
have a
about
feeling that's gonna
Chaz
happen
Chop.
over the next week.
Chop
They are
Chaz.
desperate for this guy to be a martyr, and
That was
give him
awesome.
an excuse to go out and riot. That is what they.
And this is another thing. Lefties are just fucking dying to have this whole martyrdom. Absolutely chomping at the bit to become a martyr. Totally want to be a fucking martyr. Just to allow this to happen. If not murdered, they at least want to be arrested and beaten so they can have their Rodney King moment.
They are fucking salivating over, and I wouldn't doubt for a second that that's what's going to happen. So we'll see. Here we go again. Here we go again, chat. All right. So I've got super chats, Ko-Fi, and Cash App stuff to get to. Let me see here. Sorry, 1 second here. This. No, actually.
Oh man, I don't want to do fucking chats. Come on now.
Sorry, chat.
Is the rest of this super chat segments?
There we go. So now people are aware.
Yeah. All right. Well, shit, that was a good way to kill 2 hours. I wonder what else we can find. But he's absolutely right. It's just total unfettered chaos going on in fucking Minneapolis. This I was watching earlier, but might as well start from the beginning. As much as I don't want to watch Asmongold, we'll watch this.
We need more information. Yeah, we need more information about this before you can just go and immediately pop off about it. But anyway, so
He's loud.
This is a video of what happened, right? So I guess this is the guy right here. I want to watch the original video that came out first, and then we'll go back. We'll work backwards from that. So obviously, yes, there are.
I didn't know
more
you did
There's
that.
more to it than this, but this is the first video that was released that at least I saw. So this is the guy.
Yeah, I think YouTube blocked that.
And, like, I'm going to be honest, like, you can't even see what the fuck happened.
You know, as
Like,
weird
straight
as it
up,
is,
how does anybody
can't really
know
be
what
mad.
happened? I mean,
know.
really, like, yeah.
Whatever you do behind your doors with consenting adults, I don't know. I can't be fucking upset. But it is fucking weird. And it doesn't surprise me that he's some deranged gooner. I think everybody who does these like YouTube commentary videos, I think they're all probably deranged in one way or another.
He got shot? Yeah, I've got a feeling that probably happened. But, like, besides that, look towards his feet. I mean, I can't, guys, I don't think that my vision is bad. You can't see shit in this video. You can't see shit in this. So anyway, let's go. There apparently is another video. This is the new video. Let's take a look at it. Okay, here we go. All right. There's other videos? Yeah, I know. I was just saying, like, all I was saying is that I think that people jump to conclusions, like, insanely fucking fast without even, like, you have this video and it's being recorded, like, through a little fucking lens like this. And, like, how the fuck is anybody gonna see even what happened? Okay, this one's TOS. Let me know when does the TOS part come up?
I don't care about this part. Let's see Tim Waltz talk about it, though.
To lead this investigation. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening.
Yes.
But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this.
What are you gonna fucking do about it?
It's like they did with the last one.
Have the last word.
You're not gonna do a fucking thing.
As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning.
All these fucking old people take office, and then they're high school tough guys. You're not gonna do a fucking thing.
The federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family.
Let me turn it up.
Of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've heard been lectured to by Republicans.
You can be lawfully permitted to do anything. It depends how you fucking do it. Was he a threat? I don't know.
Is it lawful to assault a federal officer?
It is not only your right, it's your duty.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high. And to Minnesotans...
Oh, it's so cooked. It's totally cooked. It's 100%
peace and
cooked.
Normalcy back to our lives.
No,
they want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence.
Then tell them to...
What are you talking about? You've been violent this entire fucking time, you fucking idiot. Fucking loser.
Stop impeding arrests.
Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen,
tell them to stop doing
have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation.
Jesus.
Donald Trump, I call on you once again. Remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully.
Last week,
it must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint. And I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace. We'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as
See, he never tells people to not go and impede investigations or the law enforcement. That's the problem. Is that he's really the one that's making this happen.
I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve.
Never. He never has said that.
A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him.
See, I think the biggest problem right now is that the people who are dying are the people who the left don't care about dying. It's all white people. They want some illegal immigrant to get shot and killed unjustly so they can totally ramp this up, win the midterms, and totally sweep. But they're not getting that. That's why this shit is like almost open and shut. Like nobody gives a fuck anymore.
I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared. They're confused. And I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs,
and a
desire to be heard.
Oh, here we go.
But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered...
Why are sign language interpreters so fucking funny? Why do they all look like thumbs? Jesus.
Yesterday in Minneapolis proved that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully.
You look at a person, you could tell that they know ASL.
And they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota...
Can you talk emotionless in sign language? No emotion? Just hand signals? I'm pretty sure you can.
Minnesota National
What's the point of doing all this stuff?
Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Oh, here we go.
Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Of course not.
Well, I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the president's chief of staff, and
how'd that go?
First request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning.
Is that their decision to make?
Before any investigation is done.
If it's a federal officer, I don't think it's a state investigation.
The federal government spinning stories.
It's not.
And putting up pictures and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end.
Yeah, it will.
Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't.
No, I don't. He should have done the Insurrection Act last week.
I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement.
They actually are law enforcement, you stupid fucking idiot. This is what's sowing the seeds of people going out and fucking causing issues of that they're not law enforcement. They 100% are law enforcement. They're enforcing federal law. You fucking moron.
We have law enforcement who do an incredible job.
No,
And to
they
listen
don't.
to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess. No, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in.
Man.
There's a whole lot of Republicans,
Here we
for
go.
whatever reason, cannot find their spine.
Yeah.
But they might
Yeah, the
find
Republicans
the ability
can't
to know
find their
that they're
spine.
not going to win another election.
I
as long
told
as they
you.
live unless they
I
stand
told
up for
y'all
what's
this shit
right
was gonna
and
happen.
Stand up for the rule of law and stand up for human decency.
Everybody supports these people getting deported. You're totally fucking clueless and lost.
And that's the moment.
Fucking
Baldy's in it.
senile
He's in
old
it down
piece
to the
of
down
shit.
to the last man. He's gonna go down with his ship.
He's gonna go down
Yeah.
with this ship. No, he's not.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good question. And,
Yeah,
and
what are
look,
you gonna do?
I speaking to
You ain't
the
gonna
people
do
of
shit.
Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask
There's a
you
lot of
for
screams.
peace. And I know the answer is, you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming
That's
out of a
peace
donut
whenever
shop.
you go after somebody?
We cannot
What
give
do you
them
mean?
what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming
Caused
out of the
by
White House
you
and
people.
what it's doing here.
Literally
My
caused by you
confidence is,
people.
and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights. Speak out. Bear
Absolutely.
witness and document legally.
Bear witness.
But I understand the risk in that.
He
And I
never
understand
says
the courage
to stop
that it takes
impeding.
to have people out there.
There is no risk. If you stand on the sidewalk, stay out of the way, don't impede, there is no risk. You're free to express yourself, scream as much as you fucking want. Just stay out of the fucking way. But no, that seems too hard to conceive, right? Even to conceptualize that. Bring that little thought into your head. That's way too hard to do. Fucking idiot.
He
doing
never
this.
says it.
Thank God. Thank God.
Mulatto latte skin mulatto mutts in the Fable trailer. I don't know. I have to rewatch it again. I tried to watch it off of IGN the other day, and it was nothing. It was just a music showcase. Like, they showed the trailer, but they had like copyright free music playing over it, so it meant absolutely nothing. But I'll have to watch that later. I'm sure it's gonna fucking suck. It's probably written by a woman, so it's probably not gonna be good. Developed by women, probably on Unreal 5. It's probably gonna suck. It's probably not gonna be good. It'll never be Fable 2. There'll never be another Fable 2. What the fuck is that? Is it on Steam already? Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Totally re-releasing it. I bet you it's going to have a ton of LGBT and all kinds of other fucking stupid shit in it. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be worth the fucking $70 they'll charge for it. I'm not hyped one bit or another, even though I fucking love Fable. Fable 1 and 2 are just peak RPG games. Fable 1 and 2 blow Skyrim far out of the water. I'm gonna die on that hill. Skyrim is a introductory level RPG game.
We have video because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough.
Yeah, you guys are gonna use this fucking guy dying as your fucking political stance. These people are sick. The dude is, again, been dead for 13 hours now, and they're using him. This has to be him dying needs to be the time that you say enough is enough. Fuck you.
Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
You're just another body to these fucking people. They don't give a shit about you. Just another fucking infuriation tactic.
Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground?
Well, yeah, I don't think they even can.
And why do none of these reporters fucking call him out on this? None of them. Never have, never will. Straight to their face.
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA has attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA.
We don't even know any of the
State Patrol,
facts
or Minneapolis
other than the
at that
fucking
crime scene.
video footage.
Paul,
What I
market
will
on
tell
insurrection,
you,
that could be
and not to
crazy,
get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation? If not either DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request.
And this is the thing these idiots don't understand, is that these people don't care what law enforcement it is. They don't care if it's Minneapolis police that are totally on board with fuck ICE and shit like that. They don't care. They hate you if you're wearing a uniform. Absolutely hate you if you're wearing a uniform. So why even fucking bother?
To the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene, and
see the close-up?
In this investigation. So we are there. We're
The guy
available.
shot one
We
ICE
wanna make
officer
sure
in the
that we
knee
continue
first?
to
I don't
work
think
on
so.
this and engage with
Who said it at the
with
same
our
time?
federal law enforcement. But at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were.
I don't
not
think he
able to
shot the
hold it.
gun.
We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto, within your time, have you activated the National Guard? I noticed that Sherwood Wade
Yeah, this is what they need to do. They need to have National Guard.
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans
Yeah, it's all
the
on
frustration
you.
you have. And as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately.
Killed him for
and then
why?
left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the
mauling.
scene when you got there after a
He's
man was
upset.
killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk
Where's
about
Minnesota?
what
So
the
many
role
nut
of these
jobs?
Guard troops are.
The government.
The changing appearance mechanic, isn't there so no evil look? What do you mean? So if you're evil, you don't look evil? Is that what you're saying? In Fable, if you did evil things, you would become looking evil. And if you did good things, you would get a little halo above you, and then all your clothes would get like blue and white.
In
lets it happen.
conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin
This would happen
County
everywhere if the government let it
Sheriff's
happen.
Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point
Yeah.
where what we're saying
They
is
had the
we can
evil
handle
appearance
this,
thing.
and Minnesotans can express their.
And the more evil shit you did, the more demonic you would look. And I remember it was my goal all the time to do the most heinous shit. So I'd kill everybody, but I didn't understand that it was a persistent world. So when you killed a shopkeeper, the shop wouldn't come back. So you were totally fucked.
First Amendment rights, and have our folks on the streets and...
They removed that? Are you fucking serious? That was the... Dude, come on. Are you serious? Why would you remove that? It's part of the fucking game. Holy shit. What's wrong with people? Oh. I got a quest. Holy shit, that's a good quest too. The fucking reward is actually really good. That's so fucking stupid. Why would they remove that? Oh, dude, now I'm pissed. Now I'm not even gonna fucking ever touch that game. I swear, as soon as it releases, it's gonna have like a fucking 50% on Steam. It's not gonna be good. God. Oh, I can't even tell you how much that just hurts my soul. Taking the fucking point of the game out. Whatever. Yeah. Fuck these people.
These people out
they don't
of here.
activate
and so,
the police,
John,
etc.
if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota to include the State Patrol,
See, that's what they should have done at the beginning.
and other local agencies to render assistance if requested. I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing...
Okay. I'm fucking pissed off about the goddamn Fable thing. Now I gotta see it.
With them this morning on that, and that first area of...
No, let's not see that.
Fable is Playground's first open-world action RPG, and we couldn't be more proud to be carrying on the work of the legendary Lionhead Studios, the original creators of the franchise. And although our game is a new beginning, I think what we're making is really faithful to the spirit of the classic Lionhead trilogy that we all love. At the heart of our game is a simple, recurring question. What does it mean to you to be a hero?
Why do all these gameplay overviews
our game is about choice.
Do that? Here's some little kitty humor. It's funny. I mean, Fable is full of it, but Jesus. Here's some little kitty humor. Here's some Marvel humor for you to keep you engaged.
At the heart of our game is a simple, recurring question. What does it mean to you to be a hero? Our game is about choices and their consequences.
That's exactly why you had the whole demon Halo fucking thing. That's literally the point.
It's packed with action, drama, British humor, moral dilemmas, and quite a few challenges.
British humor.
All
the
of this
worst fucking humor.
In a fairy tale which could only be Fable.
In classic Fable fashion, you begin the game as a child, growing up in the sleepy rural village of Briar Hill. It's here that in a moment of extreme danger, your heroic powers first emerge, and we discover that you are Albion's first hero in a generation.
I don't mind that they're redoing
Not long
this.
afterwards, disaster strikes, and the people of your
It's the same
village,
thing in the last
including
two
your
games.
beloved grandma, are turned to stone by a mysterious stranger. Suddenly alone in the world,
That's different.
you'll set off on an adventure which will change Albion forever.
Venturing out into the world is a huge moment because this is Albion like you've never seen it before. Idyllic rolling hills, magical forests, bustling villages, sleepy hamlets, oversized vegetable patches, and stunning.
I don't mind the art because it's clearly a fantasy, like a they said it, a fairy tale. But so then, what's the point of taking away the
vistas?
Let's see what else
And
they
because our
fucking
Albion
remove
is truly open
before
world,
you.
for the first time, you'll be able to explore this rich and detailed world seamlessly, with the freedom to go where you want from early in the game.
We can't wait to welcome you back to Albion's iconic capital city, Bowerstone. Home to Fairfax Castle, the Old Clock Tower, and the legendary Heroes Guild.
It's a huge city, full of contrasts. Rich and poor, nobles and commoners, royalty and criminals. You'll spend plenty of time here during the game, as you discover the secrets of the Heroes Guild and its reclusive guildmaster, Humphrey the Golder.
If I'm playing a fantasy game, why would I spend most of my time in
You'll
the
find
fucking
mountains,
capital city?
craggy coastlines, spooky marshes,
Because I have to do fetch
and
quests
the
the entire
bleak,
fucking game.
windswept city of Bloodstone. Here, you'll meet the leaders of two rival gangs, vying for power, and uncover the secrets of the sinister but extremely well-organized Cult of Shadows. Our
Zac
Albion
Efron is a
beautiful,
developer.
handcrafted, and richly detailed.
Look at the frame rate on this. They couldn't even get a good frame rate for their fucking trailer.
In Albion, heroes are special, different.
Oh my god.
They're stronger than regular
Couldn't get a good frame
They're
rate
more
for their
skillful,
fucking
more
trailer. How fucking
charismatic.
stupid.
More importantly, they're those rare humans
This
who
is
can
gonna
harness
suck
and use
balls.
magic in the world around them. They have the power to do what they want.
And so do you. In our game, we want you to play as the hero you want to be. And that starts with being able to choose how your hero character looks.
So, in Fable, you'll be able to pick from a range of different character heads. And
Oh
customize
yeah,
your
of
clothing,
course you got that
hair,
one.
skin tone, tattoos,
Oh.
and scars.
It's not even changing. It's not even changing what we're all thinking it would change.
So the hero you
Just
play
changing the clothes.
represents you.
Oh, there we go.
But as well as your appearance, you can be the hero you want to be through the way you play, through the skills and abilities you learn, and through the weapons you use.
Just like the classic trilogy, heroes in our game fight with a combination of strength, skill, and will. Seamlessly blending melee and ranged weapons with magical abilities gives us style-weaving combat, allowing you to show off your personal playstyle against single opponents and large groups of enemies alike. Melee is at the heart of our close quarters combat. You'll use light and heavy combos, often knocking enemies off balance and executing stylish finishers. Swap to your ranged
Who
weapons.
cares
and
about
bypassing the guard,
finishers?
and deal with troublesome flying enemies. And of course, you'll be able to unleash your powerful spells to both manipulate and devastate your opponents.
We're excited to be bringing back some fan-favorite adversaries for you to fight. Hobbs are back.
I literally
As are
couldn't
Valkyries,
care
Hollow
if
Folk,
you brought those
and
back.
Trolls.
I don't care if you bring people back.
And we're adding brand new
Appeal to
enemies too,
nostalgia.
like this fearsome cockatrice, a giant fire-breathing chicken. Each enemy family is different, with their own weaknesses to exploit and defenses to overcome. But with all the unique tools in your combat toolbox, how you defeat your enemies is up to you.
The combat looks okay. It's
But
kind
there's
of...
more to being a hero in Albion than fighting.
Dude, I'm so fucking sick of Unreal 5. Unreal 5 is so fucking ugly. Unreal 5 is the worst. Holy shit. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'll go back on my Unreal 5 rant. No! I'm not Hassan reacting. Okay. I'm so sick of Unreal 5. I just played through Stalker 2. And there's absolutely no reason why I should significantly bottleneck on Stalker 2. Absolutely none. But Stalker 2, because it's on Unreal 5, is just totally fucking miserable to play. The ghosting is just awful. It makes everything look like absolute dog shit. None of the effects that anybody programs into Unreal 5 look even fucking remotely good. I hate Unreal 5. It just looks like absolute shit. Yeah, and everybody loves Expedition 33. It looks like fucking shit. It looks like if Final Fantasy was put into Unreal 5. And looks like shit. Fucking hate it.
Memories of the original games. So many of the stories about the stuff you can do when you weren't just.
I wonder what kind of grip Unreal 5 has on the fucking market.
When you interacted with the people
or at least Unreal
For me,
in general.
What I remember most vividly are the inhabitants of Albion, and the things you can do with them, or to them.
The crazy thing about the classic Fable games was that in the middle of a sprawling RPG was almost a complete other game where you could just mess around with the villagers and townsfolk.
And we've built that same experience in the middle of our game too. Buying a house, getting a job, making some money.
Oh, that looks cool.
Romancing.
Actually, that looks pretty sweet. That blacksmithing
Getting a
looks
job,
really cool.
Making some money.
That beats Fable 2's blacksmithing.
Romancing a villager, getting married, having kids.
Fancy a date?
Perfect. You can get to know me better.
Buying another house. Buying every house in Albion. Buying every business in Albion. Getting rich.
You
Marrying
did that
a
in
bunch
Fable
more
2.
people, having a bunch more kids. Probably getting divorced along the way for good measure.
And this game within a game is unique to Fable. It's systemic, interconnected, and you see the ripple effects of the things you do everywhere you go.
Game within a game. Yeah, if you start treating it that way, then your game is going to fucking suck. How about you just make it your game has this in my game instead of, well, there's a game inside of my game. Fucking moron.
And all of this revolves around the people who live in Albion, who we call the living population. There are
Oh my god. What a stupid fucking name. This all depends on the people living in Albion, which we call the living population.
more than 1,000 of them,
Fucking
and every
idiots.
single one is unique. Each of them has a name, a role, a daily routine, and their own personality.
Yeah.
You could follow any one of them
This has
for a
been
day
going on forever.
and just watch them live their life.
Again, this has been
They'll
going
get
on
up,
forever.
go to work, spend some leisure time on hobbies, then go home to bed.
This has been a thing
But
forever.
what's even cooler
This is not
that you can talk to
not
every single one of
revolutionary.
them in fully voiced conversations and interact with them in loads of different ways. Maybe the job they go to is working for you because you hired them to work in one of your businesses.
Hey, you. Working hard? How can I help you, boss?
Maybe the bed they sleep in isn't a house you own because you're the landlord.
Or maybe their bed is on the
You could be a landlord? That's how we hate those.
because you evicted them.
All right.
Oh, it's you. You're awful.
And all of the stuff you do affects what they think of you.
You're a legend.
Because everything you do builds your reputation.
Very impressive. Now that's an hero right there.
Morality has always been super important to Fable. That tension between
Literally,
good
that's
and
the
evil
basis of
underpinned
Fable's
all of the original
morality.
games. And
That's why you
morality
have
is
the
central
good
to
and
our
evil
game too.
appearance.
But we have a slightly different take on it.
For us, morality isn't black and white. There are lots of grey areas. And importantly, morality...
It's like these people haven't played the game. Yeah, the original Fallouts, or not Fallouts, Fables had the same fucking thing.
Is subjective. No two people see things exactly the same way.
Yeah,
And
that's
how
all
it
they
works
do
in
for
our game
Unreal
too.
5.
Everything you do earns you a reputation. And every person in Albion will have a different reaction to you as a result.
Hello there.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich.
They'll remember things you did directly to them, they'll love you or hate you for the choices you make, and they will always tell you why. Although, usually from a safe distance.
Our game will never judge you, but the people of Albion will, loudly.
Imbecile.
Your reputation is created by the choices you make, and you are going to make a lot of them. Big choices, little choices, moral...
I'm so tired of this choice facade of you have a choice in a game. Except you have 3 bad choices, 1 good choice. You have 3 answers to a question and one good one. It's the whole thing with Fallout 4. You have the yes, sarcastic yes, pensive yes, and then you have no. It's the same thing. Every game that says, "Oh, you have a choice." No, you fucking don't.
Choices, and some choices that will actually change the landscape of Albion for the rest of your game.
Yeah, I'm
We
sure,
call this
buddy.
idea, your choices change the world. Let's give you an example.
We call this idea your choices change the
We
world?
call this idea, your choices change the world. Let's give you an example.
Early in the game, you'll meet
This is
a
not
character
gonna be a
named
good
Dave,
game.
an egotistical gardener in a rural village who discovers a magical grow formula. He accidentally turns himself into a giant and becomes a big problem. It'll be your job to deal with him, and ultimately it will be your choice whether to kill him or to spare him. If you kill him, his giant corpse will lie on the farmland just outside of town for the rest of the game.
And that is going to affect house prices. It will also affect what a lot of the villagers think about you.
Especially Dave's sister.
In Fable, the choices you make will define you. What does being a hero mean to you?
At Playground Games, we've built a pedigree for beautiful, immersive, open-world experiences.
Playground
Yes,
Games?
they've typically involved sports cars, but this is a passion project for all of us.
Jesus Christ. So they've just done Forza.
Here. Every member of this team, which we've built from scratch, has two
Yeah.
key things in common.
New
A
Vegas
deep
is
love
the
for the
only true
franchise
RPG.
and a burning desire to bring it back.
I'm still
We're making this for
forever
Fable
going to
fans
die on
just
that
like
hill.
us, but also to introduce Fable to gamers who've never played the series before. It's been great to finally tell you a little about the game we're making. There'll be much more to share as we get closer to our launch. I'm excited to tell you today that Fable is coming to Xbox, PC, and PlayStation in autumn 2026. From all of us here, thanks for watching.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be good. I hope it'd be good, but it's probably not going to be good. It'd be cool to play a good RPG game like that again, but I doubt it's going to fucking happen.
More
Let's go back
resources,
to Waltz.
that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the
Not
resources
being used to
meet the
separate
requests
agitators
that we
from
have.
ICE? Yeah, I know.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their
He's so
reckless
mad.
actions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're going to bill him for
Oh, boy.
Sure you are, buddy. They're
He's
going
really
to tell you to
gonna
go
go down
fuck
with the
yourself
ship,
and pay
isn't he?
for it. He's going to send the bill to Trump, and Trump is going to walk to his face and say, fuck you. Tim Walz is going to turn around, tuck his tail, and say, okay, I guess we'll pay for it. Jeez.
I mean, I gotta respect it in a way. He's gonna go to war for those Somalian fucking
I'm rejecting the rush
illegals.
to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation.
But didn't
and
you
that's
do
why
that?
a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual.
I said
They've already made this the case, and I will just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this.
Yeah.
And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in
You
front
were
of them.
literally doing the
And
same
at
fucking
some point
thing.
in time, your reporting,
Didn't
and
already
I
map his
think your
mind?
reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable.
A fair investigation is one that you
We continue to hear,
do.
and we heard it from the Vice President, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather
Surely.
the information. So I won't say where it is, because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative
What's
already.
going on here?
And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what
The
work
audacity.
that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I
Dude,
don't know,
actually, that would be so fucking cool. That'd be the coolest fucking ship sailing game of all fucking time. And then you have the Spanish trying to fucking raid your ships. You gotta man the cannons with the fucking Spanish coming to try to raid your ships for your slaves. Dude, that would actually be sick.
I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough.
I love
Enough
U-boat,
is
too.
enough of this.
Holy fuck,
End
I
this.
love U-boat.
End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in
Oh, it's gonna
Chicago,
get
you're in
worse.
Philly,
Dude.
you're in Miami, it doesn't matter.
Miami's
we
not gonna
can't
have this
live like
problem.
this.
Oh my God,
Our
if I
children
wipe
are in
again, I'm
Because the
trauma.
police help the
A
fucking federal
5-year-old,
government.
you saw the picture, the bunny hat.
The 5-year-old. Yeah, you forget to mention that his father abandoned him. Conveniently, you forget to mention that his father abandoned him. And then that ICE tried to go back and take him to his house inside. And nobody would answer the door. You conveniently forget to mention that part. Can't imagine why. It's almost like you have some sort of agenda. Fucking loser.
And the Spider-Man,
He's
these are
trying
not
to
like
use
some
the
narrative to
5-year-old.
throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act
Oh
like
my
you're a tough guy
God.
or whatever. These are people's lives. And we have rule of law. So
Yeah.
I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it. But I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a
Yeah.
single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to
Yeah,
clean up our
when
mess?
you're getting descended on by hundreds of
proud
rioters.
I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you. He won't even answer the question.
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals. I have my thoughts.
Oh God, he won't even answer.
So the
it.
question was, what are we doing to assist federal law
You know what
enforcement
Tim's
on
contributing to mass
getting,
hysteria? He
violent
is.
criminals off the street, if I
He
understand the
absolutely
question?
is.
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down
not
from
very
that.
much.
No matter where we get that information from, if there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always
Not really,
willing
though.
to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We
Whoa.
have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders.
Sure seems like it.
State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life.
Surely do, buddy.
At great risk to the
It sure
community.
seems like
we
it.
do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Sure they do, pal.
That's it?
I'm here. I'm not going.
Oh, he left?
Homicide, manslaughter, that's who they're trying to protect in Minnesota. Rape, homicide, manslaughter, that's who they're trying to protect in Minnesota. I do not understand these people. We sent Governor Walz a very strong letter today.
Oh my God. We're angry. We sent an angry letter. Fucking, oh my God, dude. Is it just women in government? Is it women in anything that are just so unproductive? It's women that stoke these protest flames. It's women who react like this. We sent a strongly worded letter. Holy fuck.
She gotta go.
Yeah,
Oh, she's gotta go.
clearly.
They gotta get rid of her. Like, it really, honestly, like this is like a meme. It's a meme. Like, what are we doing here? Oh my God. Wow, a strongly worded letter. She actually said this.
Governor Walz a very strong letter today. We had been working on this letter. We got
my
it out saying that
God.
he
Stupid
better
bitch.
support President Trump.
Or what?
He better support the men and women in
Go
law
back to the
enforcement because if he
fucking
doesn't,
kitchen.
we
Good
are.
God.
And that's what we're doing right now.
Oh, right. You better do it.
Are there any consequences
Christ.
in this letter?
Well, we'll see. This is fluid. Let's
We'll see. Yeah. Okay. No.
see how Governor Walz responds. Let's see what he does.
We've
Based
seen
on-
his
based on
response.
what's happening
We've seen
right
how
now.
he
But
acts.
this administration
Do
is
something
going
about
to
it.
support the citizens. We're going to support our great men and women in law enforcement. Side,
Yep.
rape, homicide.
No. What do you expect her to do? I mean, probably go out there and try to press charges on these people. I mean, that's the first thing that I would do. Apprehend them. Do everything that you can. National Guard.
What do you expect her to do? Something more than just, we wrote a letter. And I said some very naughty words in the letter. I am not happy.
Army National Guard
Stupid
activated
bitch.
in Minnesota. Video frames raise hard questions. The gun agent said justified in the shooting in Minneapolis. Looks like it was already taken off him before the shots were fired. Clearer frames show an agent pulling what appears to be a SIG P320 off of the scuffle and moving away from it, and then the shooting happens. If that's accurate, he was effectively unarmed at the moment that he was killed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. That's what it seems like to me, too. What's out there so far, he was a legal citizen, legally owned a gun, and crossed paths with an ICE during operation. Agents say he approached them armed and wouldn't comply. Yeah, I mean, again, like,
Who cares if he's a legal
I don't know how
citizen?
anybody thinks doing this is going to result in a positive outcome. Like, regardless of whether the agent was in the right or not for shooting him, the guy is still dead. And I think it's such a huge mistake that you don't have more people, and more people in general, just going out and saying, hey, stop going out and listening to the and not listening to the police and being aggressive towards them. What happened before? Let me see if I can pull this one up. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, right and wrong don't help if you're dead. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that regardless of whether you think this is justified or not, it's undeniable that the amount of people that are going around and being violent and aggressive towards the police are escalating these situations beyond what they need to be, and they're
100%.
making them worse. And the longer that they allow that to happen, and they, like, that's treated as anything other than just something that immediately is breaking the law, then it's just going to keep getting worse. Recording equals aggressive? Well, I'm not talking about recording. That's not what I was saying. So this is the guy. Yeah, no, he was there recording them. Obviously.
Yeah, unroll your windows. No, you're just right inside.
Let's go around.
Fuck off!
Says it quietly enough, it doesn't fucking leave the vehicle. Fucking pussy.
Shit.
Oh my god. So, I mean, honestly, I think the officer handled that pretty well right there. You know, they just push the guy. They say, okay, that's fine. You want to record us. Just get off the street. I feel like that's very reasonable, honestly. That's extremely reasonable. There's nothing really wrong about that at all. But it seems like nobody here was being violent. Like, this isn't really a big problem at all. Anyone with a concealed carry knows you should always comply with police, announce your weapon, and de-escalate all potentially dangerous situations, at least in my state. The guy intentionally gets in the way and involved in an escalating situation. Absolutely retarded behavior from a concealed carrier. I think you're totally right. I do. I think you're completely right. I think this is absolutely fucking retarded to do. And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, like, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot. There is. Like, it's undeniable this is the case. And I feel like that nuance is constantly lost because you can easily come to the conclusion that maybe the way that they shot him was wrong. And based off of everything that I've seen, I'm pretty certain that they fucked up. I am. This seems pretty cut and dry that they fucked up.
You
now,
only
I'm not,
have...
You know, we need to wait for the body cam, and that way we'll really know. But right now, it sure seems like they fucked up. The only time, again, full-throated defense, like Karen's, the tiniest little details and nitpick, defending the innocence, host running around, playing pretend cop. This guy's been a cop for 8 years. The guy was Border Patrol agent for 8 years that shot him.
Do I have that already?
This is really the fault of the Minnesota officials. I agree with you. I think that the main people who are at fault here is the Minnesota government. I think the Minnesota government are 100% at fault here, and they're the ones that have allowed this to totally escalate and completely boil over out of control. I think that's absolutely what's happened. And I think also, to a lesser extent, who's the second most in fault? I think Trump is. Trump has let this happen. He's let everything escalate and get bad because he said, you know what? I'm not going to invoke the Insurrection Act. I'm not going to worry about this. And again, if you do...
Well, here's the other problem with invoking the Insurrection Act, though. Then you have military guys, which are very well known to be super smart. And then you have angry protesters that will be throwing rocks, ice, frozen water bottles, etc. at these super smart soldiers. And then you're going to get somebody that gets shot. And then it's going to be even fucking worse. I don't know. There's no winning. Unless people only respect fucking people in the military that have left the military. This is the thing that I don't get. You have all these protesters. I'm a veteran. I was in Afghanistan. Okay, so you went and subjugated a population by force, and that makes you noble for why? And so then you have all of these people that, I was a veteran in Afghanistan and Iraq. This is wrong. As if that's any sort of one-up on anybody. Good for you, buddy. You went and fucking massacred civilians and subjugated a populace through force because you wanted a Camaro and free college. You're so fucking cool. But then they're platformed and touted by leftists as these ultra freedom fighters, and they've had experience in freedom fighting. Even though 10 years ago plus they've been hating on these people for being baby killers and shit like that, which they probably fucking were. How about they're just universally looked down upon and we stop using them as pawns in our fucking game of who's right and who isn't? Fucking losers.
Oh, this is the guy talking. Let me see this.
Approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received a report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. Approximately 9:03.
It seems like he is. Trump must invoke the Insurrection Act now in the chaos and the deaths. Absolutely. Like, the sooner that happens, the sooner this stops. Whenever you have the governor of the state going up there and saying that law enforcement isn't law enforcement, if that's not an insurrection, I don't know what is. I don't. I feel like it's so obvious what he said is basically saying that, like, the federal government doesn't have authority over here. Like, if saying that the federal government doesn't have authority to enforce the law, if that's not the standard, then what the fuck is the standard?
Yeah. I gotta piss. I gotta piss. Oh.
It's insane. Yeah, it's nuts. What does the Insurrection Act do? It allows Trump to use the. I guess Trump can nationalize can nationalize the National Guard in Minnesota without it, but it allows him to bring in the military to make sure that nothing goes wrong and to have them enforce the law. And I think that's what he needs to do. And people like Tim Walz need to get arrested for sedition. Like, I mean, really, it should have. As I said, I have predicted this entire thing.
It's never gonna happen.
I have said every single thing that I thought was gonna happen has happened. Every single thing. And you know what? I bet it's gonna get worse.
It's never gonna happen.
Trump's too much of a pussy. He is. Look at this. It's a shithole. I mean, this is something you see out of like a fucking third world country. Jesus.
Oh, I guess I could turn this down.
Look at all this. Oh my God. What the fuck are they doing?
Nothing.
What the fuck are they doing? This is insane. It's like these people don't even believe in laws.
They don't.
Really? Like, they have no concept that you're not supposed to put out a massive barricade. This isn't protesting.
This same shit happened during the Summer of Love, buddy.
Oh my God.
Same exact shit.
They're building the case for the Insurrection Act. I completely disagree with you. I think that every single day that these people feel, every day these protests will get bigger until they reach a fever pitch and more violence occurs. Eventually, these people will start mass attacking ICE agents, and every day it will get closer and closer to that extreme. And the sooner that you do this, like, again, anybody could have predicted this. This isn't some kind of, like, fucking 5-head prediction here. It's obvious this could have happened. Is that my mattress? It does look like my mattress, but it's not. Have some respect. This is the Wagarthan Citadel. I guess they could do that, right? I mean, Minnesota secedes from America. They got renamed to Wagartha or Somalia 2, and then we can have Cuba be the 50th state instead. I think that makes sense. Smart. Maybe Venezuela.
Fuck ice. Fuck ice.
Greenland can be the 50th state. Oh, I forgot about Greenland. Oh. Yeah, I mean, you can't have a civil society when you have people running around building barricades in the streets.
This is a Greenland psyop.
I don't know why anybody thinks this is anything other than just a total, massive, chaotic riot insurrection. That's clearly what it is. It's not even a question. That's what it looks like to me. Jesus Christ. Jesus, they just let them do whatever the fuck they want. Okay, that's a good idea. See, again, this is the state law. This is what I was talking about.
How nice and fun.
Allows this to happen. The National Guard should be coming in here and just arresting these people and removing all of this stuff. They should be doing it immediately. So, to the extent that you don't let that happen and you just let things get worse, it will escalate more and more and more. Because I want you guys to understand this. These people want to be fascists. They do. They're the ones that are blocking the roads. They're the ones that are trying to force their will on other people. They're the ones that are making stops to cars and asking them why they're driving around.
Oh, that shit is funny.
Are the ones that want to
That is very funny.
They're not happy with the results of the election. The election didn't go the way they wanted, so now they think that they have the moral authority to ignore the election and go out and do whatever they want. We can't have a world like that. We can't. Now, in 4 years, they should vote Democrat again, and maybe things will be different. But
more like this year, it's midterms.
And that's it. It's purely anti-American. It is. It's completely anti-American. They want to be fascism while calling us fascism. Exactly. They're being gaslit into becoming fascist, circle of life. Well, they're not being gaslit. This is always what they want. See, from their perspective, it's not fascism. It's the right way of doing things. They don't even view their version of fascism as fascism. They just do it themselves. Martial law seriously to be declared in the state? Yeah, I know. Trump's plan is to let this fester and have more leftists come forward and create havoc before Trump turns Minnesota into first authoritarian state. I don't think that's working, man. I really don't. I think that it's creating the opposite effect, actually. I do. I think it's totally creating the opposite effect, and it's basically every single day that these people think that they're getting away with it, it's going to escalate and get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. It's already escalating. Absolutely 100% already escalating. And after today, it's going to get even fucking worse. Today is 100% going to escalate.
Nothing says fighting against fascism than random stops where people have to be identified. This is,
well,
why are we letting this happen?
They willfully stopped,
this
so.
Is nuts. Oh my God.
Yeah, they've been following us for over an hour. We're not ICE. We're just letting them know, and they.
Not in an ICE vehicle, right? No. Right. Right. Get in your truck. Get the fuck out.
Dude.
You need to go. Confirmed ICE. Get the fuck out.
Confirmed ICE. Who the fuck are you, dude? Fuck off. God, again, there needs to be all laws suspended, just total anarchy, weed it out, wall the city off, let it fucking happen. Fuck these people.
Oh my God. And then they say, show me your papers. Exactly. This is crazy. What's wrong with these people? Oh my God. And do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, this is insane. This is happening.
Just let the place burn. Let them eat each other out of paranoia and fucking let it go. Why are you guys here? Why are you here?
The inmates are running the asylum? Yes, they are. They're also running traffic stops. They're running random traffic stops where they make people identify themselves and, you know, basically... No, we're fighting against fascism by making people stop at random stops by random people, and then they have to recite the party line to us. Or if they don't, we'll detain them. This is how we fight against fascism. Because we hate Nazis.
Public property. What are you talking about?
Yep.
Did you come in that car right there?
Yeah, this truck. And they're saying we're popping up in an ICE database.
Well, then you're in it. We're not.
What's the database?
Well, then you're in it. Get the fuck out of here.
There's a random database that they've invented, and we've decided that you're part of it.
Fuck out of here, then. Do we look like ice? No. No ice. Nothing on me. Prove it. We're not ice.
Prove it. You have
Prove it. Show me your papers.
Prove to them that you're not ICE. I don't know how this is being allowed. And again, this is all like, I mean, this is all state government. Like the state government needs to be going out and arresting these people for doing false traffic stops as civilians and then basically unlawful detainment. Like, you can't do this to people. It's crazy what's going on. How do you prove a negative? Listen, like, do you really think that this guy's thought that far?
Where are the weapons? Let me see your IDs of where you live.
Let me see where you live. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, definitely want to let that happen.
Yep.
Oh.
Man, they are the Gestapo. I told you guys. I said over and over and over. This is absolutely what they're doing. Tan gun, case closed, he was disarmed. This is a much better image. Look at this image here.
Same gun.
That's a really good version of it. There you go. The Battle of Minneapolis. Oh my God. What is this?
Unless he had a second on him, I don't know. They didn't post a picture of that, though.
Uh-oh.
I'll say this, if he had a second gun on him, then fine. The shoot was good. But if he didn't have a second gun on him, this is not good.
All of this is totally self-inflicted. Completely self-inflicted. None of this had to happen. Look at this. Jesus. These guys are anarchists? Yeah, they're insurrectionist anarchists. I agree with you.
In Washington, government funding is about to run out next week.
Oh, shit.
To come back to the Hill next week to vote on government funding, which includes funding for
Dude, I should bet on this.
security, for ICE, for
I
FEMA,
100% guarantee there'll be another government shutdown.
The House just voted on it. The Senate has to pick it up. And there are senators already calling on basically holding it hostage in a way in order to get reform
That's what they do.
to the Department of Homeland Security.
That's what they do.
The reason why the Democrats are going all in on this is because this type of immigration is the way that they win elections. Is that they overload the country with illegals. They make the illegals basically reliant on government subsidies and government handouts, and then they hold
They don't make them that way. They just come that way.
handouts hostage every election to make sure these illegals and immigrants continue voting for them. This is the reason why this is a life or death for them. They will go as far as they possibly can to keep these people in the country and to maintain keeping them citizens. That's exactly it. Just like in Europe, that's a stretch. It's not a stretch. It's obvious.
And a senior Democratic congressional source just told our chat program that this shooting and what we're seeing right now on the screen is a, quote, new wild card and could make it challenging to fund the government next week, fund the Department of Homeland Security. So a lot of different things are at play right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to hold out now.
For this press
100% going to hold out now.
In the next half hour here, we're waiting for the Border Patrol Chief, Bavino. He's going to take the microphone.
People say both sides are the same, but if you look at the barricades and riots in Minneapolis right now or across the country, it's clear this level of chaos is coming from the left and it isn't happening on the right. It's insane. Well, one of the reasons why it's not happening on the right is because the right's getting what they want. That's one big reason.
No.
Is that they're basically able to do whatever the fuck they want because they run the government.
No.
So there's no reason for right-wing people to protest because they're...
When right-wing people protest, it's always polite. It's always in the places that need the protesting, like local government buildings, federal government buildings, not just randomly on the fucking street.
Winning.
That's fucking stupid.
So that's it. January 6th? Yeah, January 6th.
January 6th. Yeah, that was totally fucking fine until you had the 200 fucking FBI agents in there instigating it and making it even worse. And if you didn't have Capitol security guiding people through the Capitol buildings as if it was a fucking tour. Yeah, grandma in the fucking Capitol building was totally an insurrectionist terrorist just walking through and minding the fucking velvet ropes. Yeah, no. It's not even equivalent. It's not even remotely equivalent. Yeah, they had people climbing and throwing smoke bombs and shit like that. Well, big fucking whoop, dude. It's not even on the fucking level that the Democrats are fucking having in Minneapolis. It's not even remotely equivalent.
Wasn't good.
So
And
dumb.
We used to have like those Tea Party crash outs in like 2009. So that was like after Obama won, but they were like infinitely less violent than this was. I mean, I do agree with
January
you,
6th was infinitely less violent than this.
they're way more violent in the way that they
Besides
protest, and
the
they're way
one
more
cop
vitriolic
shooting
about it. It's like insane how
somebody in the
violent
fucking
and aggressive
chest.
they are.
Phone here.
And the reason why is because I think that a lot of these left-wing people, the emotional messaging that I think activates them is a lot more visceral. It's a lot more serious. Like, for example, they're being told that, they're fighting against Hitler, the Gestapo. Trump is going to put all of these babies in cages, and he's like this pedophile that's like running a pedophile network, and he's doing all of this so nobody is going to arrest him for it. Like, if you believe all of this, if you think all of this is true, wouldn't you be out on the street trying to burn shit down and fight against the government?
But this is blatantly not true. This is blatantly not true. If you did any fucking research, this is blatantly not true. But you want to fucking give them kudos and, well, if I was in your shoes, yeah, I would be doing the same thing. No. Because this wouldn't be fucking happening. Jesus.
Government? I think a lot of people would be.
Fence riding Asmongold to the fucking rescue.
I think that would activate a lot of people. So whenever you understand it from
Yeah, but literally Hitler is not back, and literally Hitler is not doing what literally Hitler would do.
I can see where they're coming from. And if I put myself in their shoes and I see it from the way that they see it, their reaction makes sense. It does. It makes perfect sense.
Holy shit.
If you think think about the way that they've been educated, the way that they've been propagandized to,
Huge pull, dude.
Media, and the way that they think. And if you go through all that, it totally makes
it's not
sense
that
why
big.
they're doing this. That's the reason why you're not going to be able to reason with these people. They're already past that point. As people live in a different timeline? Yes, exactly. Like, and that's the issue, is that other people think that this is a conclusion that's, you know, like you can just talk somebody out of. You can't talk somebody out of this conclusion.
No, you can't.
Multiple gunshot wounds.
That's it.
Life-saving aid was delivered to him. He was taken to the Hennepin County Medical Center, but he was pronounced dead. The Department of Homeland Security is
Good.
saying
Fuck
it was...
him. Well, I don't know.
Military's dumping gas on fire. Yeah,
I don't know.
Hasn't sent them in yet. I don't know either. U.S. Attorney Pambani has stated that agents with several federal agencies, including DEA, ATF, and FBI, are being deployed to back up Homeland Security in Minneapolis. That's great, but you need to bring in the military. It has to be even more. And a person, I actually think that people like Tim Walz are...
The military is just going to make it worse. And it's only going to escalate, which might not be a bad thing. Because then you're going to get some lunatic leftist going out there and shooting active military dudes. So, you know, it's only gonna fucking make their side look worse. That's all it's gonna do.
Because he's the one that's in control of the police. He's the one that's telling them not to arrest these people that are making barricades. He's the one who's telling people that, you know, it's okay to go out and protest and, you know, be peaceful, but, you know, you're not talking about impeding investigations. He's the one saying that ICE are not law enforcement. This is insane to even do that.
Continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests
Fuck
that we've
off.
seen have remained peaceful.
Fuck off, dude.
Really?
Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that...
What do you call these barricades?
I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense.
Yeah, sure they are.
Communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks.
Yep.
It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done.
He's right.
Finally, to the victim's family and friends,
then criminalize the people that are destroying stuff.
Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. And there are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's hear it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Uh-oh.
Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile...
This is exciting. What is your plans?
And our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order.
They're escalating it by not going after people.
The situation is...
Here's the thing. You're arm twisted into all of this. You can't arrest people breaking curfew because you have nobody manning the jails. Your jails are already short-staffed because of your environment that you made. So you can't just now make all of your deputies go to the jail to staff the jail, because then you lose all of your street power. So who are you going to make man the jail for all these people that you arrest? The feds? I mean, maybe, but I fucking doubt that's going to happen. Now, you also run out of space because all these places have decentralized and... Fuck! Don't run. And all of these jails have downsized. So now you don't have enough cells to house all these people breaking curfew. If you have enough people breaking curfew, then what's the point of arresting people breaking curfew? This is always a losing game. You will never have enough jail cells to arrest everybody breaking curfew. You lose.
Able right now, is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way.
What do you mean?
And then you have people, okay, well, give me your ID and we'll send you a ticket. Well, I don't want to give you my ID. Okay, you're going to jail for failure to identify. Okay, so now you run out of jail space because you arrested everybody for breaking curfew. What are you gonna do then?
After our last press update,
Just not enough space. Not enough space. You can send them to other county jails, but there's still not enough space.
Law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity.
What the fuck are they doing?
Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community.
That was not.
And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage.
Yep.
We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible.
You escalated by using chemical weapons they don't allow in war.
That already had multiple
Chemical weapons that aren't allowed in the Geneva Convention.
Now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests.
So they're putting in the National Guard.
Uniformed Minneapolis police.
Same level of training as ICE officers, so
That assisted the scene, the St. Paul Police.
will be another fucking shooting
And numerous Hennepin County suburban police
and another martyr.
are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all
Yeah, it
people
is.
can recognize that. And we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks.
Yeah.
We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate,
don't set shit on
peacefully
fire.
assemble, do so lawfully. And understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the monitor the situation and provide updates as needed.
Monitoring the situation, oh boy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Dude.
Chief.
So
for
we're gonna do
your
nothing.
strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar.
Yeah.
Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE.
Shut up, you old white bitch.
They are not making us more safe.
You
As the
stupid cracker cunt.
You guys just don't want to follow the federal law. People saw it viscerally on that video. Showed us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control,
Sounds like it needs to be
outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments. This is completely out of whack, completely out
Yeah.
of balance.
It's out of whack.
3 people have been shot, 2
so far,
resulting in death.
So far.
1, Renee Good, mother of 3.
Who cares?
And now Alex Preddy, a 37.
They forgot the other one, the other third one. that was a justifiable shooting because he was attacking them with weapons. She wanted to bring that one up, but didn't want to name that one. We don't want to name Jose Consuelo Jimenez. We don't want to name that one that went and attacked the ICE officers. You don't want to... Can't name that one. That one's a hot button one. Fucking dumb cunt.
Man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both
Oh no, he was a nurse? How could they shoot a nurse? Oh my god. I can't believe they shot a nurse. This is a fucking crime against humanity.
love them very much.
Yeah, it's sad.
This city has been under siege.
Hang on a moment.
And I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is
Let's
the
go to
suburbs
Christy
where
Nome real
kids
quick.
have
Christy
been
Nome is
lured
speaking.
in and abducted.
I actually forgot Steve was there.
It is small
I forgot I was watching his
all
stream.
across our state.
Who the fuck is Steve?
Whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm.
Yeah, here, let me see if I can go back to the first one, then I'll come back to this.
Without a valid license.
I forgot he was there.
The individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic.
I just want to go through. I don't want to get.
To get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional,
I'll get to the other one after this.
Strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We
Oh, really?
This summer, when our
Sorry about the volume. This is the best I can do.
Tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days.
The guy that the shooting was there for 8 years.
These are the results.
Wait, I thought the guy was there 8 years.
Transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension
You're very professional.
to conduct the investigation into...
No, it's 100%.
And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues
Yes,
to
100%.
stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers.
Because he was living with two sexual predators.
About an hour later, they got the wrong guy.
Who gives a fuck?
Actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on,
Yeah.
in addition to hundreds more.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Taken with her dad and then put
And he
on
wouldn't
a plane
identify
to
himself.
Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back. But none
We
of this
got
should
her
be
back.
happening. None of it.
We got her
We're calling
back.
Our Republican colleagues to join us because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen.
Oh, it's going to get way
Clearly,
worse.
They're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is
They're
not
nervous. You see how they're nervous?
that is
It's all old white women. All old white women. Look at that. For this young hot guy.
So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness
Oh man.
shows once again reckless
He was a
violence,
VA nurse.
dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan.
Really? Wow. What about the guy that was resisting arrest with a gun?
Practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably was. In fact, his Twitter tells us that he was.
It's impossible.
To his family and to his friends.
Emotional appeals.
All Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, I was about to say, I fucking hope it does. Holy shit. Absolutely hope it happens.
Stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe.
Right. No.
Yeah, it's the ICE agents that are making it dangerous. It's absolutely the ICE agents that are making your community dangerous. It's not the dangerous criminals that ICE is trying to apprehend that is making your community dangerous. It's ICE that's making it dangerous. You fucking delusional old cunt. God, go back to your sewing circle.
What happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing.
Are they going to say?
Yeah, you're so grieved and outraged.
Peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community.
Yeah.
And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress. They must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize America.
If that happens, you just use the military.
And I will be working on in the United States Senate.
Oh.
And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like.
Yeah.
I am so grateful for their relentless work to keep our community safe.
But not the feds that are trying to keep the community safe.
No, here we go.
Not
Let's have
them.
Another swamp hag come out and lecture us about why it's okay to interfere with federal investigations. That's great.
Swamp hag.
Love
A bog witch.
So I'm going to take a slightly different tact. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life. And it didn't have to be that way.
You should have told them to stop.
All the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting, who have been harmed and injured, it shouldn't be happening to you either.
Right.
But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Paul stands with you, Minneapolis. The East and West Metro, we're united.
I can't turn it up, sorry.
You're so united.
Off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of
They're scared, man.
that has been caused by the
All these people, they've talked to me to do something about it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You said you're not going to do a fucking thing. You're absolutely fucking spineless. Absolutely fucking spineless. What are you going to do? Other than enrage your followers into doing something fucking stupid that's going to get them killed to be another fucking martyr for your goddamn cause.
presence of the Department of Homeland Security.
I think that they're starting to realize it's not stopping.
Representative Omar and Craig had an opportunity to show
Representative
our
Omar.
votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, well, we're more than
Listen, they don't want them to listen, they want them to obey.
outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE.
It's smart.
Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So, Secretary,
I thought this is Border Patrol.
have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras.
I agree with her. She's right. All of them should have body cameras. She's right.
Appreciate you, especially those of you.
Oh, Jesus.
Every single one should have a body camera.
School boards,
They should to prove that they're not fucking in the wrong.
volunteers, everybody out there in this community, you make us so proud to represent you in the United States Congress. We hold our head up high with how Minnesota is reacting to this.
What?
We celebrate
Dude.
250 years of this United States of America. And I'll close with quoting Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, God, here we go.
He came out of the Constitutional Convention and he said, it's a republic if you can keep it.
Oh!
Well,
Jesus, the walk back.
Keep it a republic with peaceful protesting.
How does that make sense?
Be safe.
What are you saying, you old stupid bitch?
You see a National Guards person.
She wants it to be a confederacy.
One of our police officers. Know that they're there to protect you. So please respect everyone out there trying to keep us safe.
Yeah, if you said this towards federal officers, maybe the fucking temperature would change. But you're not saying that towards federal officers. You're saying that towards your National Guardsmen, because you don't want your National Guardsmen to react and shoot somebody in the fucking face. And then now it's on Minnesota for allowing National Guard in there to keep everything calm and safe when they had to shoot somebody for throwing a fucking rock or pulling a gun on them. You stupid. God, these people are so fucking dumb. Just totally disengaged. No reality.
This is the fourth and final Karen. Let's hear it.
Day after tens of thousands of Minnesotans showed the world how to stand up peacefully against this administration's cruelty, lawlessness, and unacceptable occupation.
Occupation.
ICE leave our state and end this federal invasion. The world is watching yet again as one of Donald Trump's federal agents have shot and killed another United States citizen.
That's right.
In broad daylight in the middle of
How could this have happened?
First, we lost Renee Nicole Good.
Oh, no.
And now Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old man, a Minnesotan.
It's all their fault, too. It is. All they had to do was cooperate with the federal government. That's all they had to do.
And I do want to pause and offer my deepest sympathy and profound condolences.
But they want to fight and sacrifice their own people.
I am so sorry.
They don't care about them. This is all
You
just
don't
emotional
care.
messaging. It's manipulation.
To deny what we saw with our own eyes.
They need to release the body
We
cams.
watched the videos of a masked federal agent shooting Alex in the back multiple times while he was pinned down by more than 6
What's the mask matter? Who cares about the mask?
And once again, DHS has come out with a predetermined
Who
narrative
absolutely
that
cares if they're
contradicts
masked?
everything we saw with our own eyes. Two 37-year-old Minnesotans are now dead.
They're both 37?
We cannot lose any more lives. We need a full, transparent, and comprehensive investigation led by our BCA. And ICE and Border Patrol need to halt all operations in the state and leave immediately.
Oh.
And Congress cannot be complicit in facilitating.
Isn't it crazy they're trying to advocate for this?
And federal occupation of our cities.
Oh my God.
We are standing here as a united front today, pleading for our Republican colleagues who control the Congress and who took the
They're
same
so
oath
afraid.
to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law that we did, to stand up and stop this. Put your state and your country first. Put it ahead of your loyalty to this president. Minnesotans are in agony watching their communities
They're in agony.
terrorized and families torn.
Put the loyalty of the state above the loyalty of the country?
Agents are traumatizing our communities, violating Minnesotans' constitutional rights, unlawfully detaining and arresting United States citizens, racially profiling people, forcing schools, restaurants, and businesses to close. And people are dying at the hands of these federal agents. It has to stop now before anyone else is hurt. And I return it to you.
Okay, he's going to wrap it up.
Just point out, again, the difference between tens of thousands of people just yesterday peacefully protesting.
What about the difference between like your state and Florida?
For their neighbors.
How did that happen?
Injuries, no damage to property. That is how
Fuck!
Minnesota and Minneapolis shows up versus what we saw again this morning. That is what is.
This one was my fault. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. We saw on video, and you can believe your own eyes. With that, we'll open it to questions.
Senator Klobuchar, are you willing to use every lever of power at your disposal as a member of the minority party to stop what is happening here, up to and including the government shutdown?
No, she's not.
Right now, we are focused on getting ICE
out of this state. And of course, we will use every lever that we have.
This is why you got to go after them as hard as you can. Is because they'll do the same thing.
Runs the White House, and sadly, because to date we have not seen the Republican members of Congress standing up, he also seems to run the Congress. But
no shit, you stupid bitch.
There are many changes that we could make. You know, why aren't we helping fund local law enforcement instead of what they did?
Funding? Why aren't we funding local law enforcement? Well, there was a little thing that happened 6 years ago that totally stripped all of that. I don't know. There was a little incident that happened in that same city that caused you guys to not fund any of that happening. I don't know if I'm lost here, but there was something significant that happened then that caused you guys to fucking do that. Fucking stupid bitch. God damn it. I'm in a PvP thing too. God! Anyway, as if it wasn't clear why your local law enforcement can't actually uphold the laws. There's something that you guys voted for and did 6 years ago to cause that not to happen. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I gotta pee. Okay. So I had to get wood put on my fire. Some guy was mad at me in WoW too. Oh. Okay. That's such a good piss.
So they can just sit around and do nothing?
The fucking pressure behind it was awesome.
Here, and I appreciated the words of some of my colleagues who talked about the fact that people have to differentiate here with what they're doing on the front line every single day. So there are many things we can do. Budgets are a value choice, and that's what we're asking our Republican colleagues to do.
I hate Stranglethorn.
All the time. I work with them, and I know that many of them understand that what's going on right now is wrong. And so the way to get to a higher ground, honestly, is to get them to get our stay right now, to call the president, to speak out as we have.
Yeah, so your defunded law enforcement can do law enforcement, which they don't have the funds to do because you defunded it. It's a good idea, stupid bitch.
Been doing day after day after day, and to remember these little kids who are afraid to go to school. And to
Oh no, not the kids, not the children. Fuck.
wrestle to the ground.
Yeah.
The fucking children. Oh God.
For no reason whatsoever.
That we've lost. And I hope that's
Completely
God, the fucking children. What are we gonna do?
It's what they do.
look at how they can get this.
They want to indoctrinate their kids and then use their kids as emotional weapons. Best case scenario with the shooting.
So there's two forms of requests that we have been asking for. The first was this temporary restraining order. The other possibility is some form of injunctive relief. Now, I don't want to get too into the details because I'm bound to get something wrong, but the question is one of urgency and immediacy.
Of course you are. You fucking loser.
The issue is that we recently saw somebody shot and badly injured. We then saw somebody shot and killed, and that was the second one.
Yep. So far.
Chief, I think we've only had 3 homicides in the city this year. Is that right? 2 of them, ICE. 3 homicides. 2 of them were from ICE. And so the relief that we're asking for is stopping this Operation Metro Surge in immediacy.
That's a lie? I don't know if it's true or not. I have no idea.
It's probably not.
Making it very difficult for us to do our jobs in the city as well as we need to do them, and we need to do regular day law enforcement as well. Yes. They have to abide. So the question is, they abide a
Or what?
this morning. Will they abide by a court order by
The Google search shows in lying? I have no idea.
Everybody listen to that question. The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution.
Stack the courts and then advocate for the courts.
Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you abide by those court orders.
Yeah, because your judges are so fair and right.
Oh.
You know, judges are so helpful.
Is that they will abide by the court order because there is not an alternative.
There absolutely is an alternative. Courts are totally biased. Activist judges are huge problems.
Literally all of them are.
Get rid of them. It's hard to hear what he's saying. I don't even know what he's saying.
Will you repeat the question?
SCOTUS has been stacked as in bias. I mean, there's always going to be bias.
Myself, and from the city's perspective, and certainly turn it to Senator Close.
These guys are crying so much. They are.
I want everyone to just quickly look at the juxtaposition between the way that Minneapolis is showing up and the way that the federal government is showing up.
Yeah.
I want you to look at the difference between the elected leaders and our chief that you've heard talk just before me. They're calling for peace.
Peace?
They're calling for peace notwithstanding this horrific action from the federal government. What are they doing?
What is the federal government doing that's so violent? Literally, it only seems like reaction.
They should be.
Today is maybe the only time it's not.
You deserve it.
But every time it's just reaction.
A number of us have spent the last few weeks making
Literally just reaction.
Standing our ground, but also reaching out to this administration, to Republican leaders.
He's a clown. He is.
Get them to understand how dangerous this is, how unsafe this is.
It's only unsafe if you're doing unsafe things. It's only dangerous if you're doing dangerous things.
And they have been reaching out, some of them publicly, some of them behind closed doors. The business community has been reaching out. I have been personally reaching out to the President's Chief of Staff and spoken with her. We have done this day after day after day, so we're not just shutting out any discussions, but we've been explaining to them, and I know the governor has, how dangerous this situation is. And I have specifically told people that someone else was going to die. I said this a few days ago. I said it might be by a car, it might be
Well,
by
then why didn't you tell them not to interfere with federal people?
Seems like they hope that they're going to.
I've never heard any of them say that.
Keep escalating it up. Right now, I hope that it's not even.
Who is escalating? Other than citizens, who is escalating? How is ICE escalating? I've never seen ICE escalate this. Give me an example.
And I mostly hope that our Republican colleagues are listening and that they will step in, even if it's behind.
Because clearly we have hundreds of different examples of protesters escalating. But show me an example of ICE escalating this. And show me an example of them escalating that is not reactionary to what is going on right now. They're escalating because it's a reaction to you people calling for them to fucking get killed in the fucking street. Show me where they're actually escalating. Where they're rolling up on people, pitting their cars in. You know, they're bringing in the fucking Bearcat or whatever. And blocking people in. And show me where that's happening. Show me where they're... No. There's no evidence of ICE escalating this. They're only reacting to the way that the protests are escalating. The protests are escalating because people on the internet and politicians on the internet are making it more escalated. They're telling you to go out, speak your voice, continue what you're doing, and record it, is what Tim Waltz said the last time. Press record on your phone. Get in their face and press record on your phone. Fuck you, dude.
If they will make those calls and say, we've got
Crybolly shit. Absolute crybolly shit.
those people out of Minnesota and let our local law enforcement.
It's their fault that people are getting killed.
I'll just say that I completely agree with the mayor and the senator. But I mean, it is my.
It's like they want the deaths as political capital. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
They're trying to goad people into
They absolutely do.
the deaths for their own good.
100% do.
What I think it is. That is my job. And one thing I have learned about this president is that he does not respond to appeasement. He is a bully. He does not respond to people who appease him. He responds much better to strength than he does to weakness. And I think what we have seen in this state, I am so proud
Yeah,
of.
good.
We have seen a combination of strength and peacefulness.
You see, they're gassing it up.
Yeah, I don't want a president that fucking cowers to weakness.
For trying to convince this administration that the path that they are on is dangerous to public safety, and it is a losing path that they must abandon.
People are really advocating violence against federal officers to make me mad. Well, it'll happen as long as Trump lets it happen. Trump's the one that has
That's
the
true.
ability to stop this. He's just
That's
letting
100%
it happen.
true.
It will be over.
Yeah, this shit could have been curbed.
One voice, as one Minnesota, as everybody has been out in the street.
But you know what? They're going to have to do this through every fucking state they go to. I mean, unless they go to a red state to arrest illegal immigrants. But it's going to have to happen in every fucking state they go. Because Democrats are not going to let it happen, especially even in these small enclaves they have in red states. They're not going to let it happen. Austin, Texas will fucking riot the same way Minneapolis has rioted. It's not going to happen. So you're going to have to deploy these troops through every fucking city you do this. And absolutely, they should. And every fucking state is going to get insurrection acted until all of these people are out. Hopefully, this happens and Trump doesn't kowtow to what's going on here in Minneapolis. But knowing Trump, he's gonna just be all bark and no bite, and the shit's gonna fucking vanish here within the next 2 months, and he's gonna threaten. Nothing's gonna change, and we're right back to square one. Sure, the border is a little bit more closed, but all the people still defrauding our federal tax system are going to just be allowed to roam around until the next administration, which then it gets fucking worse. It's not going to fucking change.
You know, ICE was here.
They're getting our own people killed? Yeah, I know.
And there wasn't any problem. We weren't happy about it. There were people who we were concerned about the way that deportations and arrests were happening. We were worried. But we handled it in a peaceful way. The escalation now is not because Minnesota changed. It is because this White House and Stephen Miller have decided to change their tactics here.
Why? What have they changed?
It will end when our colleagues who are hearing from their constituents because they are reaching out to me and others listen to their constituents and stand with their constituents and not stand with the White House that is not following the Constitution,
Oh, okay.
not living up to the values of this country. That's when it will end.
Right.
Dude, we need to get rid of the Constitution. It's just toilet paper. All it is for the opposition of any side to use against the other side. And it doesn't fucking matter. And it's only used as brownie points for everybody. Well, the Constitution says this. Well, nobody gives a fuck what the Constitution says anymore. Absolutely nobody cares. So how about we get rid of the fucking Constitution? Because it does not fucking matter anymore.
The values of the country are letting legal aliens in the country. Of course.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they are talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state.
Really?
Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing. In fact, we have been.
Dude, all these people that are whining about the Constitution are so quick to just use the Constitution as shit tickets. It doesn't fucking matter. None of it fucking matters. We need to forget the Constitution anymore. It doesn't matter. Nobody fucking cares about it anymore. We need to fucking move on.
Working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets.
Well, then how'd you let them out?
That is not what we are talking about right now. What they are also saying is
Bye, Butcher.
simply political retaliation.
Yeah.
They are saying this is political retribution, and it's focused
Political retaliation.
on a blue city in a blue state.
Yeah, I would too.
That's not how America works. Other
Absolutely it is.
function that way. We don't.
How did Trump
Yeah, America has hardly worked for the last 30 years, 60 years.
The same thing.
This should be of deep concern for you, no matter what town you're in America, because your town,
Yeah, it is now.
your liberties, your freedoms could be sacrificed because of what this.
America hasn't worked since fucking FDR. The Constitution hasn't mattered since then. Let's forget about it then.
Yep.
Let's just move on from it.
That ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
There it is. Okay. Well, not really a big surprise there. I'll see if there's any more of this going on or not. Chris, you know, I'm holding a press conference too. Yeah, I'll see if I can look at this.
And expose their identities in order to instill fear and violence. And that's not what America is about. We're going to continue to tell the truth about cybersecurity. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. There are two different
Let's see
things
what
that I'd
this
like to discuss
bitch
with
has
you
to say.
tonight. The first one being a storm that is barreling down on our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million Americans in 40 different states.
Really?
We've been working together here at the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with
Winter Storm!
to make sure that we're getting individuals and communities pre-deployed resources that they may need, and also preparing them for the upcoming days, which will significantly impact them and their citizens. The Trump administration and FEMA are working closely with them to get them information, to get them resources, and to help them be prepared and well-equipped for the road ahead as we go through this next week. But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license.
You hear like how they said that they
Who
wanted
cares?
to cooperate with getting rid of these illegal aliens?
Everything else, driving without a valid license, who cares? Everything else, yeah, that needs to be prosecuted, but driving without a valid license, come on, dude, who gives a fuck? They didn't have any proper vehicle registration. Shut up. Dude, I had skirt by for like 4 years without a valid registration. Because why am I going to pay the fucking state? The Department of Transportation receives that money. When my fucking roads are already a fucking vehicle nightmare, why would I pay that? So I didn't pay it. I don't care about road laws. Well, some road laws I care about. But driving without a valid registration and driving without a valid license, I don't give a fuck.
Aliens that are violent? Well, apparently not. They just go up there and make up bullshit.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
I don't know. The video said otherwise.
The lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene.
So again, this is the other thing that I hate, is they're very quick to get this news out. And again, this is my side, but they're very quick to get this news out. But they can't get the simple fact straight that was he pronounced dead at the scene, or was he pronounced dead at the hospital where they keep saying that he was transported to and pronounced dead at. Like, these minute details may not seem important because it doesn't matter. He's dead either way. But these minute details are important if you want the story to be accurate. If you're already fucking up the story, how are you going to expect the story to be accurate and trusted by anybody else?
In them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where
He had no ID. God forbid.
to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds
maybe.
of protesters then showed up at the scene.
It's got nothing to do
They
with it,
began
White.
to obstruct and to assault law
Did he
enforcement
fire the
officers.
gun or not?
We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects, and a rampant assault began, and even an HS...
I do think they need to investigate this one. This one, as I said, I think the officer fucked up. They have to investigate this and figure out what actually happened. This one's, it's really, really messy.
Officer
They got to
agent's
investigate it.
finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public. Bitten off. Again, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to
We
law
got the
enforcement.
motherfucking zombies out there now.
Once again, I
Oh
want to
my
remind
God.
everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen.
People out of their
Our
minds.
law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror.
Yeah.
They need to evaluate their rhetoric,
Honestly.
their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens. And
not a single time have I heard any official in Minnesota come out and explicitly say not to interfere and interrupt federal investigations and federal officers. They have never openly stated that, and they have never said that doing that is a crime. They never do that. Not even
They won't
once
ever do that.
Have they ever said that?
They want another martyr to lead their cause, just like they had in 2020.
They intentionally create inflammatory rhetoric to gas people up into being violent, and then once they're violent, then they say, oh wow, look how horrible this is. Yeah, it's happening because you're allowing it to happen. You're gassing this up.
They never even said that during George Floyd riots. They never said, oh wow, this is bad. They never said that. You had everybody gaslighting you into that this was an okay thing. Literally everybody gaslighting you into saying that this was okay. So they're not trying to say, oh, this is horrible and this is ISIS' fault. They're looking for another martyr to get fucking shot and killed.
Is happening, and then they're going out there and acting on it. That's the problem. That's the issue right there. Like, they could shut this down immediately if they just had the police go out there and work with.
They don't have the police to do it. They defunded them back in 2020. They don't have the force to do it. Absolutely no force to do it.
ICE and arrest the people that are being violent towards ICE. They're not using the National Guard or the police in any sort of a way that's proactive to prevent these situations from happening. They're letting these situations happen to ICE, and they're basically using federal officers and their own people as effectively kindling to start this fire. That's what they're doing. They don't care about the people that are being killed. If they cared about the people being killed, they'd tell them not to be violent and interrupt and physically impede a federal officer.
They do
This
care.
is a common sense reality that anybody who cares about you would tell you. Anybody
They do
who
care. They
actually
just
cares
want them
about
to be
your
a certain
well-being,
skin color.
The first thing they would say is
Then the
stop
fucking powder
going out
keg will
there
explode.
And being violent and aggressive towards a federal officer. They want the city to burn down because they think that more.
They want to agitate it and make everybody so upset. So at least one minority has to be killed out of this. So then they can make the powder keg even worse. The thing is, it's fucking Minnesota. You have all these Somalis that are trying to lay low. And no black people live in fucking Minnesota willingly. So, yeah, this is the crux of their problem.
More chaos will make them look like victims. And it doesn't matter to them whether some person gets killed by a federal officer or not. It's not happening to them at all. It doesn't matter to them whether a federal officer gets killed. The only thing that they care about is using these deaths as political capital so they can advance their agenda of bringing in a bunch of illegal aliens and then allowing those people
I don't
to
think
be in
it's
the
that.
state and then be counted on the census to give them more political power in the House of Representatives and to also eventually have their
I think that'll be the end goal.
become voters because they're being born here as citizens. That's the end goal that they have. And any Republican that's going along with them is just signing basically the execution of the possibility of them ever getting anything done. They're being used cannon fodder? Yeah, exactly. Soldiers of Minnesota? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, they're being deployed. Exactly. That's what they're doing.
our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged.
Yeah, calling them a Gestapo, like who does
Yeah.
that? I mean, like really, like it's so unnecessarily inflammatory that you're just making things worse on purpose. The guy wasn't violent. I mean, he obviously was I mean, would you really tell somebody that you cared about that whenever you have a weapon on you that you should physically resist federal law enforcement whenever they're trying to arrest you? Like, if you cared about someone, would you give them that advice? I wouldn't. You're an idiot.
Residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves.
It's men raised by women that cause this. this immediate emotional react and upset. This is what will ruin you and clearly kill you, is emotionally reacting and emotionally backlashing physically against anything that you're upset about. This is what's gonna fucking kill you. Instead, how about you suppress your anger, control yourself. You go through the motions. Hey, yeah, I'm being detained by ICE for being a fucking agitating cocksucker. Alright, you know what? Fine. I'll chill. I won't land myself in fucking jail and have to pay the court fines. These people are fucking stupid. It's everything. It's everything.
He's protected illegal criminals.
Any situation.
Protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country,
facilitated it.
Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place.
Well, it's obvious that ICE isn't the problem. If ICE was the problem, ICE would be the problem all across the country. But they're not. They're only the problem.
Yeah, but they're not heavily deployed across the country like they are to Minneapolis.
And criminals to actively impede the federal office.
No, again, they're not actively deployed everywhere like they are to Minneapolis. And part of me thinks that Trump is doing this on purpose to get back at Waltz, which is fine. But there's also tons of legal shit that has been undiscovered that is going on in Minneapolis for ICE to actually be there and is justified in being there. So, no, I don't think ICE is all over the country in force like they are in Minneapolis. And I think that if they were to go in force to any other blue city, just like Minneapolis, it'll be the same fucking thing all over again. And you're going to have the same issues. Unless you have another cooperative governor, like, I don't want to say DeSantis, but if you had a DeSantis governor, then you wouldn't have so much problems and qualms with it. But when you go into these blue states that are vehemently blue, you're going to face these issues. And you're not going to have local law enforcement support because the mayors of these cities are not going to support you. And also, these cities are probably going to already be operating at a defunded law enforcement position. So you're not going to win. You're going to get another messy situation like Minneapolis if or when this happens ever again. I think this will probably be Trump's last foray into this. I think this is going to escalate into pretty dirty shit, and this is going to be the last foray into this Trump term of immigration, and then from here on out, we're not going to have another immigration quarrel with any governor or the opposing political party ever again. I think this is going to be it.
You don't hear about these things happening in Florida or Texas. And the reason why is because the government is working with ICE and they're basically executing the will
same
of
thing
people
I just said.
Based off of the election. That's the reason why.
Yeah, but those aren't the only places that need ICE.
Murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place.
Yeah.
Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice, and the American people made safer because of that work.
Yeah, obviously. And anybody who says, like, I mean, do you think that you can find a single person who is a trainer or an advocate for concealed carry, or like any sort of instructor, that will tell you that whenever you're concealed carrying, the best option to do whenever a federal agent is trying to apprehend you is to violently resist arrest. Do you think a single person that is an instructor for concealed carry would tell you that? Absolutely not.
We don't have this problem.
Dude, but I can't even argue on this, because yeah, it's clear if you have a concealed weapon and you're apprehended by law enforcement, you have to disclose, hey, I have a gun on me, and all that other kind of fucking business. But when your gun gets taken off of you, should you be shot? I don't think so, man. And it seems like they took the gun off of him, and he got shot after they took the gun off of him, which was in the small of his back, and he was laying prone. Now again, this is the pre-investigation speculation, but he could have had a second gun on him and shot. I don't know, but video evidence clearly shows that they had taken the gun off the guy before they shot him. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
Because those individuals in those states work with us.
That's right.
And they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry, they instead choose violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city and the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue.
Absolutely, they do.
Chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption.
100% they do.
I'll remind you that this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz. And
They're letting it happen.
I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us. And there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible.
Imagine being against this. It's insane to me that this is even it's even a conversation. Yes, obviously, if somebody is a violent criminal, they should be immediately turned over to the ICE. Like, what are we doing?
Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership,
yeah, it is.
They have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations.
They're not going to.
Criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking.
You do. You're so defunded and so short-staffed that I know the state police has to come in at some point and provide support. But dude, like, it's so bad that half, and if you watch any of these videos, half of Minneapolis police is backed up by the state police. Like, it's so fucking horrible. The majority should be Minneapolis police. There shouldn't be any question of who should be there. It should be Minneapolis police providing security for ICE and DHS and all the other ones. But instead, it's sometimes Minneapolis police. And the majority of the time, it's Minnesota State Police. You can't make it make sense to these fucking people. These people don't want it to make sense. They want to defund police, but they also want police to come in and make sure everything's safe. But the police aren't making everything safe because the police are told to shrug off all these crimes, and all the judges are told to shrug off all these crimes. It's a fucking scam. These people are the fucking worst, dude.
Law enforcement officers. That's all.
You can't have it two ways. They want to have it two ways too.
Do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But they have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota.
I think that's also true, is that you're using this as a smoke screen to remove themselves from accountability for all of the different fraud that's just been exposed in Minnesota.
Yeah, no
I don't
shit.
think there's really a coincidence that, you know, all this stuff starts getting exposed, and
This is
now,
100% a
there's
red
chaos
herring.
everywhere, and they're talking about this. I think it's definitely true. Why are people in charge allowed to aid criminals but not normal people? Because we don't hold them accountable. It's that simple. Every rule is only as strong as its enforcement mechanism, and we just simply don't enforce the laws on those people.
One thing I'd like to do before I take your questions on that situation on the storm is give you a few facts about the storm and what we're facing here in the coming days.
I'm going to skip
This
ahead.
storm is going to produce life-threatening winds. The most home family are safe. Out by the and the District of Columbia. This is coming, and we are turning those around immediately to have responses, and we are continuously talking to restore that as quick as possible. To do that, stay home if possible. Take care of your family members. Check on your neighbors. And continue to work with your local officials to get through this difficult
I'm gonna
storm.
die.
And we will
Yep.
keep people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Is DHS leading the investigation into this shooting? And if so, will there be a criminal investigation? And also, will we see body camera released from the officer?
We are
That's a great question.
There should be
this investigation
body
just like
camera.
we do all other officer-involved shootings, and we'll continue to do that.
There absolutely should be body camera exposed. Exposed? Released.
I don't know why the audio's dying. Okay.
That's the reason we have them.
Did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun? And
I don't think they probably really know.
This individual took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. This is a violent riot when you have someone showing up with weapons.
Well,
and
here's the thing, though. You also have the Second Amendment where you're free to own weapons at any point or time. So, just because he has a gun is irrelevant. How he was using the gun is relevant. Was he threatening? Was he... This doesn't make any sense. I'm so sick of this. And I get it. I think it's fair to assume that he probably came there with bad intentions. Well, but here's the other problem. Is this is the same thing that they said about Kyle Rittenhouse when he showed up with the gun. Was that, well, he obviously showed up with bad intentions with a gun. No, he was just exercising his Second Amendment. Just like this guy probably was. You're absolutely free to show up wherever, whenever, with a fucking gun. So, the gun is absolutely pointless in this conversation. You can have a gun wherever you want to have a gun. That's what the whole Second Amendment is about. And especially in this context, the Second Amendment, this is what the Second Amendment is all about. Now, if he was pulling it out while ICE was trying to detain him, yeah, that's a different story, right? You know, you have to meet lethal force with lethal force. But at the end of the day, you can have a gun. Who cares if he had a gun? That's not the problem at hand. You can have a gun. I hate this. I hate this point. You 100% are allowed to have a gun, regardless if it's at a protest or not. You know, and all these righties are like, well, but why would you show up to a protest with a gun if you didn't want to use it, huh? I showed up to a protest with a gun because I wanted to show up to a protest with a gun. It doesn't matter why I showed up to a protest with a gun. I just showed up with a gun because it's my American fucking right, you fucking pussies. I don't know. I hate this. I hate this argument. You 100% have a right. And the sad thing is every news story, he had a permit to have the gun. It's sad that he had to have a permit to have the fucking gun in the first place. Why would you need a permit to have a gun? Jesus. I just loathe this. He had a gun, so he had it coming. Even though it's our side. What a fucking shitty mentality to have. He was on our side, so he was against us. So it's bad that he had a gun. No. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose that argument every time.
To assault law enforcement officers.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Clarity on that, and beyond that, I just want to follow up and ask who within the federal government is leading the criminal investigation, understanding that CBP OPR has opened up an internal investigation. And beyond that, why did federal agents tell Minneapolis Police Department to leave the scene?
We're continuing to follow the exact same protocols that we always have. And so this investigation is ongoing. We're continuing to gather the facts as they unfold throughout that. And we'll do it just like we did under the entire Trump administration and previous administrations. Nothing has changed, and we'll continue to release details as we have them. But I want you to not distract away from the facts of this situation.
Okay.
Our law enforcement officers were there doing a targeted operation against an individual who was in this country illegally and had a criminal conviction for domestic assault with intent to do bodily harm, and other convictions as well.
That's insane.
This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him, and multiple dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict
Who
harm
cares?
on those officers coming brandishing.
Do you know if he was trying to cause harm?
We'll continue to allow.
Well, I guess we do now in hindsight, but
That is a different incident that happened at the same.
good God, if I got shot and I had a fucking full kit on me. Well, he was intending to do harm on police. No, dude, I was going out for a hike with all my kit to fucking get used to it. I was going out on a hike to get used to all my fucking kit and get in shape because, goddamn, ammunition was heavy. No, but he came with intent to do harm. How do you know? How do you know? You only know after the fact. You don't know during. Again, this has to wait for a few days. Has to steep.
The tragedy unfolded, but yes, that's the kind of assaults and violence that our law enforcement officers are facing out in the streets, and that the local leaders are encouraging.
That's true. It is.
Chance that the officers fucked up. I think they're sweeping for it too much. That's my opinion. I think that they're misrepresenting it. I don't think he brandished the weapon. It didn't seem like, I mean, there's no way to know, like if his intent or goal was to kill as many people as possible, he wouldn't have tried to get in an arm wrestling contest with them. He would have just pulled out his gun whenever they were turned around and started shooting.
Yeah.
I just don't really see that being the reality. I think they should absolutely do an investigation. I think two things can be true.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. If he had gone there to do harm, when they started putting hands on him and trying to take him into custody, I think he would have pulled out his gun and started shooting. But that didn't happen. They took him to the ground, found that he had a gun in the small of his back. They started screaming, "Gun, gun, gun." One guy took it out, and then they just started shooting. I can't. I really can't support the shooting. This shooting is too. It's a little too vague. I don't know.
Same time, the guy that went out and got shot was a fucking moron, and he definitely shouldn't have gone out and escalated things while he was carrying a weapon like that.
Absolutely.
And he should not have resisted arrest like that either. This was a huge mistake. Him getting in the way and trying to like stop that guy from like going after the woman, the federal agent, that's a huge mistake. And I bet every single person who is a concealed carry instructor in the entire fucking country would say that it would be a mistake to actively resist law enforcement and to try to antagonize and physically interfere with law enforcement operations whenever you're carrying a handgun.
Yeah, but he didn't pull his gun out, so that doesn't matter.
Would recommend doing this.
Doesn't matter. He didn't pull his gun out.
All that being said, I don't think that it seems like he was disarmed when they shot him, and I think that calls for an investigation. And it seems like the officer that shot him made a huge mistake. That's it.
Yeah, and I think he needs to be judged.
Like, I feel like both of these things are true.
Rightfully, even.
Remember what Mayor Fry has said, that he wanted ICE out of the city.
But again,
working and had a presence in that
it's only days after, or hours after. We need to wait days after till we get a.
Like in general, I think it's a very. It's very uncertain. Like it looks to me.
It's gonna
like
get ganked by 60.
And I think that it's very likely. But I mean, again, like they have to have an investigation and figure it out.
We are there to enforce.
What do you say?
That's my. I don't really think that we're gonna have certainty on this until we see the body cam footage, and even then, it'll be hard to say.
Yeah.
Like in general, I think it's a very. It's very uncertain.
I think without even body cam footage, we're never gonna see what the cops saw. So, you know, whether he had a gun, a secondary gun, hidden, you're not gonna see that. You're not gonna see what the cops saw. So you're never gonna get an accurate representation of what the situation was. But from what was shown so far, not a good shoot. Absolutely not a good shoot. And I don't care if he was there protesting. Everybody has a right to bring a gun. Everybody has a right to own a gun. I don't care what their intent was. You could be the absolute pacifist and still bring a gun to a protest, and I still wouldn't care. Like, you absolutely have this right. I will 100% die on this hill. You have a right to bring a gun to wherever you want to bring a gun. I think the laws restricting you on bringing a gun into a city or whatever the fuck. I'm sure Minneapolis has such a strict... Well, clearly, the guy had to get a permit to have a gun. I think Minneapolis has totally barbaric gun laws. And this guy was 100% in his right to have a gun out of protest. I don't think that protests exclude you from having a gun on your person. This is just stupid.
Like, it looks to me like the officer was at fault, and I think that it's very likely. But, I mean, again, like, they have to have an investigation and figure it out.
We are there to enforce the law and to make sure that the public is safe. Just since we have been there, we have arrested thousands of individuals that have criminal convictions and are in this country illegally and gotten them off the streets of Minneapolis. The two things that we've asked the mayor and the governor for is that they would partner with us, and before they let somebody dangerous out of their jails, that they would let us know so we can deport them out of our country. I do not know why they continue to choose the side of lawbreakers, criminals.
The reason why they're not deporting them is they want to use them as political capital. That's the reason why. And they have the long-term goal of weaponizing them as voters. That's the reason why they're not getting rid of illegal aliens.
And rapists over the citizens of Minneapolis. And this situation that we have today is a tragedy that we don't have to have. We have it because we have a mayor and a governor who encourage this violence and encourage this type of rioting. And remember,
Well,
These are the individuals that were in charge.
they're doing passive encouraging.
Take your gun out and point it at him. I don't think that resisting an officer.
No, dude. What?
For you to take your gun out and point it at him.
That were in charge when
If you're resisting an officer, the officer doesn't need to wait for you to take your gun out and point it at him.
Yeah. Yeah, the cop actually absolutely 100% does. That's so fucking stupid. Now, there's a difference between resisting arrest and resisting to where I'm reaching for my fucking gun. There's 100% a difference. You can't just assume because I'm resisting, I'm gonna reach for my gun and fucking shoot you. Now, maybe that might be assumed, but that's not the fucking fact. Maybe I'm resisting to get up and... No, dude, that's an awful fucking take.
I don't think that resisting an officer means that they should shoot you. Like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's
not one bit. Yeah, the obey or die thing is very stupid.
In 2020,
yeah,
they facilitated it, they encouraged it, and they saw the destruction, and we all watched the destruction of that city back then. It doesn't have to happen again.
It is
But
very
it appears that
situational.
they're following the same playbook, and the reason that they're doing it is to distract from the corruption that they have facilitated in fraud and theft from the American taxpayers.
I think that's true, too.
Billions of dollars they have been funneled into criminal pockets and stolen from vulnerable people that needed these programs to take care of their children, to go out and provide services to individuals that were developmentally disabled, people that needed programs that the federal government has to take care of those that are less fortunate and need it. And instead, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry allowed that kind of theft to continue, and now they want to perpetuate.
Well, and that's the other thing is, why are you protecting these people who have scammed people who actually need this money? I thought that this was the whole point, was we need to get this money to the people who actually need it, but we're going to protect them? For why? Because their original country's a shithole? This is bullshit. I gotta piss! I'll be right back, I gotta piss. I'm back. I'm so surprised that I get fucking ganked.
Violence against our law enforcement officers to cover it up. That is no claim. It is the facts. The facts of this situation. This individual showed up to a law enforcement operation with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition.
Who cares? Yeah, this is the thing that I hate about the government. They showed up with dozens of rounds of ammunition. Yeah, I showed up with 2 fucking extra magazines. That's totally fucking normal. He had 2 spare bags on him. Excuse me. But that doesn't sound good. Spare magazines? No, that doesn't sound good. We need to say he showed up with dozens of rounds of ammunition. So it sounds like he came here armed to the fucking teeth, like he was gonna kill everybody. That's such a dumb thing, dude. Fucking I don't care what side says it. This is fucking dumb. This is dumb. This is bad argument. Totally bad argument. Totally bad faith. They know it's bad faith. I hate it. It's the same gun grabber rhetoric. And these people are the worst at it too. They want to support red flag laws. If you said something naughty on the internet, somebody can call your local police and have them show up to your house and fucking take your guns because you said something naughty on the internet. These people are the worst. They're the fucking worst.
He wasn't there to peacefully protest. He was there to perpetuate violence, and he was asked to show up and to continue to resist by a governor who's irresponsible and has a long history of corruption.
Yeah, that might be true.
We won't stand for it anymore. These law enforcement officers take it.
But the gun and ammunition is irrelevant.
With a loaded gun, while you're resisting and fighting against federal officers, like there's
no, dude, you're so wrong.
With a loaded gun. She's right. I mean, there's no way you can spin it that going to a place with a loaded gun while you're resisting and fighting against federal officers. Like,
you're so wrong. You're so fucking wrong. You have the right to do that. Whoever and whenever. It doesn't matter the circumstance. You have the right to do it. Just because I disagree with this guy. I disagree why he's there. And I think showing up that way is wrong. Do I think it's okay for them to profile him and shoot him just because he has a gun? That's totally fucking wrong. That's not the way the ship should be treated whatsoever. You can show up to a fucking riot with a gun. There's absolutely... You're showing up to a riot with a gun. No shit you would want a gun at a fucking riot. This is so dumb, dude. Again, this is the same thing that they used against Kyle Rittenhouse. Why would you show up to a riot, a protest with a gun? Well, because I wanted to protect myself. Oh, okay, that sounds good. That sounds good, Kyle Rittenhouse. And then he shoots 2 people. Why'd you show up to a riot with a gun? Well, I wanted to protect myself. All right, Kyle Rittenhouse, that's within the Second Amendment. That's good, okay. So how are we going to support that, but then hate on this? Hate on this in the same vein that he had it concealed carried. And, you know, I support Kyle Rittenhouse. But we're going to hate on this because this guy had it concealed carried and he was against us, you know. Ugh, dude, totally bad take, totally stupid. Every American has a right to a gun, regardless if you agree with him or not. You know, maybe I disagree with who should and shouldn't have a gun, but it's not my place. And maybe, again, the Constitution is just fucking toilet paper for most people, so what does it matter? But I will die on this hill. I think people absolutely have the right to have a gun. It doesn't matter if you have a concealed pistol with 2 spare mags, or if you have an assault rifle and a full fucking kit with 16 mags. You know, it's all the same. It's absolutely all the same to me. It doesn't matter.
There's no way you can spin that as a good decision. That's absolutely a bad call.
It's a bad decision.
Every single day, and they go out to protect the public.
Of course you shouldn't do that.
Many of these individuals live in their communities, and this mayor and this governor have doxed them. They have allowed people to threaten them and their families and expose their identities in order to instill fear and violence, and that's not what America is about. We're going to continue to tell the truth about Minnesota, Minneapolis, what happened here, the theft over the last many years that these leaders have facilitated, and we're going to continue to do our work to get to the bottom of the investigations. And the one question you should be asking is the mayor, the governor, and the attorney general have all confirmed that they have been subpoenaed to come in front of a criminal federal grand jury. So they are covering up and are being in a part of a system where they are going to be brought to justice for anything that they had to do with this investigation. They have confirmed they've been subpoenaed, and they will be in front of a grand jury to get that criminal investigation unfolding and to disclose the kind of fraud.
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
The White House's legal demand he was killed in Minnesota as a domestic terrorist. Is that something you agree with? And have you seen any evidence to
When you perpetuate violence against a government because of ideological reasons and for reasons to resist and perpetuate violence, that is the definition of domestic terrorism.
it's
This individual came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of...
Dude, how do we know? How do we know that's what he was... It didn't even look like he was going out there to do that, but... How do we know? Was he intentionally going out there and stopping cops and telling them... He was just in the way filming with his gay iPhone. I mean, holy shit. This painting, just because he had a gun, that he's a terrorist, is just crazy.
Law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Where's the evidence of his ideology?
Yes.
Drew Evans, Superintendent of Minnesota's Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, had said during a news conference today that when federal agents blocked his agency from the shooting scene, when they went, got a judicial warrant, they returned, they were still blocked. Why were they?
We have asked these state officials to help partner with us on law enforcement operations for months. Ever since President Trump came into the White House, we've asked them for their partnership to stand alongside of us so we could do targeted operations against criminal illegal aliens and to help us make their streets safer. They have refused over and over and over again, and they have perpetuated a narrative that is absolutely false. And our federal law enforcement officers will continue to do their work, and they'll do that to make America safe again.
Secretary,
Yes.
Sorry, this is the second DHS law enforcement operation shooting that's happened this year. There was another incident in Portland. 5 people have also died.
If you weren't a little retarded, you wouldn't be in a situation to get shot by federal agents while in the possession of multiple mags of ammo. It's so simple. Yeah, it's a huge fuck up. Massive fuck up. Massive mistake.
Dude, horrible take.
Protest with a gun.
Horrible
It wasn't
take.
about showing up to a protest with a gun. It was about actively engaging a federal officer physically, and then immediately after.
It doesn't matter what you do. You're still allowed to have a gun. He wasn't even reaching for it. Dude. I think you should be able to slap somebody in the fucking face while you're carrying a gun, and that be okay. Like, if you're pulling your gun out, okay, then yeah, now the situation has escalated. But if you're not even touching your gun, no, it doesn't matter. We even hold the police to the same standard. Dude, it's
That resisting arrest.
bad take.
You should be able to go to a protest with a gun.
Horrid
I don't
take.
think anybody's debating that. But the moment that you're getting into a physical altercation with the federal officer, then that's a totally different situation. I think you're deliberately misunderstanding. So resisting arrest...
It doesn't matter if you're physically in an altercation.
And the probability of you being killed while you're resisting arrest is infinitely higher than the probability of you being killed while you're not resisting arrest. And
That might be true, but it doesn't matter if you have a gun or not. Like, it should not matter if you have a gun or not. from the video, it seems like he didn't fucking reach for it. It doesn't matter.
That's why I don't think that it's a good idea to do that. Whether you think that's okay or not is up to you, and you can make whatever distinction on that you want, but what I'm saying is inevitably the facts.
Inevitably the
Something
facts.
going wrong when you're resisting arrest goes up massively.
That's true.
If you don't want something to go wrong, you shouldn't resist arrest, and when you are resisting arrest, you shouldn't have a gun. Duh. That doesn't mean that it's okay to shoot the guy. I've said multiple times there should be an investigation. But we have to apply some common sense to this also.
An invasion of millions of people over our southern border and let people come into this country that were completely unvetted. Yeah. We know for a fact that we had hundreds, if not thousands, of terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminal organizations and gangs that came in and have been committing criminal activities against American citizens for years now, that the American people said enough is enough. We want them out of our country. We want them brought to justice. And they trusted President Trump to go out there and to make America safe again. It is absolutely false to say that there's more incidents with our law enforcement than there was in history before. In fact, our accuracy and our operations are being conducted in a manner that is historic for accuracy and taking care of people and doing so safely. So the narrative with the press that they've perpetuated that we have more individuals that have been jeopardized or that our detention centers are is absolutely false. Our detention standards and the people that are being taken care of there are at the highest level they've ever been. They exceed state and local standards, and we'll continue to do that and make sure that people have the facts around how people are treated when they're brought into detention, and then we take them home.
Secretary,
yes.
We've seen some reports about witnesses being taken to the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. Could you explain why the witnesses for the shooting this morning have been taken to that building?
Probably to ask him questions. I mean, I think that's what makes sense. She's lying about the shooting. Doesn't it make you wonder if she lies about other things too? Yeah, it does. That's why I'm trusting what I saw in the video. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I don't know if she's necessarily lying. She might have access to more information than I have. But from what I'm seeing on the video, it seems like it was unjustified to shoot him. But it's going to be hard to say, and they need to release the body cam footage, and then we can know for sure. That's really what my viewpoint on it is. It's pretty simple.
Witnesses to are you talking about the ones that have been detained that are illegal aliens?
I think to the event in Minneapolis.
I won't speak to the investigation and the details, and those will continue to unfold, but I do know that we're continuing to follow the same protocols that we always have.
Secretary,
was there a question back here on the storm?
Anyone have a question on the storm? We are at Kima headquarters.
Probably not, right?
Yes.
If these are targeted arrests, why are these
question on the storm?
It's
cold.
This individual
it's cold.
Law enforcement officers and attacked them. State the facts as they unfolded on the street today. We were doing a targeted operation against an illegal criminal, and this individual came with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition and attacked them.
Dude.
And these agents took action to defend their lives.
What a dumb justification.
Around them and acted according to their training. And we will continue to let this process go forward and not allow people like Governor Walz and Mayor Fry to lie about what actually unfolded on that street. Now
we don't know what actually unfolded. Other than the video.
And these leaders aren't even cleaning up.
We need body cam footage.
As far as the violent riots that we see unfolding in Minneapolis right now.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna keep getting worse too.
Need to be strong.
Fuck yeah, it's gonna get worse.
Citizens and partner with us to go after these criminals that perpetuate violence.
It's 100% going to get worse because now you're going to have online liberals, absolutely no involvement in Minneapolis, calling, even more so now, calling for the death of ICE. And now you're going to have a lot more militants, and it's going to get a lot more dirty, and it's going to just get so much more worse. And it's just going to escalate. It's going to keep escalating. And I don't even think bringing in the military at this point is going to de-escalate. I think it's going to only escalate. It's going to make it even more fucking crazy than it is right now. Fuck. I'm going to die. Again!
should be asking for is body cam footage. Like every single press, if you care about actually finding out what happened with this, you need to be asking for the body cam footage of the actual officers.
But they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it until there's a federal release.
That you need to figure out this, because I'm going to be honest, guys, from all the different angles, it's really hard to tell what's going on. It is. I think that, again, like I feel like it seems like the officers fucked up, but I'm not 100% on that. And you've got to have the body cam footage. It's inconclusive. Like, I mean, I wouldn't put somebody in jail over that.
Dave, let's be clear.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's very
people
unclear.
who take an oath every day and they go out to enforce the laws. That is their job, is to enforce the laws and to make sure that there is consequences for breaking the law in this country and that it applies equally to everybody. That is what they do. They do it every day. They do thousands of operations every single week, and they do it with excellence.
Clearly, it's not applied to everybody universally.
Who are just trying to cover up their theft of American taxpayer dollars, try to distract you from the facts of the situation. One more question, right here.
Governor Tim Walz said he told
It's irrelevant, though.
to take the lead on this investigation. Are you working with local law enforcement on the investigation?
This is the same protocol we'll always follow. Who would
Probably
trust
not.
Governor Walz at this point?
Yeah.
The man has stood up and encouraged resistance. He has refused to partner with us. He's sacrificed his citizens' safety and their well-being by choosing the side of people who break the law and who steal money and who perpetuate violence. He has chosen all of that and backed an administration previously that allowed an invasion of our country. We need to partner with people who truly understand that the law is the law, and in the United States, we will keep people safe. Thank you. Last question.
What was the last one? Okay.
To invoking the Insurrection Act.
The president will use every tool that he needs to follow through on his
They have to do that. Like, they need to use the insurrection.
It's not
Act
gonna
to
happen.
Go harder on this, because if they don't
Not
go
gonna
harder
happen.
on it, what's going to end up happening is it's just going to keep getting worse. Every single day, this problem will escalate until they finally put their foot down and stop it.
promises to the American people. I'm proud to work for a president that wants to keep
The Insurrection
peace,
Act
and he
is
recognizes
just going to make it
that
worse.
Political individuals like Governor Walz and Mayor Fry need to be met head on with recognizing that we're not going to allow them to distract.
It needs to happen, but it's
they
only going to make it
facilitate
worse.
Corruption in their state. We're going to treat Minneapolis exactly the way that we have treated every other city across this country as far as helping to make those streets safe. Remember, we have other cities with Democrat mayors, Republican mayors that we worked well with together. We've driven down the crime rates. We've driven down the murder rates. We have continued to keep people safe, and we have stopped hundreds of millions of lethal doses of drugs from killing our children, and have continued to do operations to make sure that we're protecting them, our kids and our grandkids,
No.
from the criminal networks that Joe Biden
No.
led in, and leaders like Governor Walz allowed to be successful and to thrive on the streets of Minneapolis.
I think that people feel they feel like comfortable with being violent and aggressive when they think that they can get away with it. And if you have an overwhelming force of federal agents and military there, then the probability of them being violent or aggressive goes down dramatically.
It's only going to
It's gonna
escalate.
stop. All of the control in this situation is in Governor Walz's
Absolutely only going to
That,
escalate.
like, I remember this was like during the LA protests, that there were like a few guys there with like a Humvee, and there were like two, like, I don't know, like National Guardsmen right behind these two people that were having the most extreme, like, just dramatic, ridiculous argument about politics, but everybody was totally civil and nobody was being violent at all. And the reason why is because right there next to them there were two armed fucking soldiers, basically, that had machine guns.
They don't care.
So it's always easy to keep people
They're armed with guns. ICE is already armed with guns. It doesn't matter.
no way to do that. You saw tons of violence happening in LA. And to the extent that people feel like they're going to be held accountable is to the extent that they will act like they're going to be held accountable. And it's just that simple.
Partner with us on before you release.
They don't care if they're going to die. They're going to be another martyr. It doesn't matter. This situation is a lose-lose, whether you escalate or not. You're always going to be losing. God, it's such a lose situation.
Some murder out onto the streets, give them to us so we can get them out of our country. We are focused specifically on child pedophiles and sexual assault and trafficking rings in Minneapolis have
President's
brought
80%?
dozens
Yeah,
and
exactly.
dozens of them to justice. Why is he protecting them and refusing to work with us? All he has to do is, before you let somebody out of your jail onto the streets, is give them to us so we can get them out of our country. The second thing is, just keep people safe. Work with us so that we can go get these criminals and get out of there and
Not
not
going
have to worry
to.
about our law enforcement officers getting attacked.
They
by
deliberately
individuals
don't want
with
to.
guns and ammunition and weapons, and assaulting and doxing them and their families.
Yep.
We'll continue to do all that we can. We also want to continue to make sure that everybody recognizes this storm is significant. It's the largest storm that we've seen impact the most states and this big of a population in possibly decades. So we want everybody to recognize the seriousness of it. Please stay
also feel
home
like they
with
have
your
Walt's blessings
family.
to do this. Yeah.
You're only going to get a
We'll
difference
continue to
in
We'll continue to
state
work with your governors
legislation.
to get the resources that you need.
That's the only way this is going to change.
Our website, ready.gov, and get a list of recommendations from us, but continue to pay attention to your local officials, and we'll continue to have conversations with every one of your emergency management directors and your governors to make sure that they're supported throughout this process. Again, it's going to be very, very cold.
So okay, well there it is. Yeah, I'll look at everything else now, but like that's pretty much about the end of it. And this is another this is more chaos. This is more shit going down. Let me go ahead and look at this here. Yeah, a ton of fucking people out there.
We heard from their police chief that their top priority is making sure that the rest of the night remains peaceful. What are the top tactics that are going to get that done?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this seems totally fine.
Oh!
I mean, nobody's in the road. Nobody's destroying anything. This looks like maybe a small fire. It's not really a big deal. Like, I don't see anything wrong with this. Like, it's not a big deal at all. It's fine. Like, I think that it's so obvious to, like, understand what the difference between the two things are. Like, there's no problem with having a peaceful protest. There's no problem with having a demonstration. There's no problem with somebody expressing that they don't like ICE or they want ICE to leave. I think that's everybody's First Amendment right to do. But the problem is that when you have people that think that, you know, by large numbers, they can just simply enforce their will on other people, people that think that because they're aggrieved enough that it's okay for them to break the law, people that think that they don't have to follow the commands of a law enforcement officer, that's actually a problem. This right here, this isn't a problem. This is totally fine. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Hold your vigil. It doesn't matter.
Immediately detained? Yeah, I think so. Serious question, why would their mission take priority over public safety? Why would they continue their ICE presence when there's obviously contentious? Well, because if you...
You can't just let it happen.
...be to reduce presence and reevaluate the situation? No, it wouldn't be, because if you... Basically, if you do that, you create a reward structure around being violent and being aggressive to basically not have to follow the law. You see what I'm saying, right? So, like, for example, if the idea is that, well, if a law makes a lot of people mad, then we just won't have that law. I mean, imagine what would happen if that was the case. Like, I mean, we'd still have...
Well, we already do.
So, no, I don't think that's the way that we should handle things. Just because something creates chaos doesn't mean that it's bad. And also, like, the chaos, I think, is being created by the state. Like, I mean, really, if the state government was using the National Guard to, like, protect these people and to just finish these ICE investigations and the different captures, then it would just be over. That would be it. And that's not a reward structure. They're talking about ICE murdering us as U.S. citizen. You're not going to emotionally escalate the situation in order to try to get me to give you a different answer. I don't care about your emotional manipulation. The reality is that, no, the federal government should not cease following the law and cease enforcing the law because a bunch of people go in there and they cause problems while it happens. If anything, that should mean that the federal government needs more people to go in, they need more enforcement, and they need even more people, stopping this from happening. That's not the way that it works.
Well, that was a good video. Is there anything else? Should we watch now? It's almost bedtime, so something short and sweet. My loyal N-word still hovering in the chat. What should be next? Oh, okay. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Jesus. Should I just res and say fuck it? I'm gonna. Gonna turn in these quests. Today's has been a political day. It's been a good day for politics. A lot going on. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Oh! What's something silly to watch? Fable, the first preview. Let's see this.
Let me start by saying that I am borderline blown away by what I've seen from the Fable reboot so far. New Fable developer Playground Games already had my trust. This is a studio that has produced nothing but one open-world masterpiece after another, but after learning a lot more about what the team has in store for its resurrection of one of Xbox's biggest franchises, I'm even more bullish about where they're going with it. Playground has turned the Forza Tech engine into a medieval British postcard. Combat is multi-layered, 1,000 NPC townsfolk are waiting to be romanced, co-parented with, divorced from, and landlorded over, and there are chickens abound just waiting to be kicked. Alongside Fable's big coming out party at the recent Xbox Developer Direct, I also spoke with game director Ralph Fulton about the choices the studio has made with this revival, so there's lots to discuss. But first, if you'll permit me, a quick Fable history lesson.
No.
Right out of the gate in the early 2000s, Fable was always fantastic,
even if its early days on the original Xbox got a little extra scrutiny because its director at the time, legendary strategy game developer Peter Molyneux, made crazy promises about players planting acorns that would grow into full-size trees over the course of the campaign. But while that lofty systemic boast never came to be, the game that Lionhead delivered was nevertheless a rich, textured, uniquely British fairy tale that players could meaningfully affect change in. Whether their good deeds manifested a literal halo over their heads, their sheer evil caused actual horns to sprout from their skull, or they got married to a townsperson and lived a whole other life outside of the bigger picture quest within the world of Albion. Lionhead arguably perfected the formula in the Xbox 360 sequel, adding a dog who'd be by your side throughout the story. And
oh fuck, I forgot about the dog.
Still, while making the
I hated the dog.
hindsight decision to move the timeline forward by 500 years, thereby changing the entire look and feel of Albion. And then Microsoft, well, they royally screwed the franchise up by trying to turn it into a 4v1 multiplayer game that cost the studio its entire existence. That's a story for another day. And since then, the franchise has been dormant for over a decade. Enter Playground, who produced smash hit after smash hit in Microsoft's Forza Horizon driving series. Fulton told me that Playground was looking to expand and build a second team after Forza Horizon 3. Quote, I don't remember who said the word Fable first, but as soon as I heard it, I was like, that has to be it. That fits so perfectly. It's a series that we adored here and still do. And the conversation went from there, and it went pretty fast. I think everybody felt, certainly I know the folks we spoke to on the Xbox side felt really strongly that if a studio were to start working on Fable to pick that up, it had to be a British studio. And the fact that we had this great working relationship, that we were making this game, Forza Horizon, that was increasingly important and successful, and had this ambition to scale and to grow, it went pretty fast after that. The studio's adoration for the series
I need to go to
shines
Ogrimmar and
through
buy
in the
food,
gameplay
actually.
it's shown so far. There are hobs and balverines to slay, swords to wield, and spells to cast, sure. And the humor and British charm look to be there. Look no further than a chicken spell wearing off, reverting the target back to their original form, but still flapping their arms and clucking. Or the chicken armor. You even start the game as a child just like you did.
They keep
the
putting
original.
this in.
But
Who
where
cares?
Playground is winning serious points with Fable fans like me so far is in its commitment to the game within the game. The town management aspects baked into Fable's urban areas. You'll be able to buy property, literally all of it, if you can come up with enough gold, apparently, and become a beloved landlord or a loathed slumlord. Not to mention a kind boss or a horrible boss, should you purchase any businesses. You can also date and marry all of them, have kids with them, and, should it come to it, get divorced. There are also jobs to partake in, like blacksmithing. Where the new Fable breaks from the old one is in the morality. No longer will it be so black or white, Fulton told me. You won't manifest that halo or sprout those horns.
I hate that.
Individual
I hate
people
that.
in each city or town will form their own opinion of you based on how you treat
Totally
them.
hate it.
Meaning you could be a rich twat, in Fable's own words, while getting hailed as a saint in another one. Better still, one of my least favorite aspects of modern role-playing games, procedurally generated content and all of the generic time-filling tedium it brings with it, is nowhere to be found in Fable. Instead, Fulton told me that every NPC is a unique, handmade, and fully voiced character. That is so refreshing these days that it gets me extra excited to talk to as many of them as I possibly can once I get a build of Fable in my
It's
hands.
not facts.
That goal to make each hero's story unique extends to the larger world of Albion, too. Remember the 2023 Fable teaser that introduced us to Dave, a giant? It turns out that the whole setup for the
Wait, when?
goal to make each hero's story unique extends to the larger world of Albion, too. Remember the 2023 Fable
2023?
To Dave, a giant? It turns out that the whole setup for the new Fable isn't a Jack and the Beanstalk story. Instead, Dave is, quote, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who finds a magic growth formula. So you'll then have to decide how to deal with him. Will you spare him? Hopefully this means finding a way to return him to normal size and befriending him, or slay him, which will see his giga corpse splayed over a hill just outside of town for the rest of your campaign, negatively impacting surrounding home prices in the process. And so if Dave's foray into gigantism is merely a quest, perhaps that means this Fable isn't as much of a departure from the originals lore-wise as that video had led me to believe. In fact, I point-blank asked Fulton whether or not this is a true reboot, or if this Fable is in some way connected to Lionhead's originals, and he had quite a telling answer for a supposed non-answer. He told me, quote, "I'm going to avoid that question, Ryan, and I'll tell you why. We touch very lightly on story in the Dev Direct piece, but honestly, what we really wanted to do is come out and speak to the detail in the game and answer all those questions that people inevitably have about the game we haven't answered before. We're going to talk more about story later in the year, so I'm not going to say yes or no to that particular question just yet. What I would
Sounds
say
like it's
is
going to
that
be
this being
balls.
a reboot, it felt really imperative for us to clear the space to tell a story that we want to tell within Albion, which is why this isn't a sequel, for example. This isn't necessarily connected to the original timeline or events or characters, but we do share lore, and some of that originating lore of the Fable universe is really important to our story. Make of that what you will. So Fable seems to have the look, the humor, the moral choices, and what's essentially British charm. Playground, to put it simply, seems to understand the assignment here. And the studio, as I mentioned earlier, absolutely gets the benefit of the doubt from me on account of its impeccable track record since its inception.
Forza. That's it. Forza.
What then am I worried about? There is one thing, and it's a key part of Fable. Combat. To be clear, I'm not in any way judging Fable's combat based on what we've seen so far. How could I? I haven't played it for myself yet. However, for as talented as Playground is, it's never made a game with combat before. It's not that all of the delightful town management and NPC relationship stuff suddenly means nothing if the combat doesn't deliver, but Fable will have a big problem if battling Balverines isn't a blast. Oh, and I suppose I'll be honest and share one actual disappointment with what I've seen of Fable so far. The fact that horses seem to be your only four-legged companions. After the big reveal
Who
was
cares?
dog-free, I asked Fulton about the decision to ditch the dog, and he admitted, quote, "There are some folks on the team that were relishing me getting this question because I
hated the dog.
Back. You know what? For development reasons, right? I don't need to go into any more detail than that, except to say there are a substantial number of people on the team who have yet to forgive me for that decision. Now,
No, the dog
I know
sucked.
full well that game development is extremely difficult, and that Fulton probably has a very defensible reason for not moving forward with Fable 2's signature feature. It stung a little extra when he told me that Fable 2 was his favorite of Lionhead's original trilogy, but as a player, I'm still allowed to be bummed out by it. Here's hoping it's first on the new features list for the sequel, should we get that far. On the whole, though, I am truly, genuinely excited and optimistic about the new Fable. I've long felt that, particularly in Playground's hands, Fable has the highest ceiling in terms of game quality and finally delivering Xbox and, I guess, PlayStation, as it turns out, a PlayStation Studios-like Game of the Year award-contending single-player game of anything currently in Microsoft's massive first-party games portfolio. And though we don't yet have a specific release date to count down to, Playground is promising that we'll be playing it this fall, which basically means before November, since it would be patently stupid to try and relaunch this franchise after the better part of a decade in development right up against the incoming game industry meteor known as Grand Theft Auto 6. Here's hoping that the new Fable lives up to its sky-high potential. For more...
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, I'm going to call this one quits for today. Been going on for 5 hours plus. I'm ready for bed. So, I'll see you guys later. Probably pick it back up tomorrow. Anyway. We'll pick it back up tomorrow, probably. Anyway.